Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Thank you so much for joining my co host Mary and I for another Spiritual Learning Thursday. Every Thursday, we go over a different topic. After we play the video on the topic, we'll take any questions that anyone has and we'll try to answer them the best that we can. If you have any ideas on what you would like to learn about in the next upcoming videos, please leave a comment. We will be with you shortly. If you would be so kind as to take this time to give a like and share out the video, it would be greatly appreciated. Sit back, enjoy the show. Thank you so much again for coming.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year! Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year!
Hi, everyone. I hope you guys are doing well. I just want to say hi to everyone first. Hello, Regina. Hi, Kirian. Hey, KJ. Hey, Mr. J. How are you guys? Hi, Evie. KJ said she'll be right back, so we'll welcome her back when she comes in. So just to answer your question, Kieran, so basically those records you have to access yourself. If you have someone else go there, which is probably cost you a pretty penny, um and you have to give them permission to go into your records, because that's like your records of everything that you need to know, even maybe some past life information, stuff like that. And it's not accessible unless you give permission to that person to go into your records. And like I said, it's not many people can get there. So yeah, and I'm sure it's a big racket, so you'd really have to have a reputable person. Otherwise, God only knows, they'll charge you all the money and they'll tell you, crap. So yeah, that reading is I'm just learning maybe how to get there myself. So to do somebody else's too is not something that I could do yet. If ever I go there, then I'd have to I'd have to let you guys know. But yes, that's what it is. You can access your own easily enough because it's for you. But to learn to access someone else's is a little harder. So I'm not visible yet. Yeah, I'm waiting for for Mary. She said she'd be right up. So I figured I'd finish my cigarette while I'm waiting for her. That's me and her. I put some Christmas Christmas AI pictures of us until till she comes. Yes, I'm streaming. Um I'm just doing we're going to do some spiritual chitty chat. I was thinking like spiritual Christmas chitty chat. But of course, we can change it up a little. And like I said, Mary should be here any second. That's what she told me. So, yeah, I'm just waiting for her, and then we'll start. How are you, Scott? How was your Christmas? Um, do you know why this is difficult to? Well, so there's a few different theories from everyone. You did a panel with Boomer. I'm gonna have to go back and watch that. I had a really bad night, guys, and I guess I could tell you about that too when Mary comes up. So, but some people think it's because now there's so many energies here, that it's hard to find the energy you're supposed to be with. Before, in the beginning, people were more in condensed in certain areas, so it was easier to, of course, get together with your twin flame, your true love. I call it your alike energy. But now, because everybody's so spread out all over the world, there's so many energies, and we mask ourselves. So like back in the day, you can even you could tell by someone's scent their energy, if you were meant to be friends with them, if you were meant to be in love with them. um Sorry, Christina, I had a dream about semi trucks. Well, that's a good dream. Now that's not the case, right? We put perfume, we put lotions, we cover our scent, we cover our energy. So it's hard to connect with energies like we did before. So that's the consensus, it seems, on why it's so difficult to find alike energies, is because we mask our energies so much. Um, but yeah, so, and society, of course, is a contributing factor because people change depending on the situations they're in. So in a last life, your alike energy may have been something totally different. Um, you may have in your last life been switched. Maybe he's a woman now, like it depends. Deodorant does that, mask your energy. Yeah, a lot of different things do. So that's why it's so much harder, I think, to find alike energies, because we cover it in this society. What we are, who we are, how we act, all that stuff. So yeah, but so hi everybody. Merry Christmas. We're red for you guys. um so yeah. So you see this? Mary tells me, 1 minute. Ugh, okay. So I guess I'll tell you about my crazy dream since we're waiting for her. Merry Christmas, Danny. Very rarely people come up to me. Well, right, that's true. I miss your yard. Yes, me too. Right now it's covered in a little layer of icy snow. Very little. We had very little snow here in the city, but it was enough just to make a thin layer, and I'll probably slip and kill myself. So I haven't been in the backyard. And I didn't even put away the stuff like I did last year, cover it. I didn't do nothing. I'm terrible this year. Terrible, terrible. But hi, my love. I hope mom's feeling better today. Yes, oh, snow. Snow, snow, snow. But so I'll tell you a little bit. So basically, I went yesterday to my aunt's house down the block, and it was my son, me, my sister, my aunt, and her oldest son came from Greece with his son. So we played games, we had coffee, whatever. It was nice. So now my aunt, I don't know what she put in the coffee, but basically, I had a cup of coffee and I think even maybe a cup and a half. And I got home and I was like, oh, okay, today is a day off break. So I just started playing little games or whatever. Before I knew it, it was 5 in the morning. I could not sleep. I was so wired from that coffee she gave me, right? So I'm like, okay, okay, you have to try to lay down, right? It's 5 in the damn morning. So I lay down, and at 7:30 my alarm rings, forgetting that today is the day after Christmas. So the thing that I had to do isn't until next week, but I set the alarm for the wrong week. So 7:30 the alarm rings, and I'm like, damn it. Hi, Diane. Welcome in. Um, I have coffee ready to listen. Okay. 20 years ago. Wow. So, so I get up out of my bed. I come and I turn off because my phone was charging here, and I turn off the alarm and I get back in bed because I've only been in bed since 5. I don't even know how much I slept. And I close my eyes and I go right into a dream. Like I knew I was sleeping. I was right into a dream. So I'm like, it must have been what I was dreaming about before the alarm woke me up, but I didn't remember. Of course, I just got up, half eyes closed, to turn off the alarm to go back to bed. And so I get back in bed and I'm sitting here. This is my dream. I'm sitting here where the camera would be, someone else was sitting. Hey, Lori, which was a gentleman I haven't worked with in 10 years. So it was like the IT guy who used to work with me at the union. So I haven't worked that job in 10 years. So I was like, oh, okay, weird. And there was a girl sitting here. Now, as you could tell, you can't sit here. So to me, I felt like maybe she was a spirit. I didn't know her. I didn't really know her energy. She was a little younger than both of us, maybe in her 20s. Wasn't his wife because I know her. So I was like, oh, you know. And so we were having a random discussion. And all of a sudden, I guess maybe because she was there. And like I said, I had a feeling she was like a spirit, you know? And I asked him something about spirits. And he said, what? And I'm pretty sure I asked him, like, if you could see spirits, would you think they were really there or would you think they weren't? Like, you know, and he was just like, what? And as I said that, now my view from here, I can't see the side. So I must have been sitting back just a little more. But where my Christmas tree is, all of a sudden there was a cabinet there instead of the Christmas tree. And it was opening back and forth, opening. I said, what the hell is opening and closing the cabinet doors? So I go to look and something grabs me from behind. And I look and the spirit girl or whoever the girl was still there. And he was still sitting. But someone was grabbing me. And I knew like I didn't know the energy, but I knew it was not a person. So now I know, and I know I'm asleep because I don't have a cabinet there, right? So I know I'm asleep, and I say out loud, "Leave me, please." Like get off me. But I said it nice. I said, "Leave me, please." But out loud that my son heard me and I woke him up. Okay, that's how loud I say it. I woke myself up with the "leave me, please" that I said out loud while I was sleeping. And I kind of went to open my eyes and I see somebody dart by and I'm like, what the hell is going on? And my son gets up and he's like, for Christ's sakes, bad enough. You woke me up at 5. Now you woke me up at, I think it was like 8:30 or something. And I was like, sorry, going back to sleep now. So that was my weird dream. And so my whole day was screwy because A, I didn't sleep well, and B, you know, I was up and down. Oh, my dog, Laurie. So that was my dream. It was not about semi trucks, Scott. It was a weird ass dream. And as I opened my eyes and the thing shot by, I couldn't see the room because the room was all light, like bright light. And as it shot by me, that whatever shot by me, it was a silhouette, dark, and like I said, everything else was light, and it was just that dark. It kind of didn't look like a person, though. I don't know what kind of being it was or what it was. I mean, maybe it was a person and it was so fast. Hey, Kathy, Merry Christmas. But it had a weird shape to it. Like, so yeah, it was freaking weird. And I don't know why it was grabbing me, but whatever. So that was my weird dream. So yeah. So how was everybody else's Christmas? What'd you guys do? Did anybody else have a weird dream for Christmas besides Scott, who dreamt about semi trucks? Which I'm thinking was a good dream for Scott. Wanted your attention, I guess. But then it left so fast. Well, I did ask it to because it startled me, right? But um I haven't heard anything else like all day, but I haven't really been listening, been out of sorts because I was, been out of sorts because I didn't sleep well. Oh, I'm glad you had a nice Christmas. So nowadays I'm seeing a lot of oh, I always see the 11:11 at least twice a day. Um, a lot of ones. I'm always seeing a lot of ones. And I remember asking my spirit guide one time, "Is that you?" They always like because there's a reason why you see them. I believe that, but they were like, no, it's not. My spirit guide was like, "No, it's not me." So I'm like, "But someone gives them to you," and they were like, "Yeah, but they're not saying." I'm like, okay. Somebody gives those numbers. I see. Yeah, I see that often. 11s and 3s are my big numbers. 1111 or 111 or 333. Those are the numbers I always like. I look down and it's like 333 and I'm like, mean spirit as well. Well, spirit's always with me, so you know. They don't have to tell me that. There's 90 of them with me at any given time. 333 is you are being guided by you. Oh. Angels are with you. 5s. Well, what are 5s? I don't remember. I don't see them a lot. Reoccurring 5s when you see them spiritually. It's a symbol of transformation. Repeating 5s or seeing 5s a lot, you're undergoing a transformation or a dramatic change, and you're being asked to embrace the chaos. So, well, they've been seeing and hearing that, Diane, for a long time, but nobody's came by and gave me a gift basket. Diane, I'm kidding. I just figured. I'm sure they see it. Now I would like, just a little help. One little handout would be nice, Yeah, change. Yeah, like a my house not haunted. I've been here 790 years. I never seen a ghost. Danny. Positive or negative? It's just change. Not good or bad. It's just a change from whatever you're doing now. It's a like a transformation change. So it will be sudden and it will be a lot at one time. And that's why they're asking you to like embrace it and understand it's coming, why you would see the 5s. But change is not always bad. It's just change. Well, maybe if you weren't a smart ass. Maybe I should write them a letter and leave them a cookie. Like Santa Claus. What can I do? Well, you can't stop change because unfortunately you're always spiritually evolving. And especially if you want to learn to do those things, Kirian, the change might be that you get more spiritual power or more spiritual guidance, and you don't want to stop that kind of change, which is why I say, um, I don't want change at the moment. Yeah, who does? Who does? But usually, it could be a change because you're going to be guided in a different path, and you need that change. I'm okay, Mana P. Manu P. What's a Manu P? That's a word I don't know. Ivy, how was your Christmas with the at your job? Was everybody happy? I think when you said "leave me, please," your wolf went into action and chased it away. I think it was your wolf. It could be, and maybe why I said it out loud and not in my dream because I knew like somebody would help me. Somebody's around, right? um, so yeah, I don't doubt it for a minute. Do every one of you go through a yeah, I've gone through a few now. Like spiritual awakenings, usually it's not one unless you decide, you know. I know not everyone goes through a spiritual awakening because some people don't want to know about it and or they ignore it or you know, they're blind to it. But if you are aware and you know, you go to where you're guided, a dog who pees guts potty too. That there you go, Lori. um, but so yeah, so I mean, usually everybody goes through some kind, and everybody goes through transformations in their life. But she asks, "Oh, what's a man who pee?" I did. I asked a man who pees. Did I do that? Message retracted, Scott. Aries. I'm like, did I say that? Amanda P. And I'm like, now you know I'm really tired because I because I don't remember saying anything about that, but you know. Oh, because of what Scott wrote. He wrote like Manny P. I don't know what he was writing. He said message retracted. I was trying to read what he was writing. Oh, I have actually a video on that, Kyrian, spiritual awakenings and what happens, um, and why the people around you. It's a lone process because if the people around you are not going through it, a lot of people don't understand it, which is why I always that's why we do this spiritual Thursdays and we do live streams so that you guys know that there are people like you guys. You're not alone. Um, you can ask questions. Your journey is your own journey because it's your what your path is spiritually, but we can understand and help you, you know. So a premiere at 6:30. Great. My time, mountain time. Is that like 8:30 or 9:30? I was sick on Christmas, so was my daughter. I'm sorry to hear that, Regina. um okay, I'll be up in a minute. When did she send that? Darn. Mary, she's killing me. I don't vibe with certain people. Well, that too, but that's because they don't understand because they didn't go through it. And everybody, um, unless you've actually gone through some kind of awakening, you don't understand it. You know that Mary, I was talking about you. Wait, here's Mary. I was like, where is Mary? She's killing me. Hey, Mary. Um, you're on mute. I don't hear Mary. She's here, but I don't hear her yet. Oh, well, a lot of people feel that way too. Like they think okay. There was two of you on stage, Mary. You there? Um, People who, when you say you believe in spirits or you believe in deities or this or that, um, they they automatically think you're like into witchcraft and all that stuff. It's two totally separate things. Witches, people can be spiritual and have nothing to do with witchcraft, you know? Um, and so yeah, so like I said, like I do have a video on it. You should watch it. It's pretty good. About what happens to people. I mean, like my family called the state on me saying I was crazy, Kyrian, because I see ghosts. Like all sorts of crazy stuff happens because people don't understand and they worry. And unfortunately, through a spiritual awakening, you change, right? You're not the same person you were once you go through this transformation, this change, and it's always for the better, um, spiritually for you. And but people who are not going through it do not understand it. They want to intervene. My sister thinks I have a brain tumor. Like that's the kind of things you'll get um, when you're going through awakening and someone else hasn't, or are they're not going through it yet. They have never, you know. So yeah, I don't know what happened to Miss Mary. I can't hear her. Miss Mary, you there? I don't know. Mary's on stream with audio only. Okay, but there's two of her.
Yeah, I know what to do is you need to close one out.
All right. Okay. Are you there?
Yeah,
Okay.
did you
All
close
right.
one out?
Here's Mary. We could hear her now.
Did you close one out?
Yeah, I closed one out. I
Why am
took
I hearing myself then?
um okay. What about now?
I think I'm okay now.
It sounds
All
better.
right.
I had to kick it from the stage because I could take it
Well,
off
it's lower
the
because
stage,
I
but
turned
it's
it down because I was getting feedback.
yeah. There was two of you.
Cause
I
I'm on my
have
phone. I'm not gonna get on the computer. I'm on my phone.
I have been different all my life, so no one really cared when I told them I was a spiritualist. There you go. you know. But people get used to you a certain way, right? You have a certain I never talked about God, I never talked about religion. I was never religious. I didn't do none of that. I didn't talk about that. I was busy. I was working. I was raising kids, right? And then once my life settled a little bit, my kids grew up, right? Um, and then I started to explore more. And once you start asking questions, you will get the answers. So, Mary, you like the picture? Wait, look at that pretty picture of us.
Yes, I did. I like the one on the front. On the
Oh, the little one with the coffee. Yeah, that's
no, I like the one that it's on YouTube where it's the preview one. I mean, yeah,
it's the thumbnail. Yeah.
yeah, with the green dresses.
Oh, yeah. Well, you missed the little video I put up. I'll have to play it again in a little bit. Can't lead a horse to water if they don't want to. Yeah, you can't lead a horse. You could lead a horse to water, but they won't drink it if they don't want. I've been in a cult, done all sorts of crazy stuff. There you go. Oh, everybody experiments. So, what's the most crazy oh, that would be for KJ. I haven't done. No. I don't like people telling me what to do, so it's not it's not a good idea unless I'm the leader. So that's not happening. I told them about this crazy dream I had, Mary. I'll have to tell you about it later.
You know what, Scott? It showed me the same thing.
Did you have a crazy Christmas dream, Mary?
Huh. I don't know if it's crazy.
Huh?
It's just non-existent.
Oh, yeah, you haven't had any dream.
I mean, we had a little dinner, but that's it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just me pranking the ball. I mean, pranking Papa.
Yeah. No, I asked, did you have a dream for Christmas?
A dream for Christmas?
Yeah, did you dream anything last night?
No.
Okay. How do you talk
Not that I know of.
and get other people to work? No, I just how do I talk to I literally well, I always leave offerings for them. And then so I leave offerings for them, and I always tell them if they have anybody to cross or if they need any help, or if you guys need any help, they can come to me. I had somebody spirit guide call me 2 in the morning the other day, and I told her like I was sleeping, sorry, and she's like, I didn't call you. I called me from your house. So call me, turn on the camera. I need to see. These kind of things happen. And once you're respectful of them, you leave offerings for them. I constantly talk to them. Like it's constant. Like if I'm doing spiritual work, it's constant. So, and because they know I'll always help and everything, they respect me. So they'll talk to me and so they'll give me their names, because I purposely, like, I didn't eat today, but I was like, oh crap, I can't have a live stream. What if one of the spirits are hungry, right? I made them coffee. I made the little ones hot chocolate, and I put green beans for them. I made green beans for them so that they have something because I don't want to be rude, and I don't know, like, if they need something, they can. They know. How did my spirit guide give you their name? Oh, I asked them. I said, "Hey, are you Kyrian spirit guide?" They said yes. I said, "Okay, can you tell me your name?" They did.
Literally.
But I think I asked you the last time. I said, Kyrian, did you ask them? You said, I never asked them. If you don't ask them, usually they don't give their name unless you ask. It's like, the best way I could describe it's like you go to the bus stop, Kyrian, right? And it's raining and you're under the thing in the bus stop and you start talking to the lady next to you. And you have this great conversation. And then the bus comes. Now you're just under there, hide from the rain because you're waiting for a ride. Bus comes and that lady gets on the bus. You never asked her name, right? But you had this great conversation and a connection, but you never asked her their name. She's not going to randomly, as you're having the conversation, by the way, I'm Louis or Louise or whatever, unless you ask. So, yeah, I never did ask their names. Yeah. So it's a kind of like that situation. If you ask them, they'll give it to you because they're like, oh, she wants to know my name. It's like anything else, but it's like talking to a person at the bus stop, right? If you don't ask them, they're not going to give you their name, right? It's just something doesn't come up. You're asking for a certain thing from them. So they'll tell you that thing. And then It's not like you're gonna say, "Oh, can you tell me if I'm gonna find true love?" And they'll be like, "In this year." And by the way, I'm so and so. No, it doesn't come. You know, unless you ask. So that's just what I find. You know, because in the beginning they used to come, and I was like, okay, and I could kind of tell their energy, and I could kind of figure out their age and stuff. But then I'm like, it's so rude. They come to my house. I put out coffee for them, but I never asked them their name. So I was like, no, I want to know everybody's name. So, you know, and then I started asking them. I don't know. I don't go into like I didn't have a whole conversation. They literally come. We introduce ourselves so we know each other, you know, and then they give me a reading for you. They don't tell me about your life story. They only tell me what you need to know or what you need to hear. Um, so unless it's a direct question that you want to know, which we'll do that tomorrow when we're doing cards or something, they won't like randomly tell me stuff. Like I don't read minds. They tell me, and I hear it, and I tell you. You know, and that's how it goes. So where the heck is Mary? She's here. Sorry, I know
I'm listening.
I was talking with Darian, but she's here. She's here, Diane.
Fox, I don't. The one in chat, Fox. I don't remember my dreams either, unless they want me to remember them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when I
Well,
do remember them, it's like I was there.
right.
It's like, yeah, like I traveled there and back.
Well, I had such a strange dream this morning that I was wondering if other people had one. And Scott was the only one that had a dream last night, but he dreamt about semi trucks, which I think was a good dream for him.
I don't. Yeah, I don't have. I don't have dreams like that. It's just that I don't remember them. I guess I wake up and I remember a tinge. I knew I was dreaming, but what I was dreaming, I have no idea. That's all I get. They don't
Yeah.
let me remember them. I don't know why. Sometimes I think it's because they take me and travel with me when I'm sleeping, and I'm not supposed to remember until I have to,
That's true.
or
It might be
until
one of those
something. I don't know, but they just. It's like they won't let me remember. Something won't. I know that. Let's do the year in review. How was everybody's year? Mine sucked ass. I'm gonna tell you point blank, it sucked ass. So, how was y'all's year? I mean,
well,
it's been a crazy rough. I really hope the next year is at least 30% better than this one. I'm hoping 100% better.
well, that's right. Hey, Michigander Man Adventures. How are you? Merry Christmas to you. I hope you're well, sweetheart.
Hi, Michigander Man. He's got a group chat I'm in.
Ah, I used to see him all the time. He would go live from his car for lunch breaks. I haven't seen, because I think you changed your name, didn't you? Maybe that's why. Sometimes if I don't recognize the name right away, I don't click on it. But I used to watch used to do those little live streams from your car, if I'm not mistaken. And I used to watch
He
it.
did, yeah.
He's funny. But I haven't seen those in a long time. But now I'm thinking, I think he changed his name. So maybe I'd be looking for the other name and then I wouldn't put it together.
He has some good content. I'll tell you that.
I haven't done a live in almost 2 years. Oh!
She didn't mean bars. She said cars. Not bars, cars.
Cars, yeah. I'm on the
In your
lunch.
car.
Oh, you haven't done that in 2 Oh, no wonder I haven't seen it. So I'm like,
Yeah,
I
but
he used to do it on his lunch break, right, Diane? Okay.
He's done. I think he was having issues while he quit doing lives. I don't quote me on that, but I think that's what the problem was. People can be stupid and
Yeah.
cruel and oh, I
This
know
sure
it,
was
you know. But anyway,
rough to say the least. Yeah.
he's got
Hi,
some good
Pammy.
content. Y'all need to check him out. Y'all go to check his channel out because I'll back him
Hmm.
100%. He's got some. He goes on these little adventures and goes and does these like urban exploring, and he does other stuff like he goes to fun towns and stuff like
Ooh, that
that.
sounds good. Okay, so I have to go check. Because like I said, I haven't seen the live, and I'm subscribed. The bell is on. Why am I getting that notification?
Yeah, there you go. He does abandoned places, history, stuff like that. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
got some good
No,
content.
and I love that stuff. I love the abandoned stuff.
Put
I
your
don't know why,
he ain't blue, is he?
and I don't know
Right
why. That's
here.
okay. I'm gonna throw his link right now.
I was gonna say somebody go over and put his link in it. If I
There,
wasn't on my phone, I'd drop it.
yeah, no, there's his link. Um, just got bored of doing lives. I'd rather do videos. I love doing the videos too, but unfortunately, to keep your what do you call it? The the darn hours for monetization to keep the hours up. You
You're
have to do
welcome.
live because you'll never hit 4,000. Even though I have like almost 2,000 videos on YouTube. If I didn't do the live streams, I wouldn't be able to reach the 4,000 hours to keep the monetization every year. That's why I go live 2 times a week. We do spiritual chat on Thursdays. We're kind of laxy daisy on it because it's the day after Christmas. Next week we'll get back to the grind. And Wednesdays I do card reading.
And when we ain't doing spiritual Wednesday,
Oh,
Thursdays,
I'm sorry,
we
Kirian.
get down here and jaw about things in general.
Yeah. From Michigan, yeah.
Hi, Pammy. Hi,
Oh, that
Emily. Hi,
sounds
Karen.
lovely. I don't know them, but well, I'll check them out. Um,
I forgot to say hi to everybody. Hi, Scott. Hi, Diane. Am I missing anybody? Rob, he already knows I said hi to him. Let's see.
you figured out the
Hello,
reason
Fox.
why
I don't
not.
know your name, but I'm saying hi to you.
You figured yourself out of.
I think I got everybody. Oh,
Wait,
if I
say it
haven't
again.
said your name,
Sorry, I'm missing something. Say it
if I
one more
hadn't said
time.
your name, if I hadn't said your name, sorry. Hello, anyway.
um, I I usually pull out a video every Wednesday. Oh, great! Some people claim that they do mediumship. That mediumship is real. Yes. I talk to your spirit guides, right? I talk to spirits, cross them over.
Oh, that's cool,
Mediumship
Rob.
is just people who talk to spirits. So do I believe it's real? Yes. Do I believe as many people do it as they say that they do it? No. But it is real. I know because I could do it. Now, do I consider myself a medium?
I
Not
can do
exactly.
it. I've done it. I just,
Mediumship is just talking to spirits and passing messages. Of course, you've done it. It's like,
I don't do it now because it takes too much energy for me to do that.
right.
But that's why I'm
Thank
not
you,
doing
Kim.
it
Welcome in, Kim.
unless they insist that I do.
Gods and goddesses.
What?
Well, deities, Kirian. I
What?
believe that you can talk to deities.
Oh,
Yes. I've I've talked to the four winds before, you know. I leave them coffee all the time. So it's possible to talk.
Grandfather Sky has wrapped a blanket around me and give me a blessing in the grove.
Yeah. So yeah, if you talk
Our
to
grandfather, I
spirit
don't know if it's Grandfather Sky,
and
but
they want to talk to you or give you a blessing, you'll see them. Now, full conversations, they're at your house all the time. No. I mean, I leave them coffee all the time because I don't know when they would stop by. But and it's just nice to do, right? But I'm sure they probably, God only come once in a blue moon. But I've spoke to them once, so I know it's possible to speak to a deity, especially like there's so many, right? There's the moon goddess, there's, the brother mountain, there's the lakes. So there's so many deities. It is possible, especially depending on what you believe, um, to spiritually be able to connect, like you can connect with an angel, right? But do I think that they have a full on time connection, always talking to them? No. To Iris. Who's Irish? Iris? I'm not sure who Iris is, so I can't tell you. Yeah, past life explorers. He's a masked explorer. He wears a mask, but he's very, very awesome. Oh, um, yeah, I never heard of it. So if you could tell me who Iris is, then maybe I could tell you. After winter, I will be doing more paranormal stuff. I still do paranormal videos also. Oh, I stopped doing the paranormal because they say Iris is a goddess. So yeah, she's like the moon goddess, because I know one of our other sisters, she loves the moon goddess. She's always praying to her. And I think she talked to Sister Moon once. So I'm sure that if Iris is a deity, that it's possible. Now, if you're going to tell me, do I believe people talk to God directly? No. I don't think anybody's ever seen him except the angels. The archangels, too, not even the regular angels. I think nobody sees him except the archangel. You know, I don't even think you see him when you go to heaven. That's my own belief. Don't quote me on it, but that's what I think. you know? And unless he needs something for you, you're not gonna see him, So if somebody tells me they speak directly with God, I'm gonna be like, yeah, okay, no. I don't believe it. Now you're gonna tell me you spoke to Brother Mountain. I could believe it, But yeah, I gotta go. Oh, have fun, Lori. Go have fun with the doggies. You're gonna give him a walk. You feel him and you know it's him. Who, the deity or God? And the Greek gods and goddesses, yeah. You will meet Jesus. Ah, well, the Son maybe, but you will not meet. I don't think so. I don't think anybody really, really ever met him, like I said, besides the angel. Maybe the Son. I don't know. But I think I think that's the way it's supposed to be, because it would be like, when you meet your idol. So you meet your idol, right? And then, what do you think, Mary? You meet your idol, right? And then they're not all what you thought in your head, and it lessens your ideology of them. Is that the word?
I'm back. I'm
How you
sorry.
how you idolize them changes. So that's why I think that we would never meet him. Just say. Images on now that I don't know, because I don't think images are projected into crystal balls. I think you can use the crystal ball for energy, to draw energy, and so can the spirit. The pictures are in your head. I don't. I have never been able that you would see an actual, be able to see an actual picture in anything but your third eye. You can't project your third eye projection to crystal ball. That I don't believe. So that, like I said, that's me. I never saw it. I never experienced it. I have crystal balls. I use it for energy. Uh, they never showed me. So I don't know.
Past life
When a spirit
explorer.
wants to show me something, they show me in my third eye, or my mind's eye, or however you'd like to say it. So, yeah, it's just I don't I don't see how it would be able to project into a crystal.
Past life explorer. He's talking about the really, really. He's a really good guy. Very, very good at exploring and doing videos.
Oh, there you
Has
go.
some awesome content. He's not fake. You know what I mean? He's not.
Oh,
In other
yeah, I'll
words,
have to
he
check
don't.
it
He
out.
don't fake any of his stuff. I mean, it's all legit. Sometimes he gets something. Sometimes he don't. You know.
Yep.
But he doesn't only do. He does exploring too. He does
Hi,
exploring.
Lori. Thank you for joining us.
He does the hunting too. You know. I mean, he don't. He got his hands and a little bit of everything. I think.
Enjoy the rest of your day, Rob. Much love to you. I know you have to go back.
Bye, Rob. Take care. Thanks for coming.
um, yeah, I'm just gonna turn this off for a second so I can grab a cigarette. Mary's gonna yak to you for a second.
What did you say? Oh yeah, I can talk.
Yeah, just
Hi, Kim.
what's your idea on the crystal ball that Kirian asked about?
I hmm, I personally have never dealt with one or had anybody read me off of it. Do I believe in it? A possibility, because spirits are a crystal is a uh can be used for as a conduit, however you want to say that. I think I'm saying it right. Um, because it's crystal. Uh, I would say that they can be used that way. Like I said, I've never dealt with it, never had it done, never seen it done. So I'm not dishing it. You know, I'm not going to say one way or the other.
Oh yes.
I don't so
So
much
like me,
know.
I don't know. I just don't know that it could truly happen. Like I said, you know how long it takes
Oh,
me
I
just.
would think there's a possibility because it is crystal, and if it's clear crystal, you can see into it. And I can see that maybe that the spirits could manipulate it where they could show you a picture in it or show you something in it or whatever because of it being that, like I said, it's a conduit. It can
Well,
be.
yeah. Well, they say like limestone holds in like spiritual energy, but it's repeating. It's like residual. So
I mean, do
I
I
can
do
see
I
that
know
it
it's
can
real? No, I
hold
don't.
spiritual energy, but can it play different pictures and can, I mean, some of the spirits can barely use the spirit box or the apps on the phone to manipulate a picture inside a crystal. Do you know what that would take? Like, I don't know. It just seemed too far fetched for me.
Well,
Anyway,
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. It depends on the spirit, depends on who's running it, and depends on who has put the energy into the ball
right.
to have them be able to do it.
Right.
I mean, it just, I would say it would depend on who's controlling it.
Right.
And,
Well,
you know,
so then,
I just
period.
don't know.
We'll have to say it's so super rare
Right.
that, yeah. I mean,
I think for somebody to be able to do it, yeah, they would have to be a very, very strong person. And I'm gonna tell you, when I was well, I am a very strong person when I'm well. Very, very strong in paranormal wise, being able to hear things, know things, you know, 9 yards. Because of my energy level being so low, it makes it harder for me to be able to do all this.
yeah. But even you, at your strongest point, couldn't look into a crystal and see the future or
I
see
didn't try.
the
I
past.
didn't try, but it doesn't mean I couldn't, but I didn't try.
You didn't try.
At that point, I didn't have to look into anything.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying.
I
It's
mean,
a
I didn't have to
little.
tell anything through a crystal ball or through anything. I just knew. And I could tell you things about yourself, about um, other people that I shouldn't even know anything about.
Right.
That I
Well,
shouldn't know about.
that's, yeah. Like the spirits doing it telepathically. Yes, that I believe totally, because they give you pictures, right? They tell you things. They tell you everything's telepathic. So that I can believe. To take that
Yeah, I mean,
telepathic image you're getting in your head, because they're just communicating with you, like I said, through spirit energy, right? To take that and to turn it into putting it into
well,
an
yeah, but I'm
animate
not saying,
object. I don't know.
I don't know if it comes from spirit. I don't know where it comes from. The spirits have not told me that's where it comes from, that I know these things. I can walk past somebody and just know things about them, like if they're sick or if they're not sick, or that's how strong I was. Now I don't think, I haven't tried it. I don't think I could do it though, because I'm not as strong as I was then, because I'm not as well now. You know what I mean? Like, okay, I'll use this as an example. Not example, but it's something that happened one time. We was in this bar. We went out for the weekend. And it was on a Saturday night, I think it was. It was Friday or Saturday night. Anyway, we went in this bar that night. And see, I never drank. I very seldom did I ever have a drink. And this night I had no drinks, nothing like that. And we met my cousin there, and we was doing karaoke and stuff. Frank didn't drink either, so it wasn't nothing like that. We wasn't drinking or nothing. So um, we went up to the bar to get a drink. We went to go get a Coke or tea or whatever they had at the time. And I went up there. Well, I kind of knew the bartender a little bit and stuff. And then uh, I went back to our tables, and we sitting there. And this guy and this woman was come in, and they were standing over the table beside our table. And I instantly honed in on him. I don't know why, but I did. I knew right off that that man had heart problems. I knew that he was fixing to have a heart attack. It wasn't going to happen that night. I knew it was going to be soon. But how do you go up to somebody and tell them that? How do
Right.
you go up there and tell them, say, hey, I know this is going to happen to you? How do you do that? It's one of the hardest things to ever have to do. Well, I left there that night and didn't tell him. I did go to the bartender, or no, I went back. No, I told the bartender that night because she knew how I was. And I told her, that I thought that he was gonna, if she knew him, she could tell him. But if she didn't know him, it's another thing. She said, how do you tell somebody that? I said, that's my problem. I said, I don't know how to tell somebody, hey, you're going to have a heart attack. They look at you like you're freaking crazy. You
Right.
know, I mean, it could start World War III in a bar. So I watched what I said to people. And plus I hadn't been opened back up. Well, for a while. I mean, it was a while. I closed myself off for some time, but I never I never told anybody how I was till like it was real recent to this time. But anyway, even my cousin kind of honed in on him a little bit, but she didn't pick that up. But she did pick up that he wasn't well, but she didn't pick up anything else. And you couldn't tell by looking at the man that he was sick at all. He looked to be a very healthy man.
Right.
And but not so much. So I told the bartender about it, and we went back a couple of weeks later, and I went up to the bar to get a drink. She said, "Oh my God, I gotta tell you this." I said, "What?" She said, "He had a heart attack." I said, "He did?" She said, "Yeah." She said, "He's okay. He lived through it and everything, and he's getting better now." But she said, "That's why they're not here tonight." But yeah, she said, "You was spot on." Well, I didn't know exactly when it was going to happen, but I knew it was going to be a month or less.
Right.
So, I mean, that's why I'm saying that, Boomer Ray from D-Live. Hi, Boomer. Hi, Mikey.
Hi,
Hi.
Mary. Hi.
But anyway,
I'm
that's
here.
I don't know. How do you tell somebody that they're sick, or how you go and tell somebody, "Hey, I know that this and this happened to you when you was a kid,"
Right.
I just can't do that. Like Beth, I talked to Beth and was on a private call, and
Night Girl says
I
hello, Mary.
told her some stuff that happened in her life, and she said, "I don't know how you know that." She said, "I've never told anybody that." And I said, "I don't know how I know it either, but I know it." And so
It's just one of those things that
yeah, it's just
can't
something that
explain
happens.
how it happens. It just happens.
Right. You just don't know. I mean, the spirits have never told me that they're the ones feeding me the information. So I don't know how I'm getting it.
Right.
I just know I'm getting it.
Right.
Right.
Well, I feel
Can
like
I
they
make
give.
a quick, short announcement right here that I'm excited about?
Yes.
I got my 32 gigabyte RAM today.
I've seen that, but
I seen. Sorry, I had a bad night, so by the time I got up, you were already out of YouTube.
Oh yeah.
yeah, I didn't see it till way
I
past
went
2.
over to D Live to do a stream, and I was gonna do
Yes,
half my
Scott
time
told me he came up with you.
I was gonna do half my stream on D Live and then do a later stream on YouTube. I forgot all about it being Thursday and everything because my stuff coming early fucked me up for one thing because it all came a day to 3 days early. So I was excited about that, and I forgot all about. I told you I'd be here on your stream tonight, and Nike was actually the one to remind me. She goes, "Well, your friend's on right now." I'm like, "Who are you talking about?" So like, "Well, I don't know if you want me or not." I'm like, "No, you're okay. You gonna not." Then the minute she said your name, and I'm like, "Oh fuck!" Then it dawned on me I was supposed to be there with her tonight.
Dawned on that. Yes,
But,
today we were talking just spiritual stuff. It's spiritual
We're
chat.
just talking anything. Basically.
Yes, yeah, it was just spiritual chat today. Because I didn't really put together. I was gonna put together like the spiritual meaning of Christmas. But I didn't get the video together. I had so much stuff going on, so it's just spiritual chat today.
I would have left on that one anyway. I wouldn't have stuck around for the history of Christmas. No,
it was more like just like how spirituality with Christmas and how
hi
we forgot
Kim, hi
about
Scott. Oh yeah, you
spirituality
did.
when
I'm sorry. Yes, Scott. We popped Scott's panel cherry last night.
that means you're gonna have to come up here one day, Scott. How dare you? Scott.
He also came along to our D Live tonight and was in my D Live chat for a while.
Oh, cool. Yeah, because Scott, we met Scott here on my channel, and then he went everywhere, but never came up on my channel. Huh? No.
Hey, I got
14, not
look.
24
Some
hours.
of us have it, some of us don't. What can I
That's
say? Look,
Well, I don't normally have like panels usually. It's just like, but
yeah.
one day we'll have
But
to do
hey,
just a panel.
I popped a lot of panel cherries out there. Just saying.
Yeah,
had a lot
Boomer
of
popped
first-timers
mine, I
on my
have to
panel.
say.
You were the first to do a panel on my channel? Really? Mary, how about you? Were you the first to ever do a panel on my channel?
No,
No. Well,
I thought I was, but I stopped thought about it. Cab was.
oh yeah, Cab. I think it's between me and Cab now. How
Cab
many?
talked me into coming up, and then you said that I needed to come to your channel and come up on panel. I said, all
Oh
right.
yeah.
Mm.
And so
And
you
I at that time I was just really
and
trolling
then
everybody.
you
Not
and Lou
trolling,
Rock
but I
told
was
me to start my channel.
kind of
Right.
lurky.
Yeah, you
I
weren't
do it
like
kind of
full
lurky.
on with the whole
Yeah, I wasn't really.
thing yet.
I was just getting really used to how to use YouTube, and I was doing like videos and stuff, but not like I wasn't doing live streams or anything. And I remember
Scott says he
when,
could do a panel with you at any time.
there you go. I
Want
popped
to
my
come
own.
up and do a
Oh, Nike.
I popped my own cherry. Just saying. Okay, good to know, Nike.
But yeah, and I remember like I was like, I have to get used to going to live streams. And I remember I went into your channel because I must have seen you on Lose. I'm pretty sure that you were on
Most likely.
Wow, Tim,
channel.
wow.
And I
Yeah,
went to you from Lou. And
yeah.
and I remember the first time you were gonna have a panel, and I'm like, "Can I come up?" And you're like, "I don't know you. You have to be here more."
The
Did you
most
see what
people that
Tim-
have been migrating over to my channel is usually from Lou, Cap 7, or Green Bay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
Those
went
are
to.
the main.
Well,
That's,
I went from Omar to Lou Rock, from Lou Rock to Cab 7, from Cab 7 to you.
yeah.
Yeah, that's how it happened.
Yeah, and so I literally trolled Boomer's streams for 2 weeks, maybe a little more, before he actually let me
Alert.
come up on. He actually let me come up on the panel.
And then he started doing cards on his channel, I remember.
Nike. That is never mind.
It kind of works the same as Zoom, but I don't have Zoom. I have StreamYard, so I just send a link. You click on it
Yeah.
like you do Zoom, but it's a little different. StreamYard. But you don't need to download anything or anything.
Messenger, so I don't know how it would work with
Scott, you don't have to download this. You don't have to worry about it.
you don't have to have a StreamYards account to be on a panel.
Right.
It works almost the same as Zoom, but there's
the
most annoying part of the StreamYard, Streamlabs, and Restream. The most annoying parts of those is the fact that fucking side chat is always open, taking up this much space, where that space could be used for the video portion.
Do you see where?
You know what I'm saying? That's the biggest thing that irks me about it.
Where Kim said that she had an older lady come up to her and tell her about that she was going to have a healthy big boy. He was.
You one of my best sisters too, Nike.
It was 10 pounds, 24 ounces, and 23.5 inches long. That is
meant
one
to say
big
14.
baby.
14. 10 pounds, 14 ounces is what she meant to say.
Oh,
because 24 ounces is another pound and 6 ounces. So 10 pounds, 24 ounces is 11 pounds, 6 ounces.
Right. As I was sitting here thinking that too, as I looked at that.
So she
before you said the 14, I was thinking, hey, right? But anyway, 10 pounds is a big baby. I had 9 pounds. 9.2.
Yeah, me too, Kim.
And he was 21 inches long, so I get it. But man, being short waisted and stuff,
didn't have enough room to turn
Yeah.
because I'm so short. And I'm short waisted anyway, and he didn't have enough to turn. He was breached. He
Oh,
was
by the
kicking
way,
everybody out.
Mary, I apologize if I cut you off in your story or anything, but were
Oh,
you
you're
finished?
fine. You're fine.
Or because it sounded like you were still like you just paused for effect, and I kind of butted in.
You're fine, Boomer.
I can do it.
Hey, you cut me off.
Yes, you can.
There's a reason.
StreamYards, you can.
Some phones are a little finicky with those platforms, so like on mine, I can't be on a StreamYard, Streamlabs, or Restream on my phone because it constantly kicks me off. So it depends on your device, whether or not it works well or not.
Right. Like I'm on my phone now. Mary's on her phone now.
Yeah,
I
just
always
didn't want to
stream from my phone because my laptop's too slow. So as you see, usually it goes okay, you know?
That Boomer and I grow on each other like mold.
Like, oh,
Like mold. So are we telling are we
Boomer,
talking about
question for you.
We're
So
telling whatever.
question for you, Boomer. Boomer, for Christmas, did you have, and I asked everybody this question because I had a weird one this morning actually, but I didn't go to sleep this morning.
I had no Christmas whatsoever.
No. Did you have? I know I was on the stream with you yesterday. Did you? I mean, I was on your live stream.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Did you have a dream last night?
A read?
A dream.
Oh, a dream? I don't remember my dreams unless they're like what's the word? Not other word besides graphic. What's that?
Me too,
There's a
Nigel.
word-
Me too.
There's a word for those types of dreams. What are they called?
Vivid.
Vivid. Yeah.
I love Boomer.
Unless they're a very vivid dream, I don't remember them. So I don't know if I dreamt last night or not.
There you go. That's
Well, you would
remember
remember it. I was thinking that, like, you know.
I didn't know what
Plus,
to think.
I had an
of Boomer.
episode last night. I had some sort of episode last night on Sam's live stream that kind of
We
put me
need
out of
episode. What happened?
I don't know. I'm not. My vision switched. I got this awful pain in the top of my head, like somebody hit me with a baseball bat, and I couldn't make a thought, and I couldn't pronounce any words.
Wow.
You had a mini stroke.
It cleared up this morning after I woke up. So that's what we were trying to. That's what we were saying, that it may have been a TIA, but I couldn't get the words out.
Mini stroke.
I literally couldn't think of the term, I was like,
Yeah.
But it was right after I sang a song. I was singing Billy Idol's.
It's exactly what it sounds like.
And it was right in the middle of the song. I felt that in my head, and then by the time I was done with the song, like I lost, like I couldn't remember what I wanted. I was trying to describe the brand muffin cake that I made and stuff. Couldn't remember the ingredients. Couldn't remember terms or analogies or nothing. And so I got off for live stream and went to lay down, and that didn't do no good. So I got back on the live stream. Then I got off live stream again. And after about 45 minutes after getting off the second time, I ended up falling asleep. And I woke up around 10:30 this morning, and my vision was restored to what's normal for me. Now I'm nearsighted like I've always been. But last night it was like flipped. It was reversed. I couldn't see close up, but I could see far away. But today that's all. Now it's all back to normal. I'm still having issues with pronunciation sometimes and recalling information a little bit, but not as bad as it was last night. So I wouldn't remember a dream. I probably wouldn't even remember a vivid dream last night with all that going on. So
Well, you need to talk to your doctor about that.
oh, I see her. I see her next month.
So you're gonna wait till next month?
She knows all about those episodes I had. I mean, that was the reason why I went to them in the first
that's exactly what that was, I would say.
to see if they could find out what it was. But after all the scans and everything like that, you know, they said, well, we can't see anything physically wrong, blah, 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 or whatever. But
You need to go
See, but
right.
last night would have
You
been
need
the
to
night
go.
to go to the emergency room.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. He needs to go to the emergency room,
oh,
right?
I
When it
couldn't
happens.
get
After it
myself to
happens,
go to the
because
emergency room.
they'll be able to tell you.
So
You need to have one of those emergency buttons or something where you press it, the ambulance will
no,
come.
I don't. I don't need all that bullshit. Hey, if it's gonna take me out, it's gonna take me out. I ain't worried. I ain't scared.
Well, no, but if
That's not the point,
if
Boomer.
while it's happening,
I'm already
they
being
see-
treated for stuff. I'm already like they already know what's going on with me. I've been seeing this doctor for the last 6 months since I started back up with VA. So she knows, like she's aware of what's going on with me and everything.
So they know that's what they are.
you know.
So they know that's what they are.
They based on what I told them, they can only go by what I say since there was no physical proof of ever having one through the scans and stuff.
right, but
But
didn't she say if
anyway.
you go there when you're having one, they might be able to catch what's going on? Or I swore
Maybe,
you
but
said
I
that.
already know what's going on. So what the fuck more could they do about it?
Well, if you're having them and they can prove it, that's gonna push your disability through. I'm gonna tell you that.
Well, that too.
Well, they're getting all the information because I signed a release form for information from VA to them. So they get all the information I give the VA disability for my case, they can get from them.
Frank had his stroke. The first day he had his stroke, we went to the hospital. That not stroke, his seizure. We went.
Yeah.
We went to the hospital that night, that day. He come home that night. He slept for like 2 days. I'd have to wake him up for him to get a drink and all that to make him drink something. Anyway, I signed him up on. A doctor said that you might as well go ahead and start signing him up. That's what he said.
Yeah.
So I signed him up, and 3 weeks later he had a check. The check beat the award letter to him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't want to go on and on about this. So.
I'm just telling you.
But I want to get back to what Christina was saying about the dream she was talking about.
Oh yeah, so I'll tell you about the dream. I was just making a cigarette, but I just turned you around to see the Christmas tree because if I turn off my camera,
Turned you around.
You turned
if
me
I turn
around.
off-
I don't feel like I was turned around. Here, let me. There, I turned around now.
nah, I should turn on the lights on this thing.
You mean you turned yourself around?
I turned the camera around.
I didn't get turned. You got turned.
Yeah, there you go. There's some
Oh,
lights
look
on
at
it.
that little ghosty tree. It's so cute.
I made that Christmas tree. Anyway,
So
out of a toilet paper,
What-
toilet
what-
paper. No, not a toilet paper holder, a paper towel holder.
all right.
What-
Squirrel. Squirrel. All right. So, what was the purpose of your question about dreams? I got to hear
Oh,
that.
because I had the weirdest dream ever, and then I was asking, did anybody else? I thought maybe it was like a like.
Christmas thing.
It was so weird that I thought maybe it's
like a
like
dream
best
version of a chain letter.
No, but like you know how people maybe come to visit you on holidays, like spiritual visits, which is why I was
Right.
asking, did anybody have
Okay.
any kind of dreams? Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
get those
come to
kind of
think of
dreams
it.
anymore. Nobody
think
wants to
of
come
it,
visit me in my sleep anymore. Do
um,
what, Mary?
I didn't feel like it was a dream, but I knew I had seen my mother. Does that make sense?
oh yeah,
Yeah.
recently.
Yeah.
It could have been a premonition. It could have been, yeah. Could have been
So
a
anyway, I'm
vision.
sorry for whoever heard the dream already. I told you guys when I was waiting for Mary, but I think we have new people now that weren't here in the beginning. So if you heard the story already, sorry. I'm going to repeat my little
I want to hear it. So hang everybody else. I want to hear it. Okay, I'm Boomer. All right, Boomer wants to
I
hear
want to
it.
hear
If
it
y'all
too.
don't
I
want to
didn't
hear
hear
it
all of
again, go
yeah, Mary
listen to
wasn't
some
even
music
here
or
yet.
something. Okay, because I'm here to tell you right now, I want to hear it. If you don't want to hear
Okay.
it, go listen to music. Okay, let's hear
All
it.
right. So anyway, so what ended up happening was I went to my family's for Christmas yesterday, and my aunt, I don't know if she spiked my coffee or what the hell kind of coffee she freaking made,
Well, I
but
wish I had one of those ants.
the coffee was so, it was a little strong tasting, but nothing out of the ordinary. I had a cup and a half, and then I got home. I don't know, almost 11, I guess, because we were playing games and whatever. And I was like, oh, well, I said we weren't going to have a crossover tonight. We were going to do it, because I did one Tuesday instead of Wednesday, because I said, nah, we'll do it before Christmas so we could get everybody who wants to go. And we're going to have Christmas off. So I was like, good, I have my time. I started playing a little game. All of a sudden I looked down and it was 5 a.m. So I was like, what the hell? You have to go to sleep. I was so not sleepy at all. Like literally, that's why I'm saying she must have spiked the coffee, because it was like literally I could not sleep. So at 5 a.m, I laid down and I forgot to shut off my alarm. Thursdays in the morning at 7:30 in the morning, I usually go somewhere, right? So this Thursday, of course, because it's the day after Christmas, I didn't have that appointment. So so at 7:30 the alarm rings. I half asleep get up because my phone was charging here in the living room. I shut off the alarm and I go to lay back down. So to me, I was only laying down maybe a minute or so, and I'm in this dream. So I knew I was like asleep. So it might have been longer than a minute, but it felt like I had just laid down. So I start having this dream where I'm sitting in my kitchen, and across from me, sitting right like next to me, is a guy that I used to work with 10 years ago. IT guy from a job I had 10 years ago. And we're having a conversation, and I haven't seen him in 10 years either. And across from us, which as you see here, I have like a little mirror, and this is my table. And then there's behind the mirror is,
Mira.
what do you call it? It's like
She has a mirror. A mirror.
a mirror. Behind that is a partition, and then it's my room, right? So nobody could sit where that mirror is, because right behind the mirror is the partition. So
Can I ask you a question real quick?
yeah.
Just real quick. I hope I don't lose you on this. Is
Yeah.
a Mira any different from a Ura? Never mind. Go.
Okay. So nobody could sit there, but there was a younger woman sitting there who I didn't recognize. And she was like kind of leaning on the table, and I'm like, how could she be sitting there, because there's no nowhere to sit here, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So I'm having this conversation with her, and I keep looking over at the girl, and I then realize she's a spirit. She's not really sitting there. I'm just talking to him. So I say to him, if you could see spirits, would you think they actually existed? And he was just like, what? Because it was so random out of the blue from whatever the heck we were talking about. Like, what? And then all of a sudden, from where I was sitting, so I must have been just sitting back a little from my table. I could see into like where my Christmas tree is in the corner, and where the Christmas tree is now, there was a cabinet in my dream, and the cabinet doors were opening and closing. And I go, what the hell is going on? So I get up to go over there and look at the cabinet, and as soon as I look over there at the cabinet, it stops, and someone grabs me from behind, and I look over. The girl's spirit, I think she was a spirit, but whatever. The chick who was there was still where she was, and he was still sitting in the chair, and there's somebody on me. Hey, Cody. So I know I'm sleeping, but instead of saying it in my dream, I made it a point to say it out loud. You need to leave me now. And that kind of woke me up. And I said it so loud, it kind of woke my son up. So I said it so loud. Now I'm asleep, right? I said it so loud outside my sleep that I woke myself up and my son. As I'm opening my eyes, the whole entire room is all light, and I see this figure walk real quick past me. But the figure it was like a silhouette, but it didn't almost look like a person. I don't know what it looked like. It was such a weird shaped being. And then I fully opened my eyes. I sat up and I was like, okay, all right. The room now looked normal and everything got to normal. My son comes out annoyed that I woke him up at 5 a.m. and at 7. Then it was 9 o'clock, like 9:10. So I was like, oh, damn, sorry.
You know
And
when you said that they
Can I
told
ask you
that
a question real quick? Something that I missed earlier on.
Yeah.
Now, all right. So most of the action was going on in the dream. Were the images like there in front of you, or were they an image through the mirror? I didn't understand that.
No. So he was sitting across from me, and she was like leaning over the table where the mirror wasn't there. It was her leaning over the table, in between the table and the partition, which nobody could fit, you know?
Okay. Gotcha.
So then I was like, oh, well, that's how I figured she was a spirit. Because I'm like, how could she be there? She wouldn't fit if she was a person.
Right. Has that place ever been renovated or remodeled or anything? Over
No,
the years?
this
Like,
place.
has there ever been anything taken out or built in or anything over the years?
No, this
It had
actually
no
my
renovations or anything.
no, because my great grandfather bought it
Okay.
when it in 63, when it was, I don't know, a year or two old, and he didn't renovate it. I mean, besides painting, they didn't
Right.
renovate the apartment.
The reason why I asked is I think while you were in your dream state, I
Yeah.
think you were taken to a different location to witness
she,
that.
she was. I was just going to say that. Danny told me in the dream that I had that time that I visited my grandson when he was older.
Uh-huh.
I was time traveling, like I got on the timeline and was taken, to where he was older and all that. And he also told me the same thing they told you.
Right.
It's time for you to go now. You have to go back. And
Well,
I said, I don't want to go back yet. He said, Grandma, you got to go back now.
yeah, but
And
no,
so I had to
nobody
go
told
back.
me that. I mean, that person grabbed me. I don't know who grabbed me from behind because it was from behind. But I said to him, "You need to leave me now. Like, get off." I really wanted to say, "Get the hell off of me," but I guess I was being
Well,
respectful. I was asleep, and I
what
said,
they done is snapped you back. They snapped you back into reality and
"Well,
back into our time.
Evie said, which made a little sense to me, is that maybe someone did come to visit me, and I guess they touched me or something, and I'm more sensitive, right? So I wasn't able to turn or see them. And when I told them out loud to leave, that one of my spirit guides ushered them or took them, or they went back to the light, which is why the whole room was lit up.
All right.
Could be.
So
Yeah.
you most likely what happened to me that one night all my cameras went out and I saw
Yeah.
that black figure over me. I think what may have happened in your dream state, you were taken to a place where the people are.
Right.
In your living space, you manifested something in your living space through that experience, and they were going to whatever there was their intentions. I'm not going to say it was harmful or anything like that. I don't, but whatever their intentions were, like they were there in your real space at the time. And then when you woke up and cast them away, and that's when they left. Does that sound like a
Well,
possibility?
that can happen because when
Right.
you're in that state, you're in between that a sleep state or whatever you want to call it. When you're in the middle of that, it's like it opens a door for them,
Yeah.
Right.
and they can sneak in and
Yeah.
yeah. So I'd say there's a good
the
possibility on that.
Yeah, the rule of thumb is if you or your spirit, whatever, whether it's during a dream state, hypnotic state, or perfectly alert, if you can travel there, they can travel here
Right.
via the same route. So that's what got me thinking that I think while you were in your dream state, witnessing these people there, you were actually taken there, physically taken there, your spirit taken there to communicate with these individuals. And at some point during that process, you intentionally manifested them into your real.
Yeah.
And who was the people that you was taking to see? Who were they?
So the girl I didn't recognize who was leaning over the table, I didn't recognize her. I'd say it was a woman around in her 20s. She was young. She was way younger than him and I. Now
Okay, what about
the guy that I was talking to was an IT guy from my job that I worked with 10 years ago. As far as I know, he's still alive, which makes me think I should go to Facebook and make sure.
Now, I've encountered a situation like that myself. I actually encountered the spirit of an individual who was still alive. But a month before this experience, they were in a car accident and were in a coma.
Yeah, they were
I
in between.
communicated with that lady's spirit while she was in a coma.
Yeah,
so it's
they were
very
in between.
possible that these individuals, I don't know about the girl, but your friend, it's very possible your friend was in a state where he was able to release his spirit energy somewhere and you guys met up.
It could be that he was asleep and he's traveling around like you did, or it could be that God forbid he's in a coma, or it could be that he's
Right.
something
That's
better.
kind of how I was thinking too. Yeah.
Or it could have been, it may have been self-induced in coma, or who knows? I mean, I don't know how you find out unless you contact
Oh,
their
I
family or
had
whatever,
him as a friend on Facebook, but he's not there anymore. So that goes to say, like, if he doesn't have a
Oh, he
Facebook
does.
anymore,
You
don't
never
have
checked it,
Facebook,
and his
or-
account is gone.
yeah, like we were friends on Facebook.
maybe he
They're
passed
giving
away.
they're sending you a message.
Yeah, they're telling
I mean,
you.
think about it. You just had this episode last night. You go to check to see if he has a status on social media, and there's no status there. They're trying to tell you something about that.
He's not even a friend with me anymore. Like,
Right. Yeah. So somebody, if he had passed, maybe a family member or somebody took down his account. Or it's telling you that he's breaking ties. I don't know. Maybe he's in witness relocation or something. But he's breaking ties of his social media and everything like that, and had to find a new way to let you know. That's a possibility. Don't mark this. Don't write it in stone. But that's a possibility.
Yep.
Given all the evidence, your experience, and the fact that his social media isn't there anymore, there's several scenarios we can play with. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Now I'm gonna
But
go to
I'm
one of my other.
definitely feeling it was a message from him. There was a reason why you met up with him last night.
She gonna be Snoop Dogg in here
We're
tomorrow.
trying to tell you something.
Yeah. Well, yeah, no, what I'm going to do is go look at one of my other friends that worked with us because he would be on her page and see if maybe he just unfriended me. I don't freaking know. Like,
Yeah.
let's,
Well, the message is like it's a kind of I'm assuming, okay? I'm assuming this is a cut ties message.
right.
It's a cut ties message. Whether it's cut ties with just you or cut ties completely from everybody. There's a reason why you were contacted about it.
Right.
Maybe he's saying, hey, I've got to leave now because of whatever, whether due to a passing or, like I said, witness protection, who knows?
Or
That message is to let you know he had to cut ties. And
he could be telling her that,
you're gonna find out the reason why.
and he could be telling her because she's prone to being able to hear him and to know he's there and all that.
Yeah.
And he could be trying to give you a message.
Hey,
you know.
Jen.
He could be trying to give you a message about, hi, Jen, about, him passing and that, hey, I'm here, blah, 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 but I'm not there anymore or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, who knows? But like you said, you find out what's going on,
Yeah.
Right,
your friend may know more than you do at this point, that whether he's passed on or whatever,
Well, I'm glad I'm glad I made you retell your story because that's bringing in a lot of
right.
It makes my spider senses tingle.
Well,
You know
I
what I'm
wasn't
saying?
here when she said it the
So-
first time either. So it kind of it makes you think. And I'm glad she said it because it brought mine back to when I had mine. And it was like, yeah, they told me to go back too, or, I had to go back. And that Danny told me it was like I was time traveling, not dream walking, time traveling, traveling on timeline.
But I think this situation is slightly different than that.
Right. I agree with that. I'm just
wasn't
saying
being brought somewhere she didn't want to go, or it wasn't like a near-death experience or something like that. It was just simple. For the lack of a better term, I believe it was astral projection. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
And
me
the
or
fact
her?
that your spirit astral projected to where they are, they most likely took note of that, and that allowed them to come back with you. But I don't think it was the guy. I don't think
it wasn't the
think
guy
it was a
because
third party
you talking about her?
Right.
brought back.
I'm gonna say I didn't.
It
Right,
wasn't
because
the girl, and it wasn't your friend.
right,
You
because
brought
he
back
was
a
still
third
sitting.
party when you came
Right.
back, and you had to get rid of them.
Think about it. It could have been that person that brought her there, so he could come back with her.
I think no. I think she went. Her spirit went on their own accord.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
From her physical mind,
Very well,
her spirit decided that she had to go there to talk to this individual to figure out what's going on with them, because it's been so long, and it was probably the only way they could connect. All right, but in that action, I think there was an observer there somewhere she wasn't aware of that took that opportunity to come back with her, and they tried to get her attention. It could have been as benign as anything. We can't know that because it was a freaky situation for her, and she just immediately, banished it right off the bat.
Right. Well, I would have too. I mean,
This is what I would have done too. I don't care if you're I wouldn't take time to find out if it was like my sister, my daughter, or some crazy.
I wouldn't have been
spirit.
hanging out with them. I'll put that.
You know, I wouldn't have took that time. I would just say, "You got to go," just like she did. You know.
Right.
But the one that came back, I don't think had anything to do with the man and the girl being
Right.
there. I think they were off in the shadows somewhere, waiting for that opportunity, saying, "Oh, she came here. That means we can go there." And they like, "Well, let me try this." Boom! I'm hopping a ride back. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It could have been benign as anything, but you know, I would have done the same thing. I would have told him to get the hell out too. I wouldn't have took time to ask questions. Like, you know, we can work it out later. You know.
Yeah.
You know? But
Well,
that-
so I went
I
to.
mean, that's just what I'm kind of picking up. How, you know, I'm picking up that scenario.
So funny enough, I went to every single one of my work friends, and I had a lot of them there. I have like 30 on my Facebook, right? So far, every single one that I've went to that would have him, he's not on any of theirs as a mutual friend or as a friend, period.
There you go.
So I don't know. That's so strange.
Yep.
Well, his
I,
family probably.
the more and more
His
the
family
more and
probably
more we
deactivated
discuss
his
this,
page.
the more and more we discuss this, the more I'm feeling that something happened in his life that forced him to cut ties on the social media end of things.
Yes, because you know what? I did find him. I just searched his name, right? And it says David Guy has deactivated his account.
I
If he
bet his family
activates it, you'll still be friends. If you unfriend them, then when they reactivate their account, you'll have to send them a friend request.
Have
Well,
you
his
ever
family
done? Have you ever done a conscious recall of a dream to try to get back into another dream before?
Yes, I've done
If-
that. Like
All right.
I've
If you're
woken
able
up.
to do that, the
You
next
know-
time you go to sleep, try doing that and see if you can connect with them again. This time, be more observant. Keep your head on a swivel. Be more
make sure you
observant
got
of your
your.
surroundings while
You
you're
need to
there,
have.
and
Right.
make it known that nobody can follow you back.
You need to. You
And see
also
if
need
you
to have
can
some protection
Make
on.
that connection again.
Wear something on that you to keep protection on you.
Well, I always wear my necklace. I don't take it off.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah,
in case
sometimes
you take
that just
stuff
ain't
off.
enough because they'll
Some
ignore
people
that shit.
do.
A lot
That's
of
what I'm
this,
saying.
a lot of spirits aren't affected by that stuff.
No,
They're
and
ignorant
and
to
it
you know,
and this
so
particular one that
you
I wear
gotta
is so I don't
verbally
get
let
an
them know, hey, you can't come back with me. You know,
right. But the one that I wear too is literally its purpose is to so I don't get an attachment.
That's what
So
I'm
Right.
saying.
they're not gonna attach to me. But that doesn't mean they can't follow me. Is right, you know.
Right, but you don't want to. You don't want somebody jumping on you, attaching themselves to you
Yeah.
while you're there either. That's why I was saying that.
Well, I always have that one on. I never take that off.
Okay.
The one so I don't get any attachments is always on me. I never take
Now I'm like Boomer, like I mean, I'm like you. You said that,
yeah,
about
but
them.
like I said, even those, if the other person doesn't believe in that kind of thing, it's ill effective. It's all
Right.
about your belief system, and if you believe, if you don't believe that this little stone can protect somebody, it's not gonna affect you at all. You're still gonna try. So the best thing that works is like you did. A little late in the game, you did it, but this time, if you can consciously go back there, make
Right.
sure you verbally announce, "Hey, you're not allowed to follow me back home."
right.
All right.
Well, of course, I
It'll have
didn't
the
know
same effect
at the
as
time.
when you got back
Hey,
and something was
Andrew.
there and you told it to leave. So, right. This time you'll know.
Right. because the first time. Let me turn around and say hello to our friends. Sorry.
Hi, Andrew.
I
Hey, Andrew. Oh, by the way, hi, Cody. I didn't say hi earlier. Sorry.
um
Um,
I met Andrew at Texas Front Porch.
Yeah, I like Texas Front Porch. I like them
yeah,
too.
well, he said I could come up on his panel sometime. I was like, man, it'd be an honor to come up on your panel sometime. And he's like,
Oh, that's
I
cool.
put the link out in the chat for that. I'm like, oh, okay, because I don't usually take advantage of those opportunities when, because
Yeah,
I
unless
don't
they
want to
say, yeah.
pop in
'cause-
unannounced, But since he said that, I'm like, yeah, next time I'm at a live stream and I see his link out there, boom, I'm popping up. Shit. You're gonna be that nice about it? Hey, I'll take advantage of that. Shit.
we were very intrigued by the story, Cody, and figuring out the dream. But yet maybe something did happen because take your social media down, you don't know. And I did search for his wife too. I didn't see her, so I don't know what happened. So
Well, maybe they took it off for a reason then.
it could definitely be
Yeah.
something happened,
Yeah.
or they just
I'm
decided
more
social
leaning
media wasn't for them. But he's an IT guy, so that
Right.
those kind of things.
Right.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying like you know how you set somebody over
But
your
if
account
you
or something
have
happens to
any
you?
numbers to any of those people that right. In the event, you're in charge of like doing whatever on my social media.
Right.
But if I were you, like, do you have anyone that you both had a mutual friend that you could talk to about it to see or
That's what I was
to
thinking.
find out what's going on?
You know
with it?
somebody that knows him personally would know?
We love
If
text
still has
forward.
if he still has the same cell phone number, I'm pretty sure I have his cell phone.
Well, if all of his social media is gone and you try to call a cell phone and you get the wrong number or it's not in service anymore, now you really know
Right.
something's going on. Because
Right.
it would have took him to cancel his phone and stuff
Or
like
just
that.
ask Sarah if he's passed on.
Do what?
Told her to ask her spirits if Sarah, if her
All right.
guider,
After
if he's
this,
passed
I
on.
didn't really. This morning, after I, after that, I like went back to sleep,
Right.
and I just fell dead asleep. I don't remember anything that happened after that, And then I woke up again late, and I was doing stuff, so I didn't,
You didn't think
I
about
didn't
it.
bring it up. I didn't ask anybody any
Right.
questions. So.
I don't know who this Ed guy you're talking about, Andrew.
Eddie, maybe. Oh,
see, there you go again. You can't let me have fun.
I'm sorry.
Just mind your business. Mind your business. No, I'm just kidding. You know where I got that?
Like an interference? Yeah. Well, I think it's too because I had my other phone very close to here because I was looking at the social media. So that was
Hey,
my
Bailey,
fault.
how are you?
Hi, Bailey. Hope you're feeling well today.
Hi, Bailey.
Oh, good, Andrew. I'm glad to see another one.
Kelly thinks she missed something. What she missed?
Hi, Kelly. Yeah, well, Kelly, you missed our story, so I already told it twice. My dream. I don't know whether anybody want to hear it again.
Andrew, the more like us that come around, the easier it is for me to be able to put up next window sign, like I had to do the other night with Christina. I got to put up my next window sign because I get them coming through.
Are they coming at you now?
Yeah, because you have a little Boomer. You're muted.
I don't know how he did it, but he did it.
Yeah, you're muted. Boomer.
he still talking? Not paying attention?
He's trying to figure out why he's muted. Somebody muted him.
Yeah, I didn't do it.
No, he muted somebody
I
on his end
know,
muted his computer. There you go.
Some spirit there done muted his ass.
Were you telling me to unmute? I don't know how I got muted. What happened?
Yeah,
We were saying right before
I
you
can't
got
hear you, Christina.
You can't hear me.
I don't hear you, Christina.
Why?
I think StreamYard's muted us all.
No.
I had to unmute my mic from StreamYard.
Okay.
I'm not muted.
No, I hear you, Mary.
No,
Hang
I'm
on.
fine. I've been talking to you.
Did my
You know
shit
I'm
get
not
messed
muted.
up again?
Okay,
Let
Let
tell
me check
Boomer,
my mic settings.
Mary, tell Boomer. Can you hear Mary?
My
Oh,
speaker settings.
I'm talking to him like he can hear
Boomer,
me.
can you hear me? Boomer, can you hear me?
Microphone. Oh, the microphone's right. Oh, hang on. Yep, it did it to me again. Hang on.
Oh, okay.
Ever since I reset up my speakers.
Thank you, James. James, how are you?
All right. Okay, I figured it out. The same thing happened to me on Zoom.
Okay.
After a while, like the platform settings default to my Yeti mic where I used to have my speakers plugged in. Now that I have them plugged in to the computer, it confuses sometimes and it defaults back to the Yeti mic. Then I have to go into the settings and manually switch my speakers.
Oh,
So,
it
I don't
was
know why that does it,
but it shouldn't have muted you for that.
it did. Yeah, I was muted on.
Yeah. So let me
StreamYard.
tell you, right before you were muted while you were talking, there was a whole bunch of disturbance going on with you. So I was like,
Oh, okay.
so we asked you, do you have a spirit there maybe that was trying to talk to you then? And then all of a sudden you got muted. So I was like,
it's a mechanical thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Because it happened to me on my stream earlier with Zoom. Zoom defaulted to my Yeti because I used to have my speakers plugged into my Yeti. But since I got the new speakers, I plug them into the laptop. So every now and again, if I knock this around, the system wants to default my speakers back to the Yeti. So I have to go in and manually adjust it so that the speakers come through the plug-in. So
I haven't been able to do that yet, Andrew. I can talk through my third eye, like kind of telepathically to my spirit guide, but I haven't tried with another telepathic person because I don't know that technically I'm telepathic. I think the spirits are telepathic and they can tell me their messages. I haven't tried with a different telepathic person to see if we can.
Oh yeah, I mean I've crossed over spirits all the way over into Oregon. I had a friend that lived in Oregon and she had there was 3 spirits, 2 young boys and an old man that I spent a month working on trying to get them to cross over. Well, the first boy, within hours, he was willing to go because I had my little spirit friends over there helping him. But Danny, the second boy, it took about a week for him to convince him to go. And the old man wasn't going to go until his wife came home, and he didn't realize, wife ain't coming home. You died in 54, Bubba, you know? It's like, so it took about a month to finally get him to realize he needs to move on, and that's where he'll find his wife. But yeah, I live in upstate New York. My friend lived in Ohio.
I've done crossovers like that,
Ohio,
but I did it like a StreamYards or Facebook Messenger. I'm like, okay, turn on your
that's what I did. Facebook Messenger.
Let me see the spirits, and then so I didn't telepathically communicate with spirits from Texas. I just crossed them over, but through like it was through
I communicated with them from Oregon. Well, I was able to communicate with the first. I keep forgetting his name. Danny just wouldn't talk. I'd be able to communicate with him if he was willing to talk. The old man I couldn't communicate with. That was the biggest problem. That's why it took so long. I had to get my friend to kind of like mediate for me to get the old man to go cross over.
Right.
I don't know why, but the other boy, we talk just like, I do with any of my other spirits.
Well, yeah, but
And,
they can come to you. I don't know telepathically if I could think of like Mary.
Yeah. It's
We
more of a
weren't on the
telepathic
phone or
connection.
something.
Yep.
Yeah, if Mary and I weren't on the phone, I don't know that I can mind speak her from New York to Indiana and she'll answer me, without like being.
Well, I can't do it with people. That's the thing. I can't do it with live people, but spirits I can.
Right, but he was saying, I think Andrew was saying a live person he can communicate with, and I was like, oh, I have
Hamilton,
that. I have.
Oregon, very strange area. I have driven through the Yuma.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bailey.
Indian. They had that Bigfoot sighting. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, Oregon is infamous for Bigfoot sightings, aren't they?
Turn you this way for a second.
I might could, Christina. There's no guarantee to that. Maybe it's something we need to try.
What's that?
Yeah, we could try it one day.
Communicate telepathically?
Yeah.
Wish I could do that. I think what it is, because spirits don't have that thick insulator of a vessel, signals come out easier. And the only insulation they have to deal with is my own. But coming from me to them, they seem to receive very well. They receive a lot better than I do.
Right. Well, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, and human to human telepathic communication, there's that factor, that insulator that doesn't allow the signal to go out as strong and clear. So there's that blockage. You know what I mean?
That's what I was thinking. You need like a third party, which would be a mediator spirit, like one of the guides. Like, okay,
right.
I want to send Mary this message. Can you send it and come it back? Her message.
Yeah, it's like trying to play paintball with somebody, and each of you are in a different house with walls between you. You're not going to hit each other,
Right. Well, that's why I think you need a third party, like a.
I want to go back to my hometown.
Like the spirit guide to go.
I'll tell you, that's one place I would never go back to is my hometown. That place is a fucking cesspool now. Oh, Pendleton. How long have you been away from your hometown? See,
so there were some new people who came in. So did anyone have any dreams last night? Weird dreams? Anybody come visit you yesterday? I'm just curious. Even though probably it was an isolated.
I'm thinking you're on your own with that one. But, are you trying to find like a holiday connection? Is that what it is? Like a connection to the holidays with the dream?
Well, what
do you think your dream was associated with the holidays? I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Well, people usually during the holidays, spirit and regular people usually try to communicate with their loved ones or past people they knew or whatever. So I'm thinking that maybe I'm not the only one who was visiting, or somebody was visiting them,
I'll tell you, anybody I know, any of my family members, dead or alive, they don't want to communicate with me off holidays. So why would they want to communicate me on holidays? Well, that probably explains why I don't experience dreams like that in the holidays. Nobody wants to come visit me and talk to me. Shit. Living or dead.
Yeah,
Except you guys.
I had a
You guys
lot
are
of
always there.
dreams, plural, James. What were they? James just came in, so you didn't hear my dream, but we'll have to go. You'll have to go back for.
They
But
scared of me also.
I'm curious. I'm curious what your weird dream was.
What? James T had a dream?
He had multiple weird dreams last night, so I'm curious.
Where did you see that? Yes, I have. A lot of weird. Oh, okay. Yeah, see, unless, like I said, unless mine are like very, very vivid, I don't remember them.
Well, I normally don't remember a lot of them, but ones that are scary and weird
Well,
and
that would be a vivid dream. Yeah.
yeah,
Something that seems like it's really happening.
or that it's like even that one that I had
Lucid, not vivid.
after we got off the live stream. It was a long dream, Boomer. It wasn't short,
Right,
and I remembered it, and you were in it. So,
I gotta
you know,
correct myself though.
weird.
I used the wrong terminology. I meant to say lucid, not vivid.
right.
I had vivid dreams, but unless they're very lucid dreams, like it feels like it's real life, I usually forget them.
right.
The ones that wake me up in the middle of the night with cold sweats, those are the ones I remember. Or hard, never mind.
Oh, that's fabulous, James. And now,
Andrew,
Were
I want to address something. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Andrew says, Pendleton, Oregon. That was a very strange thing. That's not what I learned to read. He said he used to astral project travel. I don't anymore because I almost missed my body the last few times coming back to humanity. Laughing out loud. Well, if you're astral projecting, you have like this tethered string that is attached to your body that it's like an energy string that goes to your body to wherever you're at. So technically it snaps you back into your body. I don't think you're going to miss your body. I think you may thought you was going to miss your body, but
there's been documented occasions about how people who experience out of body experiences gone so far that they can't find their way back. And in that time that's going on, during that phenomena, people who come across them in that state, they literally look dead, right? So they'll be like, they'll think maybe they died of something, and they move the body to a different location, like hospital or morgue, whatever, and which extends the time it takes for their spirit to come back and find their body again.
well, I can understand that.
Known to
But
happen.
that's not what he's saying.
So if he was so far gone that he almost missed coming back, I could believe that. I mean, because if somebody had moved his body from the location, he probably would have never came back.
Well,
you know what I'm saying? Because that has happened. I mean, that tether ain't 100%. Just like a condom ain't 100%. Okay, condoms aren't 100%. Neither are tethers.
Right.
Lifelines aren't 100%.
Well, what I'm saying is that I don't think that he was, none of that happened. I think he just, I don't know how far he was to wherever he went, the distance wise, but I mean, he'd have to go really, really, really far.
Yeah, but it could be the time too, not only the
Kelly.
Yeah, it could be the amount of time you're away from your body too, not only how far you go.
Right. That actually happened to me. Luckily, during my out-of-body experiences, without my near-death experience, aside from the near-death, when I had three 3 astral projection experiences. And luckily, none of them went any further than my ceiling. But on the last one, right at the last moment, I woke up, looked above me, and there's my spirit floating with my back like thumping against the ceiling. And then suddenly, as soon as I opened my eyes, it came back to me. And I felt it like hit me like a ton of bricks. Like I felt the thump of it coming back to me. I only done it 2 other times, and I could only view myself from my spirit view. And every time I did it, like I'd come out, I'd look down, I'd see my body in my bed. As soon as I hit the ceiling, I would feel a cold feeling going up and down my back. As soon as I hit the ceiling, boom, I was snapped back. I could never go further than my ceiling. But on that last one, my physical body woke up, looked at me, and saw me coming back. That was weird.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry if I cut you off, Mary.
No, you're fine.
I know that.
I was
Come on.
looking at, I was reading James Foot about, he said he had one showing him his past life where he had 6 kids, had a wife and 6 kids.
Yeah, that's what I wrote. I was like 6 kids. Wow. But that's where his spirit guides had him travel yesterday night. So I would say that it is maybe where there's a lot of energy around because it's the holiday.
Andrew must have left because he's not on here, right? And he's not saying anything for a while. Well, not since that, so I don't know if he left or what, but
Yeah, he could have went to get a snack.
Or giving power to the spirits. That's a possibility too. There's a lot of atmospheric static electricity going on that could be charging spirits too. I don't know where the hell they are. They ain't here anymore. I mean, but I usually have so much more activity here than I have been lately. It's crazy.
Well, yeah, Jen, because that last one you had, and I don't want to say anything because, we did it in Messenger, but the last dream that you had was definitely that.
Death
So-
or life in my dreams. I've done that through visions before. I wasn't sleeping. I was wide awake. And several different occasions throughout my life, I've had visions, premonitions of me standing in front of my own headstone with my birth date and death date on it.
But she had where, and just to interrupt you 1 second, she had where a spirit went with her and showed her his and his wife demise in her dreams.
Right.
So it must have been someone they communicated with on the spirit box, and then he showed her what happened to them. Super interesting.
I'm glad I don't know. I'm glad they would show me mine.
Very huge book. When
I know sometimes I think you just know that your time is close. That people just know at times, that they feel it or something, something tells them. Or,
Hey, Eli.
Yeah. Oh, fuck.
my mom knew. My mom
Anyway.
told me she wasn't going to make it. And
He'll be here a minute and then leave without a word.
I said, what makes you say that? She said, I just know. And, she's seen her brothers and sisters that had passed before her.
Look down at my body.
She's seen them before she died. All standing there waiting for her.
Oh, yeah.
Look at it. He doesn't even say hi to me anymore.
My
You're
Oh, there you
everywhere.
go.
my
20
aunt and
minutes
uncles all
later.
did that. I've all done that. all
You're
of them have seen
cooking.
their
Let me
film
guess.
before.
Your idea of cooking is throwing a pizza in the oven, right?
Eli must be here because I can't get a word in edgewise.
Sorry, Mary.
I'm teasing, Boomer.
I gotta give him hell because he was at my live. He was the first one in my fucking live stream earlier when I was doing the test thing with 2 live streams going, and
Yeah.
he was there, commented 5 times. But as soon as I mentioned, "Hey, you want to come up on the panel and test that out?" Nothing after that. He just like disappeared.
I know he
left. I'm
pops
like,
in,
all right,
says hi, and leaves.
fuck you. It's like shit.
And he's done you that way several times lately.
Hey, he always does me like that. Shit.
Yeah.
I may not always be watching you, Eli, but I got my spies out there looking in. They know when you've been naughty. They know when you're being nice.
What are you cooking, Eli?
Oh, God, here we go. He's going to spend 3 hours explaining what he's cooking now. You had to ask.
Oh, that's nice. Merry Christmas to you too. Yeah. Oh, Christina's
Why
making
is
popcorn.
it every time I start talking, it makes people think I'm going to get popcorn?
I don't know, man, but they do. They get popcorn and a snack usually. I'd get one.
Right?
I'd be eating now too if I had something in front of me.
I made some kick-ass bran muffin cake last night. Turned out pretty good. Pineapple. It's like a version of.
Eli.
It's like a version of pineapple upside down cake, but with bran, muffin type, whatever.
All right. Oh
'Cause
yeah.
I didn't have muffin pans, so I just did it in a cake pan, but it turned out all right.
Well, I use cake pan. I make it like a cake, like in a cake pan all the time. Just cut
Yeah,
it
I think the
square.
only mistake I think I doubled up on the eggs. I think I used 4 eggs. I think I should have used 2.
Yeah, Eli, I got a
It
nice
came out really,
3-big
really
one.
dense. So, excuse me.
I just moved in it last month in the middle of the month. Watch
Oh
what.
yeah, that's too many eggs, Boomer.
And did you make?
Oh yeah,
the
Eli. Listen to this. Eli's always talking about how he's always watching and paying attention. He didn't know Mary had already moved 2 years ago. It's been 2 years. Where you been, Eli?
I didn't move 2 years ago.
See, nobody lets me have my fun. Damn it.
I know.
Between you and Christina, I'm never going to have any fun anymore.
Damn mirrors up on the ceiling. No, I don't damn mirrors up on the ceiling. You crazy? I
Popcorn.
heard.
Where the fuck did that come from?
Awesome. You have mirrors up on the ceiling.
Who said anything that would put the idea of mirrors on the ceiling in his head?
I don't know. What
Yeah.
the hell that come from? I don't know. But
Right?
anyway,
I'm like, fucking Eli, really, bro.
Eli, did you
Boomer made
make
me
meatballs yourself?
Donuts. Chris.
Or did you buy the package?
Christ, I'm making everybody hungry just by opening my mouth. Yeah, we got better things to do, like eat cake and popcorn, than to listen to Boomer.
I think Eli talking about food made me hungry.
You ain't got my dirty mind. That was the last thing. The last thing in my mind would be mirrors on the ceiling of Mary's
Yeah, that's the last thing on my mind too.
house. So I'm just
I
saying,
mean,
that's
I
all
don't have-
you, Eli.
I don't
All
have the
you.
body for that anymore. I mean, really.
I get that cake in a
No.
few weeks. Remember?
I never had.
Well,
the-
happy birthday in a few weeks, Bailey.
I really don't feel like it. I just turned 61 2 weeks ago.
61. You're 9 years older than I am. No. Yeah. Wait. I can't add in my head.
That sounds right, Kelly.
6 years older than I am.
I'm going to say it's not 9 years. I think it's
6
6.
years.
I think
6 years
we
older.
figured it before.
Yeah, because Cab just turned 60 last summer, and he's only 5 years older than me. So yeah, 61 would make it 6 years older. Yeah.
Yeah, he's younger than I am.
Hey, I had a
You know
stroke
what?
last night. Damn it. Okay.
James and Kelly.
Well, thanks, Bailey. See. At least somebody appreciates Boomer's yappiness.
Yeah. James and Kelly, you know, that might be where they got the idea for the Matrix, put the thing in the back of your neck.
James, at least it wasn't my GG grandfather. He had 22 kids, and one of his sons, Mike, had 14. Holy shit, that's a lot of kids.
Wow, that is a lot. Wow.
If the twins weren't stillborn, my grandmother would have had 14 kids. If I remember right.
Well,
Let's
there
see
was
if I can
11. My mom had 11 brothers and sisters.
Robert,
So,
Lloyd, Brown, Kenny,
11 people watching. There's that
and she was
number.
just out of the bunch.
Bessie, Ginger, Mom, and okay, it would have been 10. The twins would have made it 10. But still, that's a lot of freaking kids.
Yeah, Mom was.
My grandma
youngest.
was a tiny little thing too.
So they used to have big families, but it's too expensive to. I would have had more kids, but it's too expensive to take care of them.
Yeah, could you imagine growing up with 9 other siblings in a home the size of a caboose?
I know. My aunt
That's
had
how my
5
mom
girls
explained
in
her
a
growing up.
2-bedroom apartment in Brooklyn. So, yeah.
Right? Oh shit! I can't imagine growing up in Brooklyn, let alone a small apartment in Brooklyn.
Yep, Scott. And that picture,
Fucking New Yorkers.
that picture, Scott, that's on my Facebook or my Messenger. I don't know about my Messenger, but my Facebook. I was 54 in that picture, but I don't look it.
I'm surprised anybody born and raised in Brooklyn after the 60s even survived.
I say I was 45. I was 54 in that picture. Did I say 54? I was 54 in the
So
picture.
what? That was what?
Facebook.
20 years ago? That picture's 20 years old, did you say?
No, it's 54. So it'd be 8 years ago.
No, it'd be 9
It was
years
taken
ago.
just before I moved in the apartment. And just before I had surgery that messed me up.
No, it'd been 7 years ago. 4 plus 7 is 11.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, you're right. But it was just, it was just before or right after. I think it was after. I think it was after I come home from the rehab.
But if you guys want to know what I look like in high school, just take a look at me now. I ain't changed a bit since high school. Okay? I'm still.
Shit, I've lost all my hair.
I gotta get a new pair of sunglasses.
I've got very little hair left, and I'm not exaggerating on that, am I? I'm going
You
bald.
have what left?
I said I don't have any hair left. I've lost all my hair.
Have you gone into the wig stage yet?
It literally is falling out. No, but I'm almost there.
What about the Rogaine? Does that work for you?
I don't know. I haven't tried it. I'm going to have to.
Try hormone treatment. That worked for my dad.
Really? I've been telling them all
I swear you not.
I've been telling them all along my hormones is messed up, and they keep telling me they're not, and I keep telling them they are. Because my hair falls out by the handful, and I'm not exaggerating.
But that could also be. My sister's losing her hair, and she's only she's 6 years younger than I am. They said She was allergic to soy. Okay, now you can go.
Stress
Can
can
I
do it
finish
too,
now?
but I'm not stressed out
When-
like that.
When my dad was going through cancer treatments, and this is one thing he would always kind of jokish, braggish about, he would brag that he was the only person to ever actually gain hair going through cancer treatment because of this new hormonal treatment they use for his pancreatic cancer. For 3 or 5 years, I can't remember how long he had to do it. Every 6 months or so, he had to get an injection. And throughout his treatment, his hair started getting fuller, and it was just hormone treatments. And I was like, oh, cool. But now he's just like withered away to something unrecognizable. So since they put
My
him in
mom,
home.
she never lost any of her hair. None of it during
Yeah.
treatments.
My
I think
mom
it depends on the
Took
type of
treatments for
cancer and the type
11
of
weeks.
treatment too. I'm not
Every
sure.
day
but-
I took her into treatments every day, Monday through Friday, all week long. For 11
Doesn't-
weeks, we went to treatments.
True.
Me with
without
2 babies and
her hair, man.
literally 2 babies because I had one while she was in the hospital having her lung surgery.
20
And
all have a long ass time.
nearly 13 months apart, so I had to have a double stroller.
Oh, it's just
And everybody were in the hospital for treatments.
She won't tell me. Huh?
Thank God my husband at the time, he had a really, really good job, paying job at the time. And, I could take her and the kids and I'd take her to eat and I'd make her eat. That's how I'd get her to eat. I'd take her out to eat.
Oh, there you go.
I mean, do what you had to do to
When was the Roman Wars? Like how long ago was it?
Yeah.
What was that era called? During the Roman uprisings of whatever that era was called. That's at least how old my soul is.
Right,
That
Kelly.
was my memory. My first previous life memory was back then being a Roman soldier running up this hill in the midst of battle and receiving a spear in my heart. That's the only thing I remember from that previous life. And then there was 2 others after that. One, I was a cowboy in the Wild Wild West, who got gunned down during a high noon shooting, a high noon shootout or whatever. And the last one was in the late 20s, early 30s, probably in the Chicago area somewhere. I was gunned down by a couple of gangsters in the street. So my soul is at least however old the Roman Empire was. 3,000 years? Maybe? I don't know.
I don't know, but
However long ago that was.
funny enough, like I had this weird idea that like my soul was super old, and I was talking to Tina, and she's like, "Oh my God, I saw you in my past life, reading vision." She had she wanted to do a past life reading,
Past
and
life regression.
yeah, she ended up having like a vision, I guess, with it.
Yeah, it's a past life regression.
And she's like, "I saw you there, and we were with the wise men, like in the Bible, like that old, like back to."
Yeah.
I'm like, "We were there?" And she's like, "I saw you there," and I was like, "Okay, that's weird."
Wait, are we talking BC?
Yep.
I think that's back when the Romans invaded. Back like 10 BC or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, mine was that far back.
Yeah, because she said, yeah, because we were with one of the wise men. And I was like, what? Really? I'm going, damn, I'm old.
Yeah. I like coming across other old souls because it gives you that camaraderie that you don't get with people with younger souls. Like your linear age really has nothing to do with it. When we say
Right.
young soul, it means like from the moment you were born, you received a fresh, unused, unrecycled soul. That's a new soul or a young soul. So like you can be
Well,
like 100 years old, but you like your soul is as old as you are linearly because that's a new soul. To me, like when I say I like old souls, I'm talking about like it could be a 5-year-old kid, but that soul could have lived 1,000 times before that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's like I get along with old souls, not people necessarily. I can't get along with people for the most part anyway. But if I come across somebody with an old soul like mine, whether they're 5 or 50, I get an instant connection with them.
that'd be
And
me.
I can relate with them. Roman
Ah,
Empire
that's
was
why Boomer
in
loves us.
27 BC. Okay, thanks, Kim. Yep,
I can
that's
say that
about 3,000 years ago, right?
when I say
Approximately.
somebody's got a young soul, it means it's younger than 10 years, 10 years and less, 10 years or less, you know, or 10 times out or less, you know what I mean? Of being born, whatever you want to call it. Just a new soul. And that's how I look at it. Well, there's a new soul, and there's a young soul, and then
Well,
there's new soul,
there's
young soul,
linear
old soul.
age. There's linear age, and then there's spiritual age. Okay, it for the
Right,
most part, it doesn't matter your linear age.
right,
Okay, what matters is how many times that spirit has relived, you know, throughout. So
my soul is old.
like if you could be a newborn baby with 1,000-year-old soul. You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
It
Right,
depends on what process did they decide to do when that spirit energy, that soul, is placed inside that
right,
baby just before it's born.
right. I'm telling, that's what I
Yeah.
mean. That even though it's, I say 10 years, what I mean is it's been reborn 10 years. It may be 10,000 years old, the soul itself, but the soul is still a young soul compared to mine or compared to yours.
You're saying not 10 years, 10 times reborn.
10
Right,
cycles.
10 times reborn,
Yeah.
however you want to put that.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that they're young. I mean, it's a young soul still, and
Yeah.
not compared to ours. Like we've been out
2,229 years ago.
we've been out a long time.
Okay, thanks,
I mean,
Kim.
you know,
Wow. Yeah, that is a long time ago.
Yep. That's my very first memory of a previous life was I was a Roman soldier and I got killed in battle. 2,229 years ago.
I don't know. I haven't figured out how old mine is, but I know it's pretty old.
Well,
I
I
know
would have
that-
never known
I know
if
that
it wasn't
since
for
it's
those recollections of previous lives. I would have never known. I would have never thought about it.
Well, I've had,
You know, so
I know I go back to, I'll put you
it's
like this.
not
I know I go
easy
back
to
to
figure out.
2016 or
Yeah.
2016.
I mean,
know
it's
I go
not
back
easy to
to,
figure out until you've had that, though. You know what I mean?
right. I know I go back to the 1600s, what I was trying to say. I
Do
do
you
know that.
remember an event that you
But
were
I
a part
think
of
it
back
was
then?
more than that. I think I'm before that too, though. Do I remember something from then?
Yeah.
Yes, I remember
Like, do
walking
you
down
remember being a part of that era and something specific you've done?
oh, I was a witch, and I remember walking down a Pebble Street. I can see it
RPI.
just
Hi,
plain as
sweetheart.
day.
All right.
And
right.
Christina's with me, Kim's with me,
Right.
Sherry's with me. Um,
RPI,
let's
what's
see.
up?
Oh God, there's some more. Anyway, Drew and
Misty.
who?
Misty.
Yeah, Misty, and we was all there walking down the street together.
So
But yes,
you
I remember
guys
that.
were a coven back in the day, and then
Right.
re-met later on
In this era. Yes,
this
that's
era.
why we feel like there's something that's why we've come back together is because there's something that we're
Yeah,
here for.
because
It's Boomer. It's Boomer RPI.
it's
I just put that up there as a joke.
because I think that it alike energies that have been together all these years just stay together. Like, it was funny because Danny said to me, I had a weird vision the other day that you were like talking to
Right.
someone,
I'm not being all
and I know the energy, and I can place her,
you turn that one
and
off,
you know, it was a long time ago, so your last one of your previous
maybe.
lives. And he's like, and I know it was somebody I know. And he's like, but it wasn't like Mary. He was like, I can't place it. And I go, was it a spirit? And he's like, I said, could it be a spirit that you know? And he's like, well, I guess. Why? And I said, because one of the spirits here said she knew me, that I was a duchess, and I forgot what duchess she said, and she was a duchess of another area. Like she was like, let's say she was the duchess of I don't know, one was York and one was another one, right? And she goes, oh, you were this duchess and I was that duchess. And Danny saw us talking together like in a garden.
Damn it.
And then when I said, is it this one? And he's like, oh my God, yeah. And I'm like, it was just so random that he had that, but I guess because she came here, the spirit, that's why he got that vision. But we were like duchesses in our last lives, two different places, and we knew each other.
What'd you ask him about me though? What'd you say?
I told him.
Or he said it was something about.
No, he goes, it wasn't Mary. I said, what do you mean? He goes, no, it wasn't Mary. It was somebody you know, and I know. I knew their energy. I just can't place the face.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh yeah.
Old baby looks at you like you're an idiot. Oh yeah, Kelly, I get that. I've had experiences like that too. I just don't mention it to the parents because I know I would get that look or they'd shun away from me or whatever, you know. So I don't mention it to the individuals. But I feel it, I sense it, and I see it in their faces. You know, newborn baby, you know, I'm like,
I believe
that. It's an old soul. You got recycled.
Right.
And I discovered
recycled.
I must have not have coined that term either, because I just discovered somebody on one of Texas, I think it was, somebody on one of Texas live streams used that same terminology, and I thought I came up with that on my own, like the whole recycled terminology of souls and stuff, like because that's what felt right to me. And I heard somebody else word it just like that, and I was like, wow, I'm not the only one that, you know, feels that way about it. Like, I was surprised as hell to hear another person use that terminology. I was like, damn, maybe I'm not such an oddball. You know?
Well, I don't consider me recycled. I just considered me needed. Okay, I'm needed here, so that's why they sent me back here.
James, I didn't use no numerology or nothing like that. What I got it from is that
She got a
we,
vision.
yeah, it was like I knew it what time frame it was,
Yeah.
and they all did too. And
Yeah,
when
you
I
can pretty much get a good sense of what era it's in based on what you can observe around you, like
right,
the garb
and
you're wearing, the atmosphere
right, we all
around
had
you, and things
long
like
dresses
that.
on, and
You have to
you know
kind of
at that time,
guesstimate. You have to kind of guesstimate like the specific time, but the era fits.
hi
Right.
Auntie.
Now I'm sounding
Well,
like
that's
a
like
fucking New Yorker.
yeah,
Error,
the
error,
error.
fucking New
The error
Yorker.
fit.
Anyways,
Um, the well, that was when I was 12. I went
I
to
gotta pee. Be right back.
between Pennsylvania and Virginia, and I had this after I went to this place, I had this reoccurring dream, and I knew it was me, but now I was 12. I was seeing out of my eyes, so I was me, but older. I could tell from my hands when I opened the door. And I had this reoccurring dream from the age of 12 to 19, and then it stopped. Obviously, I didn't get whatever message they were trying to give me, but I know it was a past life that I was viewing through because
No,
I
they
was there,
suffer a
you
lot.
know?
What are you doing?
Yeah, no, I believe that, Kelly, because Kelly said we reincarnate in groups, soul groups, and play different roles. I believe that because, like I said, I really feel that like we all met for a reason, um, that we have, connected for reasons because we knew each other before, you know? I take my power back as an oddball. Yeah, so that was the only real past life kind of thing that I had. Welcome back, Nike. Was that reoccurring dream from a place that I went to when I was 12. I had severe deja vu that I wouldn't go into the place. And then I had that reoccurring dream of me being older, going into the place where I didn't want to go and seeing some stuff and turning around to wake up. And it was the same exact dream that whole all those years. So I knew that I was there. I knew that it was a past life. I just didn't know why they were showing to me or what the message was, you know?
Right,
Right.
right. Damn, Nike, ain't it past your bedtime?
Well, maybe it's vacation time because it's Christmas week. Do you have off
See, there
tomorrow?
you go again. There you go again. Always got to reiterate everything I say to somebody.
Okay, I can
Can I
I can
just mess
say
with
that.
somebody one time?
Okay, all right. 4
What was
days
that,
off
Mary?
are good for you.
Yeah, I was gonna say I can't, I'm trying to think of what I was gonna say though. It was something I've been waiting
Sorry.
to talk, so I didn't. Um, about it, I think personally that this is a theory I have. I don't know if anybody else feels this way or what, or thinks this way, but I think that all of us, I think all of us knew whether we are sisters in a past life, which I know the ones that I was with, but anyway, at that time. But not only them, I think that there is, like you, Boomer, I think that you was around somewhere in that era too with us. I think that we all know each other, like we
Yeah, I
find
was that
each other
asshole going around hanging witches.
right. we find each other in our next life. That's what I'm saying. We,
Oh,
that
maybe
we
Boomer's trying to make
come
up for hanging
together.
us all. Maybe.
Well, I think we come together for reasons like that we're basically teaching people and stuff, or helping people and teaching people. I think that we just we've known each other for many, many times over, not just this time. And I think people come into our lives and go out of our lives that in each lifetime, yes. But there's certain ones that is there in your life every lifetime. Do y'all feel that way?
Oh yeah.
Do you feel like you switch up
It's like when you meet
like
somebody and you go, "Oh my God, I feel like I've known you forever." After 2 words, because you
you
probably
feel like
have, you know.
right?
Well,
Or you
that's the
feel
way
like
it was with. That's the way it was with me and Lou. Instantly, we both felt it. You know.
and you feel like that you say like your husband or whatever, say like you switch up roles, like this time around this one would be my husband, or next time around it'd be whatever.
Yeah.
Like your brother, yeah.
Right, that's what I'm saying. And you don't, but he's not your brother in that lifetime, he ends up being your husband. You're right. Do you feel that way too?
Any teaching.
Yeah.
You feel like the roles can switch?
Yeah, and I'm hoping that this time I can break some of my family away. I have to figure out how to do it so that I don't come
Well, I
across
wouldn't mind
again in
having
my
a family if I could pick out which ones that I was a
I
husband.
gotta ask, what the
Oh,
hell you mean by that, Nike? I never claimed to be a teacher.
No, she just, because Mary said maybe we came back to teach people stuff, and she grouped you in, Mary, with us, and then so that's what she meant.
Well, we do teach people. We teach people, or we explain to them how this works, how as best as we know,
Right.
because we've been doing it for how long? Years.
I just wanted to answer something that RPI wrote. So, RPI, I personally, like I said, how I came across that I knew this was a past life is my parents took me on a vacation when I was 12. And as soon as I went up to the specific spot, and my mother wanted to go in, it was a barn. So we went to this farmhouse, and the lady was turning butter on the stairs, and I was fine with that. But as soon as we got near the barn, my mother wanted to go in and see the barn. I don't know what was in the barn because I did not go. As soon as I went within 10 feet of that barn, I got this crazy feeling like I've been there before. And I said to her, "No, I'm not going in." Why? I'm like, "No, I was there before." And she's like, "Oh, that's just deja vu." And I'm like, "I don't care what you call it. I'm not going in there." She's like, "Fine, suit yourself." And I stayed outside. And after that, I had a recurring dream of me entering that barn when I was older. I couldn't see myself. I just knew I was older from my hands. Then I was 12, remember? And every night I had the dream from 12 to 19 that I was walking into this barn. I would open the door. I would see my older hands. And I know I was wearing some kind of dress. When I would look down, I could see my feet, but I couldn't see myself. I'm seeing out of my eyes.
Did a bunch of zombies come out of the barn?
No, and I walk into the barn. It's a regular barn. There's no animals or anything, but there was hay. It was 2 stories, and it had those, pillars that hold up the ceiling. It was all wood. And there was something either carved or written, or there was a note on one of the pillars. I said, "Oh, I got to go read that note." And every time I got close enough to kind of make out what was on that, a noise would happen from behind me. I'd spin around and I'd wake up.
Well, that sucks. They didn't give you time to make out in the barn. I'd be mad too.
Yeah.
But you
But
know where that
so
reference came from that I said, did you find
you're right. There's
zombies
no
in
such thing
bars?
as coincidence.
Did you ever see TWD? The Walking Dead?
Oh
When they
yes,
first came onto the farm and they had all the zombies in that barn and shit, thinking they could
yeah.
change them. That's why I said that. I hate
That's
having to
right,
explain a
James. You were
joke
supposed to find us. It's right.
on y'all because I was.
And I just addressed what Nike put. She said, hope you have you ever been able to describe an event that happened before you was born, but you can
Yeah.
tell everything about that event. I don't. That with my I done that. What she means, I done that
Yeah.
with my great grandma's funeral. I've done that, not with a funeral, but I have done things that I shouldn't. Like I said earlier, telling people things that I shouldn't know anything about.
Right.
Or how do I know it? I don't know how I know it. I just know it. I mean, I don't know.
Right. And maybe, Kim, I remember I asked Sarah, my spirit guide, I said, was that a past life? And she said, yes. At that time that I asked her, I was just starting out with this. And I couldn't communicate like I can now. I should probably ask them again, like now that I can kind of communicate better.
I
If they tell me, like, there was a message in there, obviously, that I missed. And can I know it now, or what the situation was? No. Now I
I
can
have
hear
to
them better.
disagree with one thing somebody mentioned in the comments about we're here for a purpose. We're not here by accident. I have to, because the only reason why I'm here is because Christina charges me monthly installments to be her friend and come in here and be on the panel. So
Well, you're
that was
late
a
with your
business
payment,
arrangement.
okay?
That's
I'm
a
gonna send
business
you your
arrangement.
invoice later. $60,
I'll never
please.
get paid. Oh my God.
House, they had the funeral and
Suggest Mary I can describe the house that had the funeral in it to a T, wallpaper and everything. People in my family do not understand how I know that.
yeah, I don't remember any of those events, but I feel like I've had them. With all my concussions in my life and all that bullshit, head injury. I can't remember 95% of my fucking growing up from age 0 to age 19. So, and even the early adulthood is a little hazy. So, I do feel like I've had experiences that I just can't recall. You know what I'm saying?
Well, and like, and I used to have a lot of experiences when I was younger. I realized I thought that I was going deaf. Funny enough.
Hey, Sammy.
And hey, Sammy. And I went to the doctor and they checked my ears. I couldn't hear, especially out of my right ear. And, I kept, and this was actually probably around that same age, 13, 14. So I could not hear out of my right ear, like super low it was, right? And I went to the doctor and they couldn't find anything wrong with my ears. And, but they could tell I couldn't hear. So then they're like, well, maybe we're going to get her hearing aids or whatever. And I was like, oh no, I can't do that. I'm going into high school and just fuck it. It's fine. I can hear enough of what I need to hear. Right. And I was sitting in music class, probably like almost a year after. So my hearing was so bad. And I was sitting in music class and all of a sudden my ear popped and I could hear. It was so loud that I covered my ears. I was having like a literal panic attack because everything was so loud. It sounded like, you have the radio on regular and someone turns it all the way up. And I was flipping out. I had to leave the class. I went to the nurse. She's like, oh, from not being able to hear, it took me like almost like 2 weeks to get like what do you say, acclimate myself to the new fact that I could hear. A few months ago, when I was really doing a lot of spirit work, I didn't realize that my ear was the same thing, as it was when I was younger, probably because I don't come across as much stuff as I do, when you're younger, right? So I didn't realize, and all of a sudden my ear popped and everything was loud, and I'm like, holy crap, it's spirit block. So I was having it even when I was younger, even I didn't know what it was. I couldn't understand them. Spirits were trying to talk to me from then. Once I did all my things to clear the spirit block, I realized that's what it was. So all the way from that time, things, now it comes to me like, holy crap, I had all this time, like spirits were trying to talk to me and I didn't realize,
All right.
So
Who wants to take Bailey's question first?
okay, wait, Sammy, hi. Sammy is sick. Oh, I'm so sorry, Sammy. You get better, sweetheart. Okay. Oh, okay, I answer, and then you can give your opinion. If they're meant to be in your life, yes. And most likely, the people closest to you now will be in your next life or were in your previous life in some form or another. It won't be your same. They might not be your friends this time. It may be one of them that you were really close to, might be your mother in your next life, but they'll be in your circle. I call it a circle. They'll be in the circle of energies that you always flock to because you're used to their energy.
Right.
All right. So I believe in each life, we learn who we feel comfortable being around or being with, depending on the relationship. And in our next life, we base that off from the lessons we learned in the previous. For instance, if I came across an individual in one life that didn't turn out to be the best of people, I'm not going to be drawn to that person's spirit in the next life. But the ones who I get along with, it's a larger possibility that we will meet up again in another life. Sometimes we'll get along in that next life. Sometimes we won't, because things do change. Life is ever changing, even in the living and afterlife. It's ever changing. Nothing ever stays the same. So the people I know today in this lifetime, a lot of them I hope to meet again in another lifetime, but I know some of them I won't. Some of them I'm good with that.
Yeah, will.
Yes.
But the other side of that coin is, just because there's that individual you don't get along with now, it may change in the next life, and you could be best friends. You never know till you get there.
And did you hear me? Can't get rid of me that easy. I'm not going
following your ass, Boomer.
If you stay the same in the next lives, we'll be getting along. But
Well,
like I said,
stay the
life
same
is
in
ever
the next
changing.
life,
Life is ever changing. Nothing ever stays the
I
same.
will have to say that
So
I'm not saying this to be bragging or anything like that, but I'm just saying that me and Boomer, we get along. I mean, we haven't really had any cross words. Not really.
yeah, I
I
bite
mean-
my tongue a lot. And thank God I don't have no teeth.
Well,
I'm joking. Don't even
I was
comment on
just
that
gonna
because you know
say,
I'm joking.
if you're
okay?
biting your tongue, you're biting your tongue, and it's over something minor. It ain't nothing major because we just don't fight. I mean, but I've seen him get into it.
I haven't fought with
Everybody.
Christina either.
But I'm one of them he's
No.
never fought with.
I fought with Nike.
I know.
I
I've
love
seen it.
fighting with Nike.
You fought with a few of them. But I'm just
Till we
saying
get
that
to the other
Exactly,
level.
Nike. Exactly.
that's
You
how
don't know
well
until
that
you
I
get
know
there.
that
That's
we
right.
are compatibles because we get along. I
Mhm.
mean, I don't mean
It's
compatible
like-
as boyfriend and girlfriend. I mean just compatible.
It's like a brand new movie coming out, right? You see the trailers, it looks awesome. You can't wait to get there. All right, so that's a taste of that part of your life, okay? And then going to the actual movie, let's say, represents going into your next life. You could go to that movie and it be as good as the trailer, or it could suck big time.
Yep.
You never know. Like, you
Yep.
can't base a future event on something that's happening here now because life is ever changing. You don't know what's going to happen next. I mean, I could just decide to say, fuck this, get off here, leave, and never see anybody again, blah, 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 just because I have a hair at my ass. It happens. So, you know, the best thing you can do is look forward to your next life, whether it be living as a spirit eternally on the other side or having another lifetime of being on a physical plane. Either way it happens, just, you know, use this time wisely by feeling good about what's going to happen next and hope that it happens, you know, hoping whatever happens next is, you know, a good
Right.
experience.
Well,
you know
Bailey,
what I'm
like I said, it's
saying? Proof of what
the
other
people
life.
that you're supposed to be around. I feel there's no coincidences is right, like Kelly said.
Right.
So there's a reason why you're not supposed to be friends with them, and you probably will not be friends with them, like Boomer said, in your next life, because you won't be attracted to that energy anymore, you know. So
Right. And Nike's right. There is no proof to anything as of yet. It's just we have to base on what we think may happen based
Right.
on our current experiences in our here and now life. You know?
I just feel like in my soul and in my spirit that I know Boomer from past life. I know Christina from past life, and that they have been in my life all along,
right.
almost since the beginning of my life, of my
Right. Well,
life.
like it's just you're a person who has to see it to believe it. I don't. I'm not that type of person, only because since I've been working with the spirit directly, talking to them and whatever, unless I believe that I'm crazy, I have to believe that this, even though I can't see the spirits, I can hear them, you know, that this is what's going on, right? So, and obviously other people see and or hear spirits too. So I know I'm not crazy, right? But so I have to take, of course, some of the things that they say with a grain of salt. But the other things that they say that sound very believable, especially when, like, my mother would come, or an energy that you know and you trust and would tell you something about the next life, the afterlife, or other.
Right.
You have to.
Yeah.
I believe what they say about it. You know, I mean.
Yep.
Right.
So, but that's me. I don't have to see it. I know my mother wouldn't come down here and make the trip to lie to me about something. You know what I'm saying?
I'm somewhere in between Christina and Nike Girl.
Right.
There are just some things out there that, yeah, I insist that I want to see it before I believe it. But there's some stuff based on my personal experiences in life that I can't deny. Whether it was witnessed by another or not, I know it exists. I know it happened because I experienced it.
That's
So
not the same way.
I'm kind of not on the fence about it, but I'm kind of in between those two
It's like we're
spectrum.
sitting in the middle
Those
going,
two ends
turn
of the
our head
spectrum,
sideways
you know?
to sideways, watching it bounce.
But,
But yeah, I
yeah.
get what you're saying because I feel the same way.
Like cryptids, okay? We all know back in
What,
the day, things that people grew up believing were cryptids, which is the technical term of a cryptid is a being or
A
entity that
species that has
isn't
not
known.
been
Hang
discovered
on.
yet.
Yeah, it isn't known yet until
Right.
so kangaroos were once a cryptid, but when it comes to things like that, I gotta say, like if I didn't know what a fucking kangaroo was back then, I wouldn't believe in kangaroos until it was
Right.
proven to me that it's not just some elusive animal that nobody that people are imagining. It's real, and now we got a name for it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
There's a
but
lot of spiritual aspects of things that I don't really get into because I haven't experienced it, so I'm not gonna,
But
disbelieve
they
or believe.
discover new species every day, tiny
Right.
one, deep
Right.
water.
Yeah.
So you believe that there are beings that we haven't came across yet because people can't go this far into the water, let's say, right?
Because we truly, I never talk about that as a definitive thing, Nike. I know I don't say it's a definitive thing.
Oh no, I don't
That's
know.
why I always just say, we all know based on what we've experienced in this life that things change in the blink of an eye.
Right.
So none of us can ever say, hey, I know you and I, because we're friends now, I know we'll be friends in another life. You can't say that. You can't say that with certainty. Because
No,
you don't know. We don't know until it happens. And I agree with
We're
you.
just going on the experience from our past lives.
Right.
Because
What
all
I can
the
say is
readings and visions, and Mary, when she had that vision, didn't know me, yet I was standing next to her.
right.
In that vision. Until she saw me, she didn't know till she came across my energy. And even when she first met me, she didn't realize until she really recognized my energy from being there, so we could only go by what we know from our past
I didn't
lives,
know Kim.
being in so many past lives together that most
I didn't
likely
know.
we're meant to be together in the next one since we've been together in so many other ones. It's just like what do they call it? A hypothesis of from if you go from the past history, that maybe like history is bound to repeat itself, kind of.
Well, until I seen their faces, I didn't realize that that's who they were.
Right.
And that's that they were with me, and it's like they show me the faces in the vision or the past life experience that I've seen, and I know it was past life because I'm not the one that. I tell you, two of us had the exact same vision, almost.
Right. I want to respond to Nike real quick here.
Different.
Nike, does it give you any comfort at all that my mom here in the now in this lifetime did exactly that? Does that comfort you at all? I've had to pick my own switches. Okay, I had to go out back to the lilac tree, mind you. Now, anybody ever got whooped with a lilac branch knows. Okay, so it wouldn't be a new experience for me, Nike.
All I can say when I was talking about a past life and knowing you guys and stuff.
Oh, damn it! She beat me to it.
It's not that I knew that I was going to know you in this lifetime. It's not what I meant.
Right.
I meant that I've known you in all my past lives. I feel like in all my past lives, I know that you was in the ones that I have remembered, because I remember
Right.
there's another one from the 1800s that I remember too. So there's two lifetimes there, just the same as you. Remember, you remember more than one, but I feel like that we just know each other from them times, and that we've known each other for a long time.
Right.
But
Right.
it's like
Because
you can tell. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how to explain it any other way except the fact is my soul knows their soul and has known it for a long time.
yeah.
That's all I can say. I just know.
Right.
Right.
Well, and like I said,
That was my old man, Bailey. My old man preferred the leather strap. Mom, grandma, aunties, they make you go pick your own switch.
well, my father had the belt, which I got a few times where I couldn't
Yep.
sit.
It was always the dad that had the belt.
But my mother
Everybody
would
else
grab
would
anything that she could reach.
grab
The
whatever was
broom,
nearby.
whatever the hell was around, she was throwing at me.
Yep. Sometimes she just didn't feel like getting up to do it, and she'd order us to go out back and pick our own switch.
Right.
You know?
It was Tina that
One
had
day
that
I got
same
wise.
business
I
too.
went out there and saw a piece of 2x4 laying on the ground. I was like, yeah, this ain't going to stink. She threw it at me. It's like, you think you're smarter than me, huh? What?
Mm-hmm.
Just about took out my kneecap.
Oh, James, much love to you. Thank you so much for coming in and hanging out with us today. Tomorrow I'll do some cards, God willing, knock on wood. I'll still be here.
Are you telling goodbye to?
James has to go.
Oh, okay. Night,
Where did he
James.
say he had to go?
I don't see where he said he had to go either.
He's talking about
Oh,
when he gets
He's
to his
talking about
next
past
life, he's going to watch back
Man, you're
on
just
this
kicking
one.
him out the door and down the
Oh, yeah.
street.
I thought he said he had to go. I just saw
Hey,
it. Well, when I
James,
go,
You
and
need
I'm
to
like,
start
oh,
reading it instead of dread.
don't
just
mind her,
went
James.
over it.
It's just the New Yorker in her, okay?
Yeah, it is.
That flighty, fast, on the go type, stuff. She's not paying attention. Okay? Don't mind her. Don't mind her.
All
My
she said
goodness.
was, "Well, when I go," and that was it. Like he's going somewhere.
Look,
well, because
anybody
I
that
was
needs a
looking at
translator,
on YouTube, and the first line came up, and I go, "Oh yeah, he has work." So I was like,
don't worry about it. Hey, I'm very fluent in New Yorker, okay? So if you need me to translate the New Yorker for you, just let me know. All right, just let me know.
Sorry, James.
He said, "I didn't say that."
Look at that. You're trying to get rid of people already. Wow. Trying to get
No,
rid-
don't let anybody go. There's 11 people here, and that's a lucky number. So everybody has to stay. Nobody can leave.
Yeah,
My mother was
she's
from New
something,
York.
all
It's
right.
okay. Oh, so you know us already.
Mother was from New York. It is okay. Oh yeah, okay. All right. So you're used to it then. Okay.
Yeah, between her and Boomer, they both in New York.
You know what we call New York City dwellers up here in upstate New York?
What?
Migrants. Especially the New Jersey, the people from New Jersey that come up here every year to go hunting. I tell you, farmers lose more fucking cows every year during hunting season because of the motherfuckers from New Jersey that come up here and don't know shit about. We call them migrants, okay? They're migrating.
Well, they are migrants because they're from a different state, okay?
The northern
New Jersey is a different state.
And they don't know how to drive. They don't know how to hunt.
Thank you so much, Nike Girl, for coming in.
Okay,
Big
well.
hugs. I hope we see you again soon.
All right, Nike. We'll see you on my next D Live. Much love.
Bye,
To
Nike.
real. Say hi
Nike,
to Bill
bye.
one last time.
If I don't see you, Nike, if I don't see you in chat or whatever before New Year's, Happy New Year.
Yes,
And
Happy
big
New
hugs,
Year.
Big hugs to you too, Nike.
Well,
Love
you know,
you.
if you guys
Good
ever
night.
venture to the other side of the tracks a little more often, you'd see these people. You know, come on to the other side of the tracks for a little bit over at D Live and hang out for a while.
I would.
And look,
I
I
would
did
have
the
been if
other
I wasn't
day.
born. My
Yeah,
son.
one time out of 5 years is not, you know.
Actually, I've seen you 5 times in 5 years, like once a year.
Yeah, once a year.
At D-Live.
My
Oh,
son
yeah,
gave
that's
me a
plenty enough
pedicure
time to
today,
get to know somebody, sure.
so a pedicure, pedicure, whatever you want to call it. My son gave me a pedicure today, and it put me to sleep. So
Okay,
so you had a nice
manicure
time.
is hands, pedicure is feet. Just so you know the difference.
Okay, I'm from New York, but I know the difference between that. But
That's all New Yorkers know. They know pedicure from manicure. Now, regarding French nails, that's an iffy thing. I don't think they go with the French manicure shit.
Oh, I love a French manicure.
If you're from New York, you know what a manicure pedicure is.
Yeah.
Shit. That's in their common language. Mani-pedi is like, it comes up in every fucking conversation.
Oh, yeah, Billy.
You know, especially if you're from Manhattan or Long Island, you know? Shit.
Or from Astoria.
Historia. Yeah. A lot of, you know, prissy types out there who do the nails and feet constantly. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. All up in there under those big blowers with the beehives going on and shit, the big hair going on.
I don't do that because I can't afford it. Yes,
you know, got that green shit on their face. Yeah, I'm from Astoria, bitch. What you gonna do? You know.
That's right.
Boomers got.
I'm gonna let you two and Mary watch him, and you two have a nice little combo. One second, I'm gonna use the back. I'm gonna use the ladies' room.
all right, the little ladies' room. She said. She cracks me up. We all ETS to humans are just a label to make us forget who we are. We were. You think?
He gets pretty damn deep with that stuff. Like he goes to the realms of beyond my understanding sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes.
Well, I can hang in for a little bit with him. You know, a lot of stuff he makes sense. A lot of stuff he says makes sense because I've been watching that other dude that has that channel, and he's pretty much along the same lines as him. So a lot of stuff what he says resonates with me, but then there's some stuff that I can't even comprehend. Like,
well, he was talking about war and stuff. Like he said, nukes. They're already getting rid of them because if you read what he put though, this say we already went through nukes and in past life. Our technologies are way past that. They're actually deactivating the nukes now, meaning our higher powers. In other words, you got to read between the lines, man, too. Extraterrestrial sensory. Nukes affect the entire universe.
Connected from
just Earth, so they're not going to let it happen.
Of our real powers.
We've been
Now, see, I agree with that. I agree with what Cody said there because I feel that a lot.
I kind of agree with that too.
You ever wake up in the morning or in the middle of the night feeling that you just became so disconnected from something? You're missing something. It's almost as if your closest relative passed away years ago and you're missing that. I do that all the time. Like there is something missing from us that we used to have. We used to obtain something we don't obtain anymore.
From our life, there's something just totally missing and you can't figure out what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. So that makes lot of sense to me, Cody.
That's
But sometimes he
amazing,
goes
Kim.
in so deep with it that I even get lost. But yeah, it makes perfect sense to me because I get that feeling all the time. It's like, what am I missing? What, like, I'm longing for something that I know I used to have that I'll never have again. You know, and I'm not talking about my ex-wife. You know, I'm still waiting for those divorce papers to come in to sign. You know, but you know, and it's not. It goes deeper and further beyond just a lost loved one. You know, it's like I lost a daughter, but I know that's not it. As much as I miss I realize I missed that chance of getting to know meeting and getting to know my daughter before she passed. I know I didn't have that, but still, it's deeper than even that. It's more than just that. There's
Well,
something
I
I
kind of
used
feel
to
that way
be or
sometimes.
something I used to obtain that I don't anymore, and I'm missing it. And I wake up feeling like that a lot.
I feel that way sometimes, even though I didn't have a miscarriage, so the doctors say I never had one, and I don't think that I ever had one that I know of. I still feel like I'm missing a child that is not here, and I don't understand that. I don't know if maybe one of my kids was a twin and I didn't know it, and the doctors didn't know it, or maybe I was supposed to have another child and didn't, or I don't know.
Yeah.
But I feel like that person's missing out of my life. And I just sometimes I wake up and just feel like I'm with you, like disconnected from everything. Just don't know why.
Yeah, I mean,
I feel
it's a
like I'm not.
feeling. All right, the closest way I could describe it is if I just suddenly woke up one day without an arm or a leg or something, you know,
Right,
missing a limb.
right.
If I just woke up one day missing a limb,
You
that's the
just
kind of
know
feeling
there's
I
something
get. Like
missing.
there's a part of me that
Right.
used to exist that
Yep.
hasn't exist with me in this lifetime.
Right.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
fully well get what you're saying.
It's not something physical per se, like a lost love. That's what I was saying.
Well,
It's not
it's
like
not.
losing a
Yeah,
loved
it's
one.
not
It's
a
like a part
distinct.
of me is missing.
It's
You
not
know?
a distinct like person or thing. It's just a feeling.
Well, it's like that. It's like a person is missing from your life, or there's something
No,
missing from your life.
well,
It doesn't
more
have to
than
be a
just that
person. It
though.
just feels
No,
like it
No, it don't have
like
to be a
it's
person, I
more than
guess.
just missing another individual. It's missing
It's
yourself.
missing, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you miss
I'm gonna say it
yourself.
don't have to be just a person. It could be anything.
And that's how I felt a lot of times, you know. Oh, especially when I first came into my gifts, ever since I was 5, 6 years old, I started feeling that way. Like, and that's how I couldn't get along with other people a lot growing up because they weren't giving me what I was missing. Because nobody can replace that. I was missing me. You know, that's what it felt like. I was missing myself, and I never will. It feels like I never will find that again. You know what I'm saying? And we're not,
when you pass,
you
and
know.
then all your because I feel that when we're past, then I've spoke to, like I said, and you spoke to some spirits, but I know Boomer doesn't ask them. But I've spoken to spirits, and I have asked them, like, oh, do you remember your past life and whatever? And like she said, oh, I remember you because we were duchesses together so and so years in one of our past lives. So when we pass, I believe that you'll get all your memories from your past life, from your past lives. And until you're reincarnated again, you'll have those memories. And then when we come back and we don't have them, that's what we're missing. We're missing or our past lives is what we're missing.
No, I think it goes deeper than that, though. It's deeper than just missing the memory of something. It's missing yourself.
I was going to say,
Specific.
it's like you're missing
You
something.
know what I mean?
It's like you're missing a piece of your soul, or a piece of your spirit, or something.
Yeah,
It's like you left
it's like
that
one
behind.
day having an ability, and then without notice, you lose it, and you never remember having that ability, but you feel like there was something, a part of you don't have anymore. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's like if Superman lost his superpowers and then had amnesia, you know, but he feels like there was a part of him he used to be that he is not anymore. You know what I'm saying? It goes way beyond any kind of remembering a past life or beyond losing an inanimate object or even a loved one, anything like that. It goes far beyond that, more deeper. It's losing yourself completely. You know, it's like every time your spirit is, I like to use recycled. Sorry, Christina. The upstate New Yorker. Anyway, every time your soul is regenerated, recycled, whatever, reused, whatever you want to say, you're losing a part of that. So over time, as you go on, every lifetime goes by, that part of you, that ability we originally started out with, we slowly lose that over time. And at a certain point, you forget all about having it. And I think that's the point we're at now. We're at that point where we forgot we even had it, but our spirit still remembers having it. And it's an emptiness inside us, and we feel a tremendous loss that goes beyond the physical realm. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how else to explain it, but that's how I feel those moments when I wake up and I feel like, wait, what am I missing here? You know, eventually that feeling will pass, and I'll, you know, but for that short moment that I'm feeling that and I'm acknowledging that I'm missing something, and trust me, it's not the ex-wife. I feel lost. I feel, you know, I'm not me 100%. Like there's a certain percentage of myself that no longer exists. It's gone and long forgotten. But my spirit, the rest of my spirit remembers that part. It longs for it, but my brain doesn't, because my brain doesn't remember it.
Right.
You know what I mean? Yeah, James. Shit, man. I can't tell you the number of people in my life
you guys
that think I'm
are
some
my
work of the devil. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
Well, my family hasn't said that to me yet, anything about the devil. They just say I'm crazy. I have a brain tumor. I have tinnitus in my ears.
There's that
I'm
too.
fucking nuts. You know, all that's you're doing all that
I've
because
heard
you
it
have a
all.
brain tumor, you know? Like I'm like, okay.
Yep.
Whatever you say.
Lifeline and above the middle of it. That means you was killed in a past life for using one of your powers. I saw all my death scenes of the last 3 lives I had, and they were all done by spears and bullets. So I don't know.
I don't know. I only have in
I don't
my
have a triangle on my hand.
on mine. I just have a lot of X's. X X X X X. I'm like, shit. What the fuck did I do? There's a whole shitload of X's on my hand that I'm like, fuck. What did I do?
Are you talking about holding it that way? Because this way makes a triangle. If I hold my hand this way, it makes a triangle.
Oh, I don't know. I just know either way.
This
Any way I
one
turn my hand,
would
there's
be a
X.
triangle. This one would be a triangle, but it's missing the bottom line. This one has that bottom line right here that comes from the base of my palm across that way. And then there's the V, upside down V of it. That makes a triangle. So is that what you mean? Because hey, I would be one to be fucking around with my powers and misusing them, and yeah.
Well, like I said, I just have a whole bunch of X's, and I go, I don't know, X. What did I do? They just crossed everything out. Like, you can't see none of this shit. You know. I was going to say the right hand is better, but it does have a lot of X's too. Yeah, I don't know. The X represents stars. Oh! That actually makes sense because
I don't have an X on my hand either. I got
I have
an
a
M.
I have a whole shitload of X's.
Or
That makes sense because one of the I had
I got
a
a
read.
Z for Zorro. Was I
Z.
Zorro in a past
There you
life?
Because the I went for a reading from a guru, and he told me that I am after my last life, I went to live in the 12th house, which is part of a constellation. I forgot what constellation he said. And in the stars, because they believe that that they train you in one of the 12 houses in astrology. Anyway, I don't know if that's true, but I was just like, okay. But yeah, he said I went to the 12th house to train, and then I came back. So
Yeah, I don't have a triangle on the top. It's underneath my lifeline.
they also
Your
represent
lifeline is
kisses.
this
There you
line.
go, Kelly.
So my lifeline, just below my lifeline, is where my triangle is. So that if I hold my hand this way with the thumb up, it's got a triangle that uses part of the lifeline and then a line coming underneath. So it makes a triangle this way, but not this way. So I don't know.
Yeah, no, if you look really close, I have a whole bunch of X's. In between the lines,
I only got one X.
in between
glad
all
to
the
get rid
lines,
of her.
there's X's. You only got
I got a lot
one
of X's and none of them live in Texas.
X?
Yeah, see, I'm missing the line under this one to make a triangle. But it does exist on this hand to create a triangle.
Oh, I do. If I hold my hand this way, have a big A.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have a big A.
Triangle, yeah.
Well, it's not a triangle, it's an A because there's lines. And the line in the middle is bigger, so it's an A. So yeah.
Mine's not an A because this one stops right here.
See, but mine is an A.
And then comes across and goes up again. The only line that goes all the way through is the lifeline. That's going to happen. But
right. Well, the A is
connecting
above
to my
lifeline.
lifeline, there is a line that comes down and a line that comes underneath, which forms a triangle in the middle of my palm. Because the one line does not extend past the other line on the other side. So
I got a book about palmistry. I should pull it out one day and check it out. There's a lot of stuff in there.
What's in black and white? Why are you seeing it in black and white?
Oh, there's something wrong with his YouTube. I don't know. And YouTube is only in black and white on his
Really?
Oh,
Wow, that's fucked up.
so
All right, I'll draw it out for you. Where's my marker?
there you go. Now you got Boomer drawing.
Drawing. I'm not getting a pair of socks. I'm not going to the drawer. I'm going to draw.
You leave my New York Southern
All right,
accent
that's the
alone.
mark. That's the mark that's in the middle of my palm, right there. It almost an A, but it's not. The major part of it makes a triangle on the palm of my hand. That's what it looks like. Minus that little tick at the bottom, because that doesn't go past the line. This line here, I'll make it thicker. This line here stops right at that line. Then this line comes down, or under my thumb, like that. And then the part of my lifeline goes there, but it continues on just a little bit. So technically, it makes a triangle there.
Right.
If that's what you're referring to. Now I'm going to get ink poison and die.
Oh, need a crayon. You know what? We need tracing paper so we can trace.
I've used Sharpies, drawn tattoos and shit on my arms and other people all the time. We're just fine.
How long does it take for the Sharpie to come out?
A couple of days if I don't wash it off right away. Like I could go in the bathroom right now and scrub it with soap and a sponge, and
What does the
go
M
right off.
represent?
What?
The M on your hand.
I don't
talking about the
know.
palm of your
I've
hand?
got one of those too. See it?
I do too.
I don't have any.
I don't know what the M means. I looked it
I
up
right
one
above
time.
where my lines
but-
are at. I don't have that triangle he's talking about.
Yeah, well, I don't have the triangle on my right hand, just on my left.
Well, I could do
I
it
don't
with.
have on either one. I have an M on both of them.
I'm trying to see if I can make it with
And
the.
it's kind of a U shape too, I guess, to it too.
Well, what's the M represent, James?
No,
Or Cody?
that's right on my hand.
Cody says the X represents stars.
Yes.
Let's see.
Oh, I want a
Probably.
croissant now. He said crescent. Now I want a croissant. Oh.
Yeah, I don't have no
I
X.
got
I got
croissants. It's too late to walk to the store. Well, too cold anyway. Oh no, it's only 10:30. They don't close till 11. But it's too fucking cold. I ain't walking in Dollar General in 27-degree weather. Fuck that. Actually, it's probably colder now than it was a couple hours ago. What is it? It is currently. Come on. Open up. Open sesame.
Okay, James. Hi, Diane.
Open sesame.
So this is what it looks like that a teacher messed
19
with
degrees.
my hand.
Diane sits there. She don't say
It
nothing.
is 19 degrees. What the fuck? What are you playing? Tic-tac-toe?
That's all the X's and the A on my hand.
All right, now if you ignore the middle line of the A and look at the line underneath, if you cross that, it makes a V. Or triangle, I mean.
Well, no, like the line underneath will make it
So
look
you
like
have
this.
an A and a triangle with a bunch of X's. You know what that says? You fucked up, girl. It's saying you a New Yorker. That's what it's saying.
That's her battle plan, yes.
Because in New York, you can't see the stars in the skies from the city, so they put it on your palm so you can look at it. You're like, yeah, I see the stars on my hand. Because I live in New York. Hey, Regina, how are you?
Strong
Regina.
Their
intuition,
battle plan. Yeah, right.
creative
That's what it
ability,
looks like.
strong
It looks like
leadership
a
skills,
fucking
and ability to build
dry
themselves.
board with
Now
a
that's me, James.
football.
100%.
Yep.
The line
And
right under your finger is right. Is there a
line
triangle
right under your
coming off that?
finger?
If it means
There's
it
a
means he was
triangle coming
killed in the
off
past life one of your fires.
that.
Cody,
It
I don't have
means
that.
you was killed.
I don't have no triangle there. I have two lines, but there's no other line. It's just they're straight up.
No, and there's a V there. Maybe he means this part.
No B or whatever you want to say. It's not no triangle.
All I know is I have a V that matches
do
my
have-
life,
I have
that
M's.
connects with my lifeline.
I have M's all
That
over my
creates a
hand.
V.
See the
That's
V?
all I know.
More than one. No, I have an M in the middle.
But I don't have no M's.
I got more than one on both hands. It says it's a strong intuition, creative ability,
A plus 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 plus. Yes.
strong
That's what it
leadership
looks like, the
skills,
teacher.
and abilities to overcome challenges.
Signifies a person with exceptional insight and the potential to be a natural leader.
Also indicating
What one are you reading off about now, Jane? What one are you talking about?
Entrepreneurial skills.
Means
That's
teacher,
what's complete. It
teacher's
survives
pet,
person.
baby. LOL.
Exceptional insight and potential to be
Well,
a
that's one thing I
natural leader. That'd be
wasn't
me.
known for.
Yeah.
I have a upright pentagram.
That's cool,
half
James.
one in my left hand.
Well, we're
That is
just
what
doing
I
the right
found
hand,
for
right?
the-
I mean, the
Oh,
left hand.
that's for
the
the
left hand,
M?
the palm you have to do.
Yeah, I have kind of an M, but it doesn't really connect on this side. It goes up like this, and then my line, the top line comes off and around. So I guess it's not really an M because it doesn't connect this way. Because there's my lifeline. I got the line coming off the lifeline, and I got this one. I can't remember what line they call that, but this line doesn't.
Good night,
connect to
James. Thanks for looking it up for me.
I don't know.
James, much love to you. See, I predicted that you had work tomorrow and you're gonna
All
leave
right,
the
later,
live
James.
all the way ago.
Yeah,
James,
now
you
she's
need
making it. Now she's backpedaling, making
You need
up
to put my
some
channel for people
outlandish
to know like
story
me.
as to why she made a mistake. Trying to cover her ass like a typical New Yorker politician.
I was making a funny. There's a difference.
James, you got Boomer's
Yeah,
channel.
see how it feels?
He goes on a lot. And we go on there with him sometimes.
You know what? There's so
I do
many
when I-
X's
when
here. I could probably draw
know
X's
he's on.
all night. So nobody knows what. Oh, the stars, right? But how come so many? Do you know,
Yeah.
Cody?
Oh.
Do you know why there's so many stars on my hand?
What?
Do you know?
A whole bunch,
Okay, Cody.
Bailey. You
That'll
missed
work.
a whole bunch.
Yeah.
Or she'll send it to me. Or at least show it to me anyway.
Yeah. Because then I got, now if we do the right hand, I got more X's and I got another A. Because you draw. Because you draw them on your.
No offense to anybody, but I've always believed the best way to learn about myself is through my own personal experiences, not what somebody has to say.
Hey, Doris.
Just saying.
No, but it's
Hey,
interesting.
Doris, what's up?
It
Where
is
do
learning about
stars
yourself
come
and
from?
your hand.
They're balls of gas
Silly.
in the atmosphere. Simple. They're balls of gas in the atmosphere.
Remember, it is learning about yourself if it's your hand. So
What?
Yeah, it's interesting to say what they think it means, It's interesting, Boom.
What are you talking about?
this because he said he's gonna send me about the stars on the hand, what the X's mean.
Oh yeah, I know that. I understand that. I'm just saying, in general, I know more about myself based on what I learned myself, as opposed to what somebody in a book tells me I am. You know what I'm saying? It's all about
Oh, there you
perception.
go, Cody.
You know what I'm saying?
man?
Yes.
Yeah.
how I perceive
I get-
myself is different from what somebody
I
else is
get
going
what
to
you're
perceive myself.
saying all along. I'm just aggravating the crap out of you.
You know? No, I wasn't even. I wasn't remarking on that, Mary.
No. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
I was answering Christina's.
Right.
Well, Christine. I was replying to what Christina said about it. I was like, I get all that, but I'm just saying,
Right.
I'm not going to go read a book or a post or something on some website to learn about myself. I learn more about myself
Right.
by living as myself.
Right.
I know all my quirks. I know all my oddities. I know everything about myself. So I'd rather trust in that than what somebody else's idea of myself is. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with that. I'm not saying that. I thought you was talking about your poem.
No,
What-
yeah, what we're saying was we find it interesting to see what they think all this stuff means. Not that it's going to tell me much about me, because like Boomer said, I already
Einstein
know.
don't tell nothing.
I already know my crazy ass, but it's interesting to read. And
Well, it's not going to tell you anything you don't already know. Start with.
The truth from us.
Right.
I mean, like it said about being,
stars.
higher intuition and stuff like that. I do have a high intuition.
Oh, that's
I
what
do
Bailey
have-
meant. That's what Bailey meant by her question. She was wondering why you have stars drawn on your hand.
oh, because we were talking about palmistry and the things we have on our hand, but you can't see it, when you put it here. So I just drew it so that he could see what was on my hand.
Yeah.
My grandmother,
for a
96,
long
was
time.
exposed to COVID too, but it seems this COVID now, the strain is very light.
You know what I did for a long time growing up, based on what a few select aunts of mine would say about me? Every day I got up in the morning, I'd look at the back of my neck looking for the mark of the beast. Because my aunts, the ones that hated me growing up, had me convinced that I was a devil child. So for years, as a kid, I'd literally look for the mark of the beast. Because that's how they,
Well,
It evolves, Regina, so rapidly that the strain that you have might not be the strain that you were vaccinated against. But like I said, it doesn't matter because this strain seems very,
don't even go there with me. I don't want to hear about that bullshit.
not potent, supposedly. Oh, okay.
Anybody that believes that propaganda,
what?
is definitely from New York.
I did not get any COVID shots. I don't believe in shots.
Oh, okay.
I almost
Right,
died.
so you're merely repeating what others have been saying. It's not a belief of yours. Okay.
Right.
For a minute there, we couldn't be friends, but I'm glad you clarified that. So we can continue being friends.
I didn't get no shots either. I don't think. I just don't.
They ask me every time I go to VA. They ask me if I want. Nope, don't need it. Nope.
I was asked too, and I'm like, nope.
I'll rely on my own immune system, and if my own immune system gets to the point where it's not going to help me, hey, I go out.
I don't have much of an immune system now. I don't want them to give me some shot that's going to make it worse.
Yeah, it's still full. Yes, Doris.
Because
you remembered. Look at that. Doris remembers. I'm full of shit. Thank you for remembering.
Your immune system and it takes over, and I'm not letting it do it.
Exactly. It's like, who said it? Oh, on my live stream on D Live earlier, Useless Cran Eater was up there, and he was explaining the same fucking
Hi,
thing,
Doris.
same concept as constantly sanitizing your hands and shit like that. You're actually harming yourself because what you're doing is you're taking away that natural ability from your body to
Right.
fight those germs that you should be fighting on your own. You know, because you're relying on a foreign substance to do that for you. And eventually your body's going to tell you, hey, we're just going to give up on it because you got this, you know, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, yeah, man, finally somebody's saying what I've been saying for years. It's like, you know, I came in this world naturally. I'm going out naturally. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, you know, and they offered me like $200 at my job at the time. They're like, we'll give you $200. Go get the shot. I'm like, no. And they're like, but we all are getting the shots. I go, well, if you all get them, then I don't need them because you won't get it from me, you know, the COVID, right? Because you'll have the shot.
I'm a diabetic, and they're not forcing me to get the shots. They didn't say nothing about it. There's no direct correlation to being a diabetic and having to get those shots.
Right, there isn't, and there isn't with.
So if they're telling you that, they're bullshit.
Actually, they would. They would actually. I'm surprised that it was just my family nurse practitioner that asked me if I wanted it, but my other doctor told me it'd be best if I didn't get it because of my immune system and because of my system. Period.
Yep. Anyone with a compromised immune system should avoid getting any booster shots or anything like that, because what it does is literally giving you the disease and forcing your body to produce any antibiotics that it doesn't normally produce at that rate, and it could run into you dying or getting worse, because what they're doing is trying to force your body to work at a rate it's not used to working at.
Right.
And it could become overwhelming on your system, and it can kill you or make the sickness worse.
Right. Well, I think that's why
Doris, I wouldn't let them. I wouldn't let them pressure you.
But that's why I think that's why they stopped. Because I remember like January, right before they said we didn't have to wear the masks anymore, but it was supposed to go into effect that in New York that if you didn't get the shot, that you'd have to be fired and you couldn't work and you wouldn't be able to travel and you had to stay in your house and all this shit.
Yeah.
And I said, well, if the government's going to pay me, I'll stay home. I don't care, but I'm not getting the shot, you know? Like, it's against my human rights. Like, I don't think they could force
it. They can't. I mean, it'd be
so right before they made it where, literally right before, like the month before, where they said, like, my boss was like, I'll have to fire you next month if they put it, if the Supreme Court says, like, oh, well, then fire me. I'm not getting shot. And
that should be illegal.
And then right before it went to the Supreme Court or whatever, the president was like, okay, you can stop wearing the mask. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, you just said you were going to enforce that everybody needs a shot, right?
Right.
And
make mandatory shots and shit. Fuck that.
Yeah, man. And I was like, well, I guess I'm not getting the shot. I'll fight, you know? And yeah, I never needed that passport that they were talking about, any of this other crap.
Right.
I didn't go anywhere because I was working anyway, but still, I was like, how they scared people.
Bureaucratic bullshit is what it is. Fear-mongering bullshit.
Yeah, and Doris, like, they wouldn't let me take my son out of the hospital because I didn't want him to get the hepatitis shot. And I'm like, no, I don't want you giving that. I heard that gives kids, like, it could give them. And the doctor's like, the chances of that are so slim. I'm like, but there's a chance. Like, you're not giving my kid that.
A vaccine is exactly that. That's exactly what a vaccine is. Right. It is a small dosage of that particular virus to get your body used to it and what it does is it forces your body to produce antibodies at a rate it's not used to producing them. And it could end up having adverse effects.
Right.
It can damage you more than it can help you. And 5 doctors have said that publicly on social media, everywhere. And they got shut down for it.
Shoot, I'd let them fire me for it, and then I'd go to I'd go to the ACLU and report it.
Well, if it
And
was,
turn it in.
CDC, there was a guy that got fired from CDC because he was against the vaccine.
I'd go to the ACLU on it.
yeah,
I don't trust any government, least of our own.
yeah.
I trust them. They got me $25,000 last time I
Well,
spoke.
yeah, I mean, I don't trust them to make decisions for me. Let me put it that way.
Well, right. But that's where
They always have an ulterior motive. You know what I'm saying?
that's where you should be allowed to make decisions for you and your family without the state interfering.
Yeah, it's just
Ah.
like
Looks like
separation
they
of
made
church
all
and
healthcare
state.
workers get it.
You
all
know,
healthcare
separation
workers-
of church and state.
They made it mandatory. All
Same
healthcare
thing.
workers had to get the shot. If I'd have been working, I would have had to quit doing healthcare completely because of that.
2 shows. Yeah, let me
And-
tell you
and I
something.
would've- I
Personal
would've-
experience here.
I wouldn't have got it.
Right.
The majority of the members of my
Hi,
family.
Scott.
The
Good night,
the
Scott.
majority of members of my family all got the shots. Okay,
Mine did too.
my
A lot of them
uncle.
did.
All right, my uncle got both shots. Died of COVID. My father got both shots because it was required when he was put in the home. Ended up with COVID 3 different times. My friend of mine I knew who died recently, who died within the last 5 years, died of COVID after getting the COVID shot. So that's all I'm saying on that. Okay, figure it out.
Well, that's what I said. So my friend was like, I want to go to here and they won't let me go, so I'm gonna go get the COVID shot. So he got the first shot. A few weeks later, he got COVID, and he didn't realize he had COVID. And then they told him, "Oh, you have COVID," and he said to me, "Oh, I have COVID. You might have been exposed." I go, "I'm not worried." "Oh, you have the shots?" I go, "No, I didn't have any shots, but I'm not worried." Suffice it to
All
say,
right,
I
Scott,
never
have a
got
good
sick.
one, bro.
I didn't get COVID. I didn't get any shots. He got the second shot then of COVID, got COVID 3 more times. My grandmother had 4 shots. She has COVID right now. She's 96. Okay. So I think the shots don't help you one way or the other.
I don't think so either. I think it's better to rely on our natural immune systems. And if you have a weak immune system, hey, survival of the fittest. What can I say? That's what life is all about. You know what I'm saying? If a common cold kills you, that just means, hey, that's what's in your fucking cards, you know? If you can live through it, hey, all the more power to you. You know what I'm saying? Before it went viral, before this whole COVID thing went viral, I was sick for a whole week. The first 3 days, I had 105 temperature.
I was sick same
I
time.
did natural remedies, ice baths, things like that to get my fever down. And
My
I
whole
did that
household
for
was sick.
3 days. After 3 days of doing that, it went down to like 102.3 or something like that. By the end of like the 7th or 8th day, I had a normal temperature. I didn't have the symptoms anymore. I didn't have the nausea. I could taste and smell again. After 8 days of treating myself, and this was before it went viral. This was right before the announcement was made from China that they were holding over 100 Cornell University students from going back home because of it. It was just before that incident in 2019 that they announced there was a lockdown in China, and there was over 100 students that they kept locked down that couldn't come back home because of it. And it was just before that. I went through that shit. And then it went viral. Then it went public. Then the government started announcing it all over the world about it. And they started mass producing these vaccines that suddenly now you could get, like they could make it all of a sudden. Where with smallpox, black fever, all those others that it took them 20 years to develop an antibody for some diseases. But this time, all of a sudden, they instantly had it and enough of it to distribute it around the world. Think about that. Think about that. How is that even possible? It was in the plans before. They had the fucking vaccine ready before they released the virus. All about money. That's all it was. It was all about money.
When it first came out and all these conspiracies, I go, I'm just going to look this up. Italy had, and it was published, Italy had seen what COVID before. They had the virus strains, and they already had a vaccination. They called it something else, but the strain was exactly the same, which is how they knew it was a COVID, right? So Italy had already known about that way prior in the 90s. So either somebody had got it and they, I don't know. It never became big. It was a different strain, but it was close. It was in that family that we had.
Think about it, how that went down. Italy had this years ago. Now all of a sudden a new strain of it comes out and boom. Within a month, they had enough fucking vaccine to distribute it around the world.
Yeah. Well, that's because Italy was already working on vaccinations for strains for that. They were.
That tells you they were already knowing something was going to happen.
Right. Well, I don't know. They knew about
COVID.
That's sure they had it.
The only way you can know for certain something's going to happen in the future is if you're trying to make it happen.
Right.
Otherwise, there'd be warehouses full of vaccines that were never going to be used just because they had a feeling that something was going to happen. No, they knew precisely this was going to happen. So the only way you can know it's going to happen, the only way I know I'm going to have a cheeseburger tomorrow is if I made that cheeseburger. So the only way you can know a virus is going to happen so that you can be prepared for it is if you're the one responsible for the fucking virus.
Right.
It didn't just happen. It didn't happen from somebody getting bit by a fucking monkey. It was created. Deliberately,
it was definitely created. But who let it out? We don't know. Italy didn't let it out. China did. So they say, So it came from a lab. Yep. And somebody let it out of the lab. So it was done on purpose. Was it not done on purpose? Now.
Exactly. It was deliberate. It was probably planned as a viral attack from China, because the only reason why I'm sticking with China is because that's where it originated from. When they let it out in the news that there was over 100 Cornell University students being held against their will in China because they were being quarantined, and this was before it went worldwide and on every public network.
Yeah.
So think about it. Why would they feel they had to keep those students there if they didn't already know beforehand that this was going to happen? And the only way they can know that is if they created it.
Yeah.
So they think the public's stupid. And anybody that speaks up on this, oh, that's just theory. I hate conspiracy theories, but this one, I ain't wrong on. I know I ain't wrong on this. All right. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but they always make it out to look like some conspiracy theory when people voice what they believe on this subject. And this is the only subject I feel strongly about. I think it was a fucking attempt at a chemical attack or a viral attack on other countries. And it, somewhere along the line, it went wrong. Yeah. Maybe somebody dropped the fucking test tube in the lab, or maybe in transportation it got released, whatever, you know? And that's how it became a pandemic. Right. And then they use that to promote their fucking vaccines to make money.
Yeah.
Nobody
will ever change my fucking mind on that. And I, you know,
they said one of the lab people done it or something was in charge of it, and they done it. Some I don't know, but
I don't know. I know. Yeah, I know that it didn't come out of nowhere, and I know they all knew about it, and I know they must have had the vaccines ready anyway.
And it doesn't hurt to have that little connection in that part of our world that we share to get certain bits of information from too.
I think the U.S. knew about it way before we ever did.
I know. I can tell you, I knew about it at least 9 days before it was public because I went through it. 9 days before it went public, I was sick for 9 days. The first 3 days I had around 105 fever. And at the end of the 9 days, it was finally normal. And all I did was I took ice baths. I drank my tea remedies, and I just took like Tylenol or acetaminophen for the pain and stuff. And at 9 days, I was able to taste food. I was able to smell again. I lost all that just like they described in it. But mine happened a week before it went fucking global.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I never got it. So knock on wood. I never got that. And I was around people. I worked in retail.
And I never had it since.
Yeah.
You know?
I worked in retail. Well, you made your own antibodies for it, and they were like, "Oh, well, if you get it,
I rely on my natural
after 3
antibodies.
months, you can get it again because the antibodies go away." And I'm like, "Who said that? Nobody." Then why do you give people vaccinations like the chicken pox if it's gonna go away in 3 months?
Right.
Like that's not how it works. Like I never heard of such a thing. I know, they gave you the chickenpox.
I haven't received a flu shot since I left the service over 30 years ago.
I got only one.
And I'm still alive. And I'm still smoking. And I'm still indulging in what I want to indulge in.
I got one flu shot and it almost killed me. Something that was in there I was allergic to. My grandmother, the same thing. She got one flu shot, almost died.
Yeah.
So, I don't know what strain they gave us or what was going on, but I never got one.
Swine flu. I believe that, Cody. I think you might be on something there. It's all going to come out and soon. Yeah, well, when we're all not here to witness it, most likely.
Well, I can say that I get a pneumonia and a flu vaccine. And I do that because pneumonia and flu is everywhere. I mean, that's been around for many, many years.
Well, pneumonia, yeah.
So, and I have gotten a vaccine for that. But it's because, I got tired of being sick all the time with it. And I will have to say the pneumonia shot does work for me because I hadn't had it for a while. For I don't know. I was past due because I got the Prevnar 13 when it first came out. I've had the Prevnar 23 now. But before I got the Prevnar 13, I had the flu not flu, but I had the pneumonia a couple times. And then after I got it, I didn't have it for the longest time. And then it was time for me to get a Revax. Well, I didn't do it. I ended up with pneumonia, I know, at least 6 or 7 times.
Mm.
And
You're
then,
prone to pneumonia, so yeah.
yeah, so then
it's probably your immune system or something.
right, it is. So then I've had the shot, the Prevnar 23, and I haven't had pneumonia since. Knock on wood. Thank God, but I haven't had it since. And the flu shot, I do it because they tell me if I get the flu and if it's bad enough, it will kill me. But that's with anybody. But
Well,
apparently my
actually, pneumonia
percentage is really higher than y'all's.
pneumonia kills the most children under 5 than anything else. I think it's
Right,
like
it does the elderly or
8,000
the sick people too.
8,000 children under 5 die of pneumonia every year.
Well, cancer is the number one killer. Flu is pneumonia, and flu is the second and third.
I didn't look up
No,
cancer.
you know what? You know what is the most the biggest killer of all?
What?
Ignorance. Ignorance.
Oh, yeah. I
More
agree with
people
that.
die out of ignorance.
Oh yeah.
Than
I
anything.
get what you're saying there. I agree. But
I know what you're saying. I just wanted to put him out there.
A lot of.
I haven't had it this year yet. Now I don't have to have the pneumonia shot because you only get it every 5 years.
Oh.
I've never no, I did have it was close to pneumonia. Not quite pneumonia, but I had an upper respiratory infection that could have been bad pneumonia, but it got caught soon enough.
Could have had bronchopneumonia.
I started getting on antibiotics and stuff real quick, but I can't remember any time I've ever had pneumonia. But when my sister was born, my oldest sister, I think it was, we thought we were going to, well, I wasn't here yet, but my parents thought they were going to lose her because she had pneumonia at like 4 or 5 months, I think she was.
Yeah, my son was 7 months old when he had his. I think it was 7 months. Yeah.
That's the only kind of medications I really kind of trust and believe in because, well, for the most part, it's natural because it's made from a natural source,
right?
Penicillin. Unless you're allergic to it and you have to get that artificial version of it. But penicillin is the only thing I don't have a problem with taking. If I got an infection so bad that I can't fight it off, yeah, give me some penicillin. I'll be all right with it because I can take actual penicillin. I'm not allergic to it. Eat mushrooms all the time. But all the other shit, the shit they put, you don't know what's in a vaccine. You do know a part of the vaccine is the virus. So,
right.
I don't believe in vaccines. I don't believe in like the farm grade pain pills and shit like that either. Because they fuck with your head.
Yeah, just to give you an idea, in 2000, I should say, I think it was in 1999, they had a court case.
Did you party like it was 1999?
Yeah, they had a court case because basically, so they had the chickenpox vaccination since the 20s or something. I forget what year it was, but maybe the 40s, whatever year the chickenpox came out. They would the shot had lead in it, and it had way over the dosage that you should be giving humans.
See, we never got chickenpox vaccines. We just got the chickenpox. I had the measles, the chickenpox.
But when my kids were born, and I don't know how old they were, 5 or something, they were like, I'm like,
right.
That was another big fight. They couldn't go to school without it. Anyway, finally, it's come to light that it had too much iron in it. Not iron, lead. So lead. So they took them to court. And they said, no, they have to reevaluate. I mean, it hasn't been looked at in 50 years. we have all this new stuff. You have to reevaluate and change what's in it because there can't be that much iron in it. We went to Supreme Court. Lead. I'm sorry. I kept saying iron. So the lead. So yes.
That's
so they.
all right. I'm here to correct you, New York. Don't worry about it.
That's right. So they had to revamp it, but it was a whole big case. So nobody even looks at these. So they make the vaccination in the 40s and the 50s, whatever. Nobody looks at them.
Yeah.
30 years later, they look at them. So I think it was the measles then. It must have been the measles. What was the shot that came out?
1995s.
I don't think so. Wait, let's see.
Yeah, because I don't remember a vaccine for chickenpox and measles when I was born in '69.
They
I
had.
think that is a fairly new thing. Because they asked my wife and I about it when my kids were born. My daughter was born in '95. My son was born in '97, and we refused that as well. We didn't have them get chickenpox shots. But I don't remember it existing when I was a kid. We had the booster shot. That was it. But there was nothing for chickenpox or measles because we ended up getting all that. Maybe they were researching it back then, but I don't think it was a thing. Hi, Christina's son, whose name I keep forgetting.
It's been a shot that's been out since like the 30s or 40s, and I swore it was chickenpox, but it could have been. What came out in the 1940s? What do you think?
Tuberculosis came out around the late 20s and early 40s before it got eradicated. You may be thinking of tuberculosis. Because that was a big thing in the 20s, early 1900s. So, okay, no problem, Mary. Polio could have been polio too.
Oh, could have been. Let's see.
What's your son's name again? Why do I keep forgetting that? Huh?
Jonathan.
Jonathan, yeah. I saw him walk by behind you, and I went to say hi, and like that, I forgot his name.
Maybe it was smallpox. That came out in what, in the 50s, 58?
Maybe it is small. It could have been smallpox. But any one of those was back then. Let's see. Cured with penicillin. Yeah. But it was a big thing back in the late 1900s. But after the 1940s, it wasn't such a big deal, I guess. It's very rare.
Well, because we had the vaccination then, right?
Hi, Jonathan.
Hi, Jonathan. Everybody said he just got home from work.
Hey, look, I'm everybody.
How's it going?
That's such a great feeling. I'm everybody.
Well, where'd Mary go? She disappeared.
Run into any spooks lately, Jonathan?
No.
At
Anybody
work?
throw stones at you lately?
No, but the building caught
Y'all
fire.
thought I forgot about that
What
live,
building
didn't
caught
you?
fire?
I don't know, because when I was walking in, a building caught fire, because I was like, what's that sound? Because I thought I was getting abducted at first. I was like, what's
shit.
going on with that sound? And I look up, and I see a huge plume of smoke across the street.
Across from us?
No, across from over there by the workshop by the.
Oh, by the train? I wonder if it was a train explosion thing, or it was a house.
I don't
The
know.
house caught fire?
I don't know. I just seen a huge plume of smoke.
Oh, we're gonna have to go and check it out.
It was probably a warehouse down that way or something.
Well, there's a mechanic on our corner, like that's been there since Jesus Lord.
Right.
And then across from that, and then the train runs over it.
But there's warehouses.
And then there's a warehouses behind it on the next block, so it could be,
Yeah, I didn't see where the plume of smoke is. It's a big plume of smoke. I don't know.
But there was a noise that went along with it. Sorry.
Yeah, it was like it sounded like
different needles.
what sound?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Cody. The one that they give you, it's like 10 little needles all at once. The booster shot. Yeah, I still have my scarf from that. Where is that? On the left or right? I don't know. I still have a scar from it somewhere from my booster shot.
It may have been the polio because I think the Cutter incident. No,
Yeah.
that was 1955. No, we want
Let's see.
something.
PCN discovered in 1928. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, so that wiped out the tuberculosis. So that wasn't a problem after the 30s and 40s.
No.
So
But it was something that we were still getting, a shot that we were still getting.
I'm sure it was smallpox that
Probably.
you're thinking of.
Anyway, I might have to find it and but yeah. I wonder, should we go out and see the smoke? But my phone will not make it down there for live streaming because of the internet.
You're
It's
not
only
one of those, are you? Are you one of those that runs out with your phone the minute you hear something going on outside?
no.
Oh, okay.
I'm usually too lazy, but a big fire, I might go outside.
You're not a true New Yorker then. You know, if you don't run outside with your phone because you saw somebody trip on the curb, you're not a true New Yorker.
I'm too lazy to get up for somebody tripping on the curb. A big fire, though, maybe, you know. Although I was sitting in the backyard, I heard some fire engines, but there's noise here all the time. And a fire, there was a fire 2 blocks away. So I'm on 48th. My best friend lives on 47th, and then on 46th. So between the same 2 avenues, there was a big fire. 2 kids died, poor things.
Oh, wow, crazy. I don't want to hear about kids dying in house.
No, one was a teenager, and they were home from school, and some idiot left the bike charging. What do you call it? The electric bike charging, and the house caught on fire.
Wow, that's crazy.
So, yeah. But
I don't completely remember what it was for just. I remember getting one. LOL. Yeah, it was for a whole bunch of shit, Cody. I remember those. We got ours when we were
bring your phone and tape it.
babies too. Oh yeah, those lithium batteries.
Yes.
Are a fucking hazard.
Ben is curious, so he's gonna go look at it.
I know that.
Welcome back, Mary.
Thank you.
Welcome back, Mary.
Our phones when something happens. See, I only do that if it's something I feel that it should be known by others. Like, like
my son
a few years ago, we had a shooting go down. I didn't feel the need to run out there and film all the 50 different police vehicles out there while they're shooting down some guy. I
think he was online when that happened.
If there was a car accident across the street where somebody's taking out the cemetery fence and shit like that, for evidence sake, I'm gonna film that shit because this motherfucker's, but I'm not one of those that goes out with the camera filming a fucking building fire, filming a burning vehicle,
I think he was online
shit
when
like that, filming a shooting going on. I don't do that shit. I think it's.
I'm not going out. If I hear gunshots, I ain't going out of the house. That's for damn sure.
I think that's in very distaste. You know what I'm saying?
But my son found it interesting enough to go outside to see what it is.
Being curious is one thing. Yeah.
That noise,
being
I don't know.
And watching is one thing, but I hate those people that go out and do it, and then the first thing they do is post it on TikTok or Instagram or YouTube. Oh my God, look at this big burning fire. Look at this. And they post it. They don't know how many people ended up fucking dying in that building. They just need the views. I'm like, that is so fucking disrespectful.
Right.
If
it's a factory fire at this time, nobody's there. Those places are.
Well, still, I mean, a person that would film that for the purpose of posting it on a social media to get clout or recognition, to me is a dirtbag.
Right.
You know?
Well, and especially if you don't call the fire department before you start filming.
Right? That's even 10 times.
Boomer, was you online? Was you doing a live stream or something when that happened?
When what happened?
You was either doing that or you was talking to me right after. Because I
Which
remember when
one?
that happened. They're shooting the stuff outside of your place.
Oh, I was asleep when it happened, but
Okay.
my sister called me and told me about it that morning. And yeah, I mentioned it on a live stream after. I didn't run down there with my camera filming it and saying, "Oh, look at this dude getting shot down in the cemetery," and post it. I wouldn't do something like that. But
and your sister called you worried because some guy's shooting up the neighborhood.
she was surprised. She was surprised that I didn't hear the sirens and the gunshots going off a block from my apartment. You know, because it happened right in that cemetery across the street in the civilian one. And
I mean, that cemetery.
After it was all over, my sister asked me if I heard any of it, and I was like, "No, I was dead asleep." Like, you know, because it started out a sheriff's deputy was over at Eldridge Park and spotted a wanted individual and started chasing them down. Well, they chased them down. They went right down the street.
You're muted again.
Let's say what happened.
All of a sudden, I was thinking, we lose this word.
Is it back? Is it back?
Yes, it's back.
Okay. That's what happened. I was waving my hand around, and the mini USB that goes into my mic, it gets knocked out a little bit.
Oh.
And it loses connection.
Because you talk like your hands, like a regular New Yorker.
Yeah, man. Well, I wasn't talking with my hands. I was pointing in a direction. There's a big difference. There was a purpose. I was pointing down that way because that's where it took place. But I don't sit here and, discuss a whole fucking conversation with my hands flapping around from my face, Well, I went to point and I ended up hitting the wire, so I may have to order a new mini USB. I wonder if they can sell those separately.
Oh, that might be on the other side of the highway. It could be a house fire.
Oh, it's huge.
It is huge.
On the dark side. Oh yeah.
Yeah, but it's either at so that
they
block
got it on
right
the
after
news?
that block is the highway, and then it's the
They got it on the
right
news
after
already.
the highway is near Ditmars over there. So yeah, it's probably on the other.
Kim
It's either
said
the
hi,
highway.
Jonathan.
Well, you didn't want to hear me blow my nose, did you?
Kim says hi.
They said hi. Yeah, it's so the smoke is probably it could be a car on the highway actually too.
I think it's big for that.
Kim.
Hi, Kim.
K-I-M. She typed it in the chat.
Oh.
Yeah, so see, my son thinks that he saw and heard, but it's just a big plume of smoke. Look at that moon, guys. The moon is the best part about the whole video.
I'll be right back. I could grab me another slice of that bran cake.
So yeah, it's just a whole bunch of smoke, but it's too far to see where it is. I don't think it's one of those buildings. It has to be after. So. Yeah. What? Not the moon. That big thing is not the moon?
No,
The moon.
that's a street light.
That is not a street light. The other one's a street light. That's the moon. You didn't notice the big full moon?
Wow, what, Kelly? But wow, I don't know what
Oh,
you're
I was showing the video. And it was a big full moon. So I was like, oh, that's nice. The best part of the video was the big full moon. And my son's like, it's a street light. Oh, hell no, that ain't a street light. Not full moon tonight. Get the hell out of here. There a full moon in New York tonight? Oh, she's right. There's not a full moon. Oh, I guess it is a street
She
light.
ain't doing nothing here but rain. I can't see no more clouds.
I guess he was right. But it did look like the moon. Come on now. I'm over here thinking it was the moon. Because, you
What
know,
is it?
I don't know. It doesn't look like a street light. It looks like the moon.
Of course, I thought it was a street light because I was standing right there.
Did I show you guys? Did you see my cake version of bran muffin that I made
This
last
big
night?
thing is the street
Yeah.
light?
Mm-hmm.
Good to see it.
Come
Good
on.
stuff.
I was standing right there. Want me to go over?
Put it back up and let me see it. I wasn't looking, I was eating.
Not too bad now.
Well, let me
No, it'd
see
be
it.
better if you could screen share it.
I can't do that on my phone.
Hi, Jonathan.
Your phone sucks.
Hi, Jonathan. Say hi, Mary.
That's Mary.
Hi,
He
Mary.
said he said hi.
Why are you pointing at me and saying that's Mary? You can't see Mary, okay?
You can't see Mary, no.
You can only hear her voice.
You can only hear her. You can only hear
Oh,
Miss
he's gonna
Mary.
think I'm Mary.
I guarantee he did not think you were Mary.
It's
No,
a
he
bran muffin, but in a
I'm
cake
sure he
form.
knows who Boomer is.
Pineapple upside down bran muffin cake. My own invention
Sounds delicious.
or creation, whatever.
You see it, Mary? Doesn't it look like a moon? Like it doesn't look like the little street light.
Blue
Yeah, it
moon.
does look like a moon. That
Yeah.
one is the moon.
Well,
No,
that's
it's
what
not.
that's what I
There's no
thought.
hole or nothing to
It's a
it.
spotlight.
Oh,
That
now
one
it could be a
It's a
spotlight.
UFO.
It might
No.
be a spotlight, but I don't think so.
It could be a spotlight, but it doesn't
It's
look
a
like the other
UFO.
lights are not like big like that. So I thought it was the moon.
That's crazy. How
Tastes good too, Bailey.
I've seen
Ah, it's a transformer, I bet you.
a transformer. That's what it is.
That's what would make that noise. It's a transformer that pops.
But to hear from that far is crazy. Imagine being right next to it.
Oh yeah, no. That's a transformer that
Yeah,
sound.
that kind of stuff happens around here all the time. Some of them have woken me up right out of a dead sleep in the middle of the night, hearing one of them damn things blow.
Yeah, that's what it was. It's a transformer. There's no moon here. Yeah. And when I looked, it said it's the Gibbons moon tonight. So I don't know if just his camera made it look full. It might be semi-full. And the light from it just made it like that.
What
It's a
moon
moon
phase
out.
are we in tonight?
The moon's out, you just can't see it, Cody. But there's no,
Okay,
I can't
the
see the
moon
moon here
phase
tonight
for
either.
tonight is a
Or something outside
waning
either, but-
crescent. The moon
It's
is
raining.
22.7% visible and is 24.9 days old. The
Huh.
next phase, a new moon, will occur in about 4 to 9 days.
Ah.
So, what little bit of the moon that is out is probably being covered by the smoke.
Yeah. Well, no, because there was a big, humongous, big light. So that's why I thought it was the
Yeah.
moon. Yeah.
Yeah, we're in a crescent moon phase. So that's not the moon. That's a light.
Yeah. Well, if a transformer popped, the city probably would have brought one of those big lights to fix it, right? That would.
Probably, yeah.
I can't believe nobody's asked me what I'm eating.
We didn't know you were eating because we can't fucking see you.
I did see. I did say I was
Damn
eating.
it.
Christina says, "Imagine that."
What are you eating? Anyway, it would be crescent shaped tonight.
Crescent.
Yeah, Kelly, that's what I just said. Yep. Plus, you got to think about this. What direction were they putting the cameras in? So if the camera was pointing north, south,
Well,
or
my son just took the video from our corner, so I don't know.
Oh, that was his own. He did that.
Yeah, he took.
You don't know. You don't know if you're on the east end of that or not.
No, it's up the block,
Wow.
Boomer. I'm from New York.
Fucking New Yorkers. Just look at the tallest building. I'll find my way home.
The streets have names here, so we just follow the streets.
Well, I was just gonna say, even if there was a full moon out, if he was pointing in the east, north, or south, you wouldn't see it anyway. Because by now it'd be in the western hemisphere. Because it rises in the east, that's in the west, just like the sun. You know what I'm saying? So it wouldn't have been in view anyway. So therefore, with that light source hanging that low in that direction, you know,
Climb
you
to
know that's not the moon.
I'll fly you
You know
to
what I'm
the
saying? Get it? You see
Yeah.
where I'm going with this?
Yeah, I see where you're going with that.
Now y'all see the difference between upstate New York and New York City, okay?
Yeah, yeah.
We take the time to think things out. New York City, they're too busy to think things out. They just go and go and go.
Boomer.
Go
Who's in
with
a
it.
rush?
If it looks and smells like the moon, then it's the moon.
If it looks like a duck and fucks like a duck, I mean, quacks like a duck.
Yeah.
Boomer.
Chip. What?
Frank's
What?
are you Boomer? Frank's
No.
over here singing "Fly Me to the Moon" by your buddy.
Fly me to the moon. I bet you Frank knows all the words and I don't know.
Frank Sinatra song.
Mm-hmm. Diane said, "Are you eating chips?"
No,
Wait, I thought that was Bing Crosby.
I got none.
Cody, much love to you.
Well,
Take it easy, Cody.
yeah, well,
So, Fly Me to the Moon isn't Bing Crosby?
night, Cody.
We'll talk to you
Did my
tomorrow.
mic go out again?
I don't know. Fly me to the moon.
My
Who's
mic
saying-
No,
working?
it's
Hello?
It's not chips. I'm eating dressing, sweet potatoes.
Well,
turkey.
before Frank Sinatra's
Hey,
version of "Fly Me to the Moon," so it was Frank Sinatra. Before Frank Sinatra, Bart Howard sang it,
Oh,
and
Bart
before
Howard.
Bart Howard sang it, a woman named Kylie Ballard, who
Okay.
first recorded the song "Fly Me to the Moon" in 1954.
It was the other guy I was thinking of. I was, for some
Bart
reason, I was
Howard,
thinking name Bing Crosby, but it's Ben Howard, is it?
Bart Howard.
Or Bart, yeah, Bart Howard. Yeah, I'm not that familiar with him, but I knew it was somebody else before Frank Sinatra. But they all did a lot of similar songs. Bing
What?
Crosby, Frank Sinatra, the guy from Vegas there.
Oh yeah.
What the fuck's his name? Y'all know who I'm talking about.
Nat King Cole.
He was on an episode of The Haunting of the lounge singer from Las Vegas. What the fuck is his name?
Okay, Kelly.
Jerry Lewis
Who?
or Jerry Lewis?
No.
No.
He had that weird hair.
Tony
big
Bennett.
hair.
Diana?
No, he was very close friends with Elvis Presley. And I can't believe I can't remember his name.
Are you talking? Does the one that lives in Hawaii?
No, not Don Ho.
Uh-huh.
Not Dean Martin. Wayne Newton. Thank you,
Wayne
Kim.
Newton, yeah.
Wayne Newton.
I was getting to that one
Like
next.
they all sang like similar songs and stuff. Like they traded off songs for a long time.
Well,
Like,
because
one
the
would
reason why I
sing it
said
and
Nat
another
King
would
Cole
sing
is
it.
because he also recorded
Nat
Fly
King
to the
Cole.
Moon, you know.
Yeah, Nat King Cole did a lot of the same stuff. Yeah. Y'all want to hear something funny? Christina
Well,
and
play
Boo.
music
Fill
like
it
that.
out, Bailey. Tell us the funny stuff.
They all
Oh, she's
sing
not
like
included
that.
Mary in this? I guess she assumes you don't want to hear it, Mary. How rude.
What?
Bailey says, y'all want to hear something funny? Christina and Boomer.
Oh,
And she just left you right out. I'm like, how rude.
I know.
It's as if she knew you didn't want to hear it or something. Wow. The Rat Pack. Yeah, I love the Rat Pack. They're my favorites. Sammy Davis Jr., Frank Sinatra. Oh shit, I forget the other one.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to
They
get off.
were the
talking about the
original
Rat Pack?
Ocean's 11, man. The original Ocean's 11. Let's see. So when I was on a plane flying home,
For Dean Martin.
flying home, right, and then yep, Dean Martin
Sinatra.
told me don't take seatbelt off, and I did when I hit the ground.
And the black guy's name was
Okay, what was funny about that? I don't get it. I
And-
thought you were going to tell us a joke, Bailey.
Sammy Davis Jr.
Shit, I was hoping to read a knee slapper here. You're just talking about unbuckling.
Boomer, you
Yeah.
How anticlimactic. That's all I got.
did you ask who was in the Rat Pack?
What? No. I was trying to recall some of the names in the Rat Pack and just simply mention that I can't remember them all, but I didn't.
Jimmy Davis
It wasn't a
Jr.
request. Let me put it that
Sammy
way.
Davis Jr. rather.
Do what?
Sammy Davis Jr.
I mentioned Sammy, Frank Sinatra, and Dean Martin, and I can't remember. There's two more,
Joey
right?
Bishop.
Joey Bishop. Yep. Is there one more? I thought there was 5.
Jerry Lewis.
Yeah, Jerry Lewis. There you go, Jerry Lewis. I always forget Jerry Lewis and Joey Bishop. I don't forget about Jerry Lewis. I always forget he was part of the Rat Pack. That's what because I see him as like the comedic, the individual
Right.
comedic stuff he used to do. He had his own show and all that and everything.
Right.
And I tend to forget he was part of that group too.
He actually sang too.
But Jerry Lewis wasn't in Ocean's 11 though, if I remember right. But 3 of the other Rat Packs were. Sammy Davis Jr., Dean Martin, and Frank Sinatra were in the original Rat Pack, if I remember. Or original Ocean's 11, if I remember. Right?
I think so.
You ever
Yeah.
seen the original
And you
Ocean's
took it off
11?
before. Did anything happen, Bailey? No, Jerry Lewis wasn't in the Rat Pack. Why don't we just Google it?
I thought he was a part of that group because he hung around Frank Sinatra all the time.
Yeah.
He was around Frank Sinatra. They did a lot of stuff
He
together,
makes
but he wasn't an actual member.
Peter Lawford was the 5th member.
Hang on. Oh, did you Google it?
Yes, Peter
I was just about to
Lawford.
Google it. Okay.
Yeah. So Dean
Jerry
Martin,
Lewis,
Peter Lawford, Frank Sinatra, Sammy Davis Jr., Joey Bishop and Angie Dixon.
Oh, I don't include Angie Dixon.
Well, okay, I'm just telling you who they
She was
include.
just fluff. She was just fluff. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Don't strike me. Kidding. Peter Lawford. Yeah, there you
Well,
go.
just because Joey Bishop opened for Sinatra doesn't mean he was a Rat Pack, but I guess he was.
Well, they
Who?
said members. So Dean Martin, Frank Sinatra, and Sammy did the vocals, and the other ones did, I'm assuming, the musical and maybe the writing.
I don't know.
I don't know.
They call them they call themselves the Rat Pack because they were the group of guys that hung out with each other all the time. Like, it wasn't a band name.
Right.
They were just known as the Rat Pack because it was a group of them that just they were always together, never apart, always did everything together, and they got donned the name Rat Pack. And later on, after it was established, Sammy Davis Jr. started becoming a closer part of that group.
Yeah.
Because Sammy Davis and Frank Sinatra were like tight. You know, they were Frankie Avalon and a Nat Funicello kind of tight. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah. What did Kim do?
Steal her thunder.
How'd she steal your thunder? Oh.
Yeah.
Well, Diane said it first. Where is it? Where did I see it? I think it was Diane that said it first.
We're doing okay, Gothic. We've been here almost 5 hours.
Oh, no. She said Joey Bishop. Never mind. Diane said Joey Bishop. And then, yeah, Diane said Peter Loeffner. And then, wait, I don't see where Kim said it.
Kim said
Where'd
it too.
Kim say it? God damn it, people, stop typing. I'm trying to scroll. Never mind. I give up trying to scroll.
Diane said Peter Lawford.
Yeah.
Then Bailey said something. Then Diane said no, it wasn't part of the. And then right under that, Kim said Peter Lawford.
Oh,
And
okay.
Diane said, "That's what I said. You're stealing my thunder."
Okay. Right. Doing movies in LA venues. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Cannonball Run. Classic fucking example right there. Frank Sinatra and Sammy Davis Jr. and Cannonball Run. You know, Sammy Davis was as much a rat as any of the others. Kidding.
She was just joking with you, Kim.
But anyway, I didn't try to take thunder, ma'am. Ma'am. I'll take anybody's thunder. I don't get enough of my own. I'll take yours. I don't give a fuck. I give a fuck. I'll take your thunder if I ain't making enough of my own. Shit. Autumn, aka the Gothic. I can't read
the
it.
Gothic Demoness.
Oh, Demoness. Better late than never, Autumn. I know, ma'am. I love it when people do, ma'am. Don't nobody say ma'am enough anymore.
Yeah, well, that's why, because you'll jump out of your seat, hit your head. I mean, when the bus hits a bump.
Oh, I get what Bailey was saying about okay, so that's the punchline. The fact that you felt the impact of the plane landing just as you. Okay, I get it now. I get it now, Bailey. I get it. It just took a minute.
Well, it wasn't fun. Let me tell you, I was on a city bus and I sat in the back because I hated when I sat in the front. I'm so short.
Shit, are you just getting up, Autumn?
My feet, yeah, it's 5 a.m. nearly here. Oh, there you go. So my feet don't touch the ground, right? So I'm like, oh, I'm going to sit in the back so my feet can touch the ground. So I sat in the back of the bus, right? The bus hit a bump and we all went up, and the two of us that were in the back, because the ceiling's smaller, even though the floor's smaller, the ceiling's shorter in the back,
I get it.
are higher.
I get it because it's up. The back seat is on a platform.
Right.
I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, and we literally flew up and hit our heads. It almost knocked us both out, and I was like, I'm never sitting in the back again.
Okay. Have you ever flown in an airplane?
Once.
Okay. Well, have you ever landed without your seatbelt on? Now
No.
that what you experienced in the bus, imagine that tenfolds. Coming in for a landing, like you literally get thrown completely out of your seat if they touch down hard.
Hey guys, I'm fixing to get off of here.
All right,
Hey,
Mary.
Mary, hang on a sec. I
What?
gotta ask you something.
What?
Are you fixing to get off here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it was great hanging with you again. I hope you start feeling better.
I'm just really choked up right
So
now.
you
and I
can come
can't-
around more. Oh,
Me too.
seeing me got her all choked up. Oh, how sweet.
Aw.
No, it does. Just I get choked up easy.
Yeah,
When I
well,
talk a
especially
lot.
you've been talking now for about 5 hours with us. So
Yeah, so yeah, that's probably part of it. It chokes me up after I've been on for a while.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm gonna get off here. It's because I get short
Hi,
of breath.
Mary. Thanks for
I
joining
love
me.
y'all. Love y'all in chat too. Take care.
All right, Mary, have a good
I'll
one.
I'll see you. Don't forget me. Keep sending me links. I'll try to be
I'm
there.
gonna have
For
to
the
get-
week.
Oh,
have to get
If I don't feel
horizontal
well enough,
too.
I'll just be in chat.
okay. But wait.
What?
Don't leave. I want to play because you weren't here. I want to show everybody the little thing I made. 1 second. It's
little
just a
thing
little
you made.
video. You'll like here.
What little
It's
thing?
gonna mute you guys. So, but here.
All right.
Merry Christmas. And a Happy New Year. Merry Christmas. And a Happy New Year.
That's
All right,
funny how
did you
it
get it out of your system now that it's the 26th? Does everybody have this whole Christmas
Dude, that's
crap out of
funny
their
how it gave me
system
the
now?
wings.
Yeah. Did you see at the end how I jumped up and I ran out and you were like, what?
Yeah, I kind of looked at it like, what's she
She
doing?
done left you behind.
But yeah, I just
That's fucked up.
noticed that I had wings and you didn't.
Yeah,
Oh.
it gave me wings, but they were awkward in the picture, so I took that shit out.
Well, should have kept them up there, but I figured they did it.
Well,
The Spirit
I
Sam.
hope the hell y'all got it out of your system now that
Spirit
it's
Sam.
December
What they
27th. Well, almost.
what they're
December
saying is sainted. The Spirit Sam sainted.
That's right.
So I don't know. Anyway, I love y'all. I'm gonna get off here. Y'all take care. Before I get choked up again from talking.
Good night.
Since I just
It's
got
the
it cleaned out.
27th here. Yes. It will be the
All right.
27th.
Autumn,
here.
are you in Australia?
Good night, Mary.
Goodbye. Love y'all.
Love you too.
Good night,
Yes,
Mary.
she's in Australia.
What is TNM? I know that acronym. I can't remember what it is. TNM. Just wait till New Year's. It will start all over again. No, it won't be a Christmas thing though. On New, I like New Year's. I like New Year's.
Yes,
I can
I've
celebrate
been New Year's
Year's
one too. I'm
300.
sure they have.
I can celebrate New Year's 356 days a year. New Year's is my time. I just can't stand all those other holidays in between. Yeah, if we could just skip to New Year's every year and avoid all that other
4th of
crap,
July's
I'd be
nice.
happy.
You get
I'd
fireworks.
be happy. I'd be happy. Fuck
And
4th of
Halloween
July.
was-
That's the worst one.
You
I don't
like
like being up all night listening to jackasses shoot off fireworks that sound like fucking 81 mortar cannons landing next to me.
Well,
Fuck
yeah.
that. That's the worst. That's the worst one of all. Is fucking 4th of
Well,
July.
they made they made it. It's supposed to be illegal, so you can only go watch the fireworks shows,
Supposed
which are
to be.
nice.
It
you
ain't.
know?
Right here in the complex, they shoot them off.
Oh yeah. Well,
Now, if it doesn't sound like M16 fire or M60 fire, it sounds like fucking cannons. And when you're woke up in the middle of the night to that shit,
yeah.
you know, you wake up swinging, man. I hate it.
I love fireworks though.
I hate hearing that shit.
I don't like firecrackers and boom.
I think
like
it's
the
all
pretty.
overrated.
I like the pretty.
I think the whole idea of fireworks and all that shit is overrated. Overrated.
I like them. They're so pretty. And
It
then
represents destruction and murder.
fireworks?
Yeah, on the 4th of July, it represents cannon fire. In the middle of battle, you know, cannon fire, you know, killing people and stuff like that. That's what fireworks are representative on 4th of July.
Well,
It's
I don't want to do it on
represent
the 4th of
booms
July
the
then.
Have you ever listened to the lyrics of the national anthem?
Yes.
Those bombs bursting in air. They're celebrating bombing people, okay? Come on. And being woke up at 3 a.m. to that shit.
Yeah.
Not a happy event for a veteran. Especially combat veterans. Combat veterans, they go into shell shock with that shit. Anybody that's been in a combat zone, which I haven't, and if it affects me that way, as someone who's never been in a combat zone, I can just imagine what actual combat veterans feel like when they hear fucking fireworks going off next to them.
Yeah.
I think it's a ridiculous celebration and a stupid way to celebrate it. I don't mind celebrating our independence from Great Britain. I'm good with that. Picnic, some hot dogs, hamburgers, chicken, potato salad, and apple pie, you know, all the American shit. To celebrate our independence from Great Britain, I like that. But don't ruin it by blowing up my sky. Come on now. Shit. I like to sleep at night, you know?
Mhm.
I like to sleep at night, not listen to 100 jackasses out in the parking lot shoot off fucking fireworks and shit.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly, Kim. There's a lot of people out there that feel the same way I do. Now, true, I will admit, I thought it was fun and entertaining when I was younger. Until I discovered for myself what the real meaning of it all was.
Right. Well,
You know,
I don't. Yeah, I mean, I didn't.
I find
I
fireworks
just like
cool.
fireworks, and it doesn't have to be on the 4th of July.
I
If you
was
could,
little.
but I don't like when people shoot them off because I think they only use the noisy ones. But I mean, when you go to like I would go to Shea Stadium and they would put on laser shows and they would do some
Yeah,
fireworks.
I
Love that.
understand that. It's entertaining, and you get to see the bright lights and all that and everything.
Yeah.
That's the overrated part, I think. I think it's all overrated. Like if you've seen one, you've seen them all, kind of thing. That's blasé to me. But the other aspect of it is what really
Right.
bothers me, gets under my
Right.
skin. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But
Nah. And I
all
go
the other
to
stuff, I just feel so overrated.
yeah.
Like Waverly Hills, overrated. Fireworks, overrated.
Oh, that's
Boomer
terrible.
D's mouth, way overrated. Anyway,
Yeah. No. Well, like I
you
said,
didn't
it's
catch
like
that last one, did you? Because you agreed with me. How
It's
dare
like-
you?
it's like when you go to a Christmas show. Like I could go and watch the Rockettes Christmas show if I had money every freaking year. I love it.
Christmas to me is the most overrated thing ever.
Yeah. No, I don't like Christmas. I'm not a big Christmas person. Like, I didn't do any Christmas shopping. I don't do that shit. But I like the shows and the music and the
Yeah,
lights.
the
I
theatrical
like that kind of
aspect.
stuff. I like
Yeah,
the
the
light
theatrical
show.
aspect, like Sesame Street on Ice, and
Yeah.
shit
Those
like
kind.
that,
Yeah. Yeah, you know.
the kiddie stuff, because you're still a child at heart.
I'm still a child at heart. No, I like the Rockette show, and it has so much. I love the
grew out of my childhood
Nutcracker,
heart a long time ago.
like the Nutcracker, and the Nutcracker's a terrible story. Terrible.
Actually, I like. You know what? That's the only one I like is the Nutcracker,
Yeah, because it's a
because
horrible
it's so
story.
fucking corny and yeah.
Yeah, but not only that, do you know? Like, I put a little thing out because I actually read it, and it's like, it's the story starts out way back when. I'm sure they fixed it now because I never saw that part. But the girl in the original Nutcracker, the girl cuts her arm because she was doing something, and the Nutcracker came to life and scared her, and she cut herself, and she was just used to like they were saying why she was there, like she was just there to be used by the Nutcracker as the wife. I mean, like the whole thing, when they said the story, I was like, this is just terrible.
Yeah.
Anyway,
And every play, there's something a little different each time they do the play somewhere else. Like you can watch the play in New York, and it's different than a play you would see here.
right.
Like they'll leave something out, or they'll add something in. They'll,
Yeah,
right.
right.
But I like watching it on TV. The original Nutcrackers movie on TV that used to show on TV every year.
I love the other one.
I
You
used to
remember
watch
the
it.
other one with
Like the Nutcracker.
the
and
March of the Wooden
music
Soldiers.
was the worst. Huh?
The March of the Wooden Soldiers. You remember that?
What about it? What
I
about
used
it?
to love. I love watching that.
Yeah,
I love it.
yeah.
It's a Christmassy movie, right? But not really.
Did you? The show I told
Yes, with all the Christmas lights. I did, Bailey. It was on Paramount. Thank you.
you. Creative liberties. Yeah, they do, Autumn. Everybody takes creative
Yeah, they
liberties.
take creative liberties, but
Yeah.
with
That's
a
why I
horrible
would
story
never.
Like that, you gotta change it a little.
I would never allow Christina to write my biography, because she would take like creative liberties like nobody's business. And she'd make me out to look like some crazy motherfucker that talks.
No, I would not.
Yeah.
I would make you a vampire though, because vampires.
Yeah, see?
But
See
you
what
know,
creative liberties do? You're gonna turn me into some nasty night living bloodsucker.
listen, they're
what?
sexy. Some of them,
Fuck
okay.
that.
Babes in Toyland was a good one too. Yes.
You know the one I like with old boy from Mary Poppins there. Dick Van Dyke.
There you go. Dick
Chitty
Van
Chitty
Dyke.
Bang Bang. Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, where they ended up in the Candy Kings. I don't know what they call them, but I call them the Candy King. And he goes around trying, like, catching all the kids in the neighborhood and shit and putting them in, like, this dank prison and shit. That was a good movie. Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
I don't know what that one was called, but
Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. You don't remember it?
oh, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Yes.
Yeah, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
I don't
In the
remember
movie, they end up
locking
going,
them up.
and Dick Van Dyke and the woman, I can never remember the woman's name. They end up being like wind up toys, music boxes in the land of Candyland, whatever the fuck it is.
Oh.
And the guy goes around that hates kids or whatever. He goes around and catches the kids in the net, puts them in like a barred wagon and ships them off to this like dungeon and shit and keeps them there.
Okay. I thought Chitty Chitty
He'd
Bang
lure
Bang
them in by
the one with the car that flies,
Candy.
but that must be a different one. Then I didn't see that.
That's it. Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, the one with the car
Oh.
that flies.
Okay, I don't remember any of that.
You don't remember that part of it, man?
But I haven't seen it in years and years, but I thought it was
That's
a
the
fine
only
car.
part of it I do remember. He would lure
There was
the kids
another
out.
one too
He
where
was like the Pied Piper kind of thing. He
Yeah, the
lured the
Pied-
kids out with sweets and candies and stuff. He danced in the streets and shit, advertising this candy. And as soon as the kids come out, he'd catch them in the net, put
I'm
them in a
sorry.
cage, and take them to the dungeon.
Yes, that one is where the bed flies. Yeah, where they
I
go
like
on
bed knobs and-
adventures.
Yeah, I
on
didn't
the
like
bed.
bed knobs and broomsticks. It was too
Um,
hokey pokey for me.
Yeah.
I really don't celebrate Christmas because. Yeah, I don't celebrate it either, Regina. I don't
Yeah, I'm
celebrate
sorry
anything.
about that, Regina.
And I only celebrate my birthday because certain people insist upon it. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't celebrate my birthday either. I don't give a fuck. Just another day to me.
yeah.
I'm only here till I'm not here no more. Shit. I just want to do what I want to do till I can't do it no more.
I put some a show on for the ghosty kids every night. They watch something, I fall asleep, right? But this month they wanted Christmas movies, so every day I put on a Christmas movie. But the other day I watched with them, I didn't fall asleep. It was a good one, Red One, and it was like the Rock.
Oh, I watched that.
Oh God,
with
that was a good one.
With The Rock, Don Johnson. Yeah.
Yeah, Don Johnson. Yep.
John. Fuck.
Don. No.
I can't remember his first name.
Yeah. Don, isn't it?
No, it's not Don. Don Johnson is from Miami Vice.
The other guy. Yes. Dwayne. That's his name. Dwayne.
There you go. Yeah, The Rock. Dwayne.
Okay.
The
I knew
Rock
it was a
Johnson.
D.
There you go. Yeah. I actually watched that. I don't usually watch Christmassy movies and shit. But I watched that one and I watched Letter to Santa with Jack Black. That shit was fucking hilarious.
Oh, I didn't see that one.
It's
But
on,
if it was a little
Paramount
not
Plus.
appropriate for the kids, I probably wouldn't have put it on.
Do you have Paramount Plus?
Yes. I have
It's
Paramount.
on Paramount Plus. It's I think it's PG-13.
Oh, okay.
It's nothing
Letter
too
to Santa,
dirty.
you said?
But,
I'll put that on them tonight.
Yeah, so the kid writes a letter. He thinks he's writing it to Santa, but the kid's dyslexic.
Oh, yeah, we saw that one, but he writes it to Satan because
To
he spelled
Satan,
it backwards.
Yeah, Jack Black. is representing himself as Satan. Then he gets trouble with the real Satan when he goes back to hell and he has to reverse all that shit he did.
Yep.
Yeah, that shit was fucking funny.
That was.
I'll
funny.
watch anything with Jack Black in it. I don't give a fuck what it is.
Yeah, no, that was
Yep,
cute.
Dear Santa. Yep.
That was a cute one. Because the kid was dyslexic.
If it wasn't for The Rock and the other one, I probably wouldn't have watched it. I'm not into those types, but it was like battle scenario type shit.
Yeah.
With Rock, so I got into it and I watched it. But I don't do Christmas movies, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, It's a Wonderful World. Fuck that. I ain't watching that shit.
We watched Miracle on 34th Street.
No, I can't do those. Nope. Fuck that.
But you know, because they're free. Do you know nowhere this Christmas could you watch for free The Christmas Story or Home Alone? They want you to pay for it. I'm like, no, fuck that. We'll wait till after the holidays. They'll play it somewhere.
Wait, Paramount Plus ain't free. You got to pay a membership.
No, but that's what I mean. I have that, so I'm not
like
gonna.
You don't have to pay a specific price to watch a specific thing,
right? Like, well, because they don't have it free on Paramount, and I mean, they don't have it with the Paramount subscription. They didn't play Home Alone; it's not there.
Oh, and yeah, they didn't do those this year, did they?
And not The Christmas Story. Do you know why? Because every other site
you have to pay. Story.
You have to pay for that.
Scrooge is on though. The Scrooge story. That's on. That was on. Yeah.
But I was sad. I was like,
you know what?
Watch
Again,
the story.
Again, if it wasn't for Will Ferrell, I would have never watched The Elf either. Never would have watched Elf if it wasn't for Will Ferrell. But being that Will Ferrell was the main character, and it was funny, I did enjoy that movie.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have watched it otherwise.
You can't watch that one this year either. They're charging.
Scrooged with Bill Murray. Yeah, that was a good one too.
Yeah.
And now the only Christmas one I do watch that the Christmas Carol, okay, or A Christmas Carol, the original with, you know, the three spirits of Christmas and blah, 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 and all that. I've watched that since I was a kid, and I'll always watch that. Because to me, I ignore the Christmas factor and focus on the spirits factor, you know?
Yeah.
Like the spirits coming and tell Ebenezer, you know, you're going to die if you don't change, you know? Like, yeah, get them, spirits. Get them. But that Rudolph bullshit, all the Santa Claus and Frosty Snowman bullshit, I outgrew that shit before I was old enough to fucking, you know. Yeah. I was very young when I gave up on the whole idea and concept of Christmas. I was about 8 or 9. One Christmas, what we thought had come to visit was Santa Claus. You know, after sitting on his lap, telling him what we want for Christmas, blah, 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 and all that, and him ho-ho-hoing and all that. We all go up to bed. I wake up in the middle of the night because I got thirsty. I went to go downstairs, and I look over the railing, and I see this dude that my dad worked with taking off the red Santa suit, taking off the beard, and I'm like, I was in shock. I was like alerting the whole house. They lied to us. Santa's not real. It's not really real. Some guy dad works with, you know, and all that. My brother and sisters woke up crying. What are you talking about? I'm like, look, it's not Santa. Now, my parents were able to convince the other kids, you know, twist the story on and say, oh, well, you know, we all know it's not the real Santa. But, you know, that it's not real but story they always give. They didn't
Yeah,
fool me
well,
with
yeah,
that
it's
shit.
Santa's helpers because Santa
They-
is
yeah,
busy. He
bullshit
can't come
Santa
here to
hours,
see
you know.
you,
Sell
Yeah.
that to someone else. You know what I'm saying? Sell that to someone who will buy it, because you can put a for sale, you can put an on sale tag on that one, and I still won't buy it. You know what I'm
No,
saying? I was a smart kid growing up. I knew how to think for myself and realize what's what and what's real and what isn't. And I let everybody know, damn it. I was like, look, y'all want to believe their bullshit lies? These so-called Christians that say thou shalt not lie, and they've been lying to you for the last 12 years about Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny and all that. You want to believe that shit? That's on you. But I ain't believing that shit no more. So
well,
fuck it.
funny enough, my mother went a whole different way. From when we were younger, my mother told us. And she showed us some movie, and I don't remember what that movie was. But she said, so this is Saint Nicholas. And see, Saint Nicholas, I don't know, lived somewhere really cold, and he would sit there and carve toys all year round, and then walk like a million miles in the
Yeah, and
snowstorm and
leave them
whatever.
on doorsteps.
And he would give it just to that little town that was next
Yeah,
to wherever the hell he lived in the Arctic.
And the king ruled that it was illegal to do that. So he had to disguise himself and creep into the shadows to deliver his presents after that, right?
Oh, maybe something
I
like
saw
that.
That was I saw that story. They made a movie of it.
Yeah,
The
and
true story of Kris Kringle or whatever.
yeah. Well, this
Yeah.
was Saint Nicholas supposedly. They called him
Oh
a
yeah,
saint.
Saint
You know.
Nicholas, Kris Kringle, yeah, all the same thing.
So yeah, I don't know where they got the Santa from, but so he was Saint Nicholas, and he would do that. And it was an old time story. And she told me and my sister, hey Candace, she told me and my sister that, see, this is Saint Nicholas, and he would go and do this. He died. Okay.
Hi,
She told
Candace.
She told us he died, and to keep the spirit alive, what he would do, we give one present from Santa. My mother wasn't letting Santa take none of the credit for her hard work that she had to buy the few presents that we got because we were poor. And she was not letting that dude take any credit.
Your mom and I would got along fucking splendidly.
Okay.
Yeah, independent thinker. That's what we need, independent thinkers.
So, so she showed us that.
Masses.
She said, yeah, there is a Santa, but you see, he can't come, and he'd be 1,000,000 years old. The people don't live till 1,000,000, like whatever. Right. But she still kept the spirit of Christmas because she's like, we're doing his job now by giving gifts and everything because he can't anymore, right?
Yeah, I like her version.
So, that was her,
I like her version. Krampus is my favorite. Yeah, right, Candace? Krampus is my boy. It's my boy. Yeah.
Well, I hope you had a happy Krampus day.
Happy Krampus day.
Happy Krampus
day.
They call it something. Krampafest or something. It's like a day. They have a festival for him.
You know what I did? Wait, you were there, weren't you? What I did for Christmas last night, I played The Nightmare Before Christmas.
Oh, did you? No, I left at 5 because I had to go to my aunt's for dinner.
I downloaded it.
I was there before.
After 3 attempts of trying to stream and losing the stream and coming back, I finally got the stream connected good enough to play the whole fucking Nightmare Before Christmas movie. And I did it on YouTube, and it's still up. Well, I did it. I had it in silent mode, but the version I downloaded had the closed captions in it, so you could read what was going on. But I just muted the sound on it.
Plus, I think if you're there, if you're there and you pause it, like, I don't know, and give a little commentary and then go, you can play the whole movie.
Yeah, well, that's what I did. I kind of like played it in the background. You should go watch it.
Yeah, I will.
And see how I did it because I used my OBS settings, my paranormal studio setting,
Yeah.
and I had it playing full on the monitor behind me with it full with the multi-monitors split in the background of that. So I had it all playing. And then every now and again, I just hit that zoom in source and full screen it every now and again. And then I'd go back to the studio view. So in the meantime, but throughout the whole thing, we were conversating, I was talking and stuff like that. So
Oh yeah.
it wasn't like I just sat there, blew it up and played it and sat there and let people watch
Right.
it. So I mixed it up a little bit, but I was like, I don't want to do the same old boring ass cliche bullshit everybody's doing on Christmas. But
Right.
what could I do? I'm like, you know what? I'm going to do Nightmare Before Christmas during my live stream. And
It would have been
that way.
fun if you would have dressed up as like Zero or Jack or something.
I didn't have time. It was a last minute decision. It was like I did it off the cuff.
Well, next
it
year you
took
got to
me-
pick a movie and dress up as the character.
It took me almost an hour just to get the full movie download. The first thing I downloaded, I didn't realize it, but it was only the trailer. So when I
Oh.
started the live stream, it played the trailer and kept looping back over. And I was like, what the fuck? And I realized, oh, that was just the trailer. So I went back and found another version of it, the full movie version with the
Closed caption.
captions on it, and I downloaded that, and after that got downloaded, and I played it. And then as soon as I got it downloaded and started to play it, the live stream crashed. So I had to start over again. But the third time was the charm, I guess, because it was like after 3 times of crashing and coming back, the live stream finally took, and it stayed up for a good, I think it was like 3 or 4 hours, if I remember right.
Oh, cool.
Let me go to my channel real quick and check that out. I can't remember how long it was, but it was the last YouTube. No, it's not the last YouTube stream I did.
No, I
'cause
want
I
to
did
see the
that
one where
test stream.
Scott's up on the panel with you
I
too.
did the test stream
Yeah, I gotta go see.
today. So, all right, view my channel. It is the one that's titled TNBC 1 day ago. TNBC 1 day ago. That's the. How come it doesn't tell me how long it was? Oh, because over 5.5 hours was that live stream. Over 5.5 hours.
It was 5 hours, 36 minutes, and 23 seconds.
Yep.
All right. Now, I could just put the link here if you guys want to check it out. And
Yeah, it
there's
was a fun
the link.
time. I had a live stream and played that in the background. Every now and again, I'd full screen it. But yeah.
Yeah,
I had
but
to
you
do
see,
something to
if
confuse the algorithms, you know?
if you can play it and then put yourself as the character talking, like you just like, because if it's big behind you, like a green
Yeah, I didn't think of
kind
that.
of thing, but
Yeah, I
if
didn't think of doing a voiceover.
like you
Probably
could
could have
pretend,
too.
like you could probably do it. Like next year, that'd be fun to pick, like a movie
Right.
and be one of the characters, and because it's playing behind you, like when you have us on
Yeah.
screen and you have your little self there.
Yeah, I know how voiceovers work. I did it with Krumer several times and Bummer. I made videos of Bummer. I made videos of
No, but I'm
Krumer
saying you do it
interviewing
live,
Krumer. Yeah.
not like do it live,
done that.
talking with yourself as one of the characters.
Right. Yeah, I could do that. I know how
That's-
to act.
That's right.
Some people
my
would say
God,
I
you
don't
can
know how
do-
to act amongst mixed company, but
Oh my
I
God,
can act.
you could do one, and each one of us could be a character. Oh my God,
Yeah, I act like I care every day, so I'm a damn good actor, right?
Rocky Horror Picture Show. There you go.
Like Rocky Horror Picture Show. Yeah, like that. There you go, Candace. We can do a Rocky Horror Picture Show. And
Yeah, but
look, check this out. It doesn't matter what movie I chose to do, however many cast members there are, with 100 slots on the panel available, we could cover the whole cast.
Yep.
You can't do that on StreamYards. You're limited to a cast of 6. I could have 100 cast members.
10 now.
Oh, 10 now. Ooh.
Yeah.
How many movies have only a cast of 10? We're not doing
But-
a sitcom here.
Yeah. But you know what it is? But to do that, you can be like the main character showing, but everybody else would just have to have audio, because otherwise you just have boxes. Like, it looks stupid. You know, if there was like even
No,
100
we had
little...
everybody up on there and each acting out their own lines and shit.
No, it's better to have the movie playing
That'd
and
be
you be the
fun.
voices.
Oh, if I
I'll
do it
be
on
the-
OBS, I could do the what do they call it again? Immersive view on Zoom. I could use the immersive view on Zoom, and everybody could be placed in their own spot, and I could have the movie shown playing.
Oh yeah, like in the middle, and we could be all around the screen, like in little boxes,
Yeah, something like that.
and the thing could play.
On
in the middle.
OBS, I could take anything and put it anywhere I want on OBS. So I could have the movie playing on a screen here, and our panel on the side here, and everybody they'd be watching the movie, and people would just say their lines.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now you can't do that on StreamYards either, can you?
No, I would have us all with the camera off, just voicing it and the movie playing. You know?
Yep. We might as well do radio at that point.
Yeah.
Do it with each person in AI character. Oh, I couldn't make that many characters, Candace. It was hard enough making the 5 that I did.
Mm-hmm.
Christina probably could make a shitload of AI characters, but
Oh yeah, on that program that I have.
I'd rather see the real people.
Yeah.
I think people rely on AI way too fucking much. We're becoming detached
We're becoming
from
detached.
realization and public and personal contact because of AI and
And I figured out that AI recipes are disgusting. Don't try it. The AI they have this program. You put in what you have in the house, and the AI is gonna make you the best recipe with that. Sometimes it adds things, sometimes it takes out, it tells me. Okay. And it gave me a recipe. I put in what I had, not how much. I have butter.
But why would I do that when I've got all the recipe books and recipes I need down in my kitchen?
Yeah, I don't have any. Well,
ain't
I don't
no
have
computer
space
gonna
for
tell
recipe
me
books,
what
but
I
just
could cook
look it up,
better than
you know?
me. You know what I'm saying?
So I usually just look up the recipe that would be in the book, but I figured I'd try this. It should be fun, right? So I type in what I have, and the AI makes me a recipe. Use one cup of that. When
that's virtually what I did with this bran muffin cake stuff I did last night. Was I looked around, seen what I had. All right, I had about a half a box of bran flakes. Okay, we could do something with that. I had some eggs. All right, it's gonna take eggs if I bake it. You know, I have some pineapple. Let's throw some pineapple in there and make it like an upside down pineapple cake or something. You know, and I mixed it all together in a blender, poured it into a pan. See, I can do that. I don't need AI to tell me how to do that.
I
got a brain. I got a brain, and I use it. I'm very creative.
But so I thought it would be fun. Like, well, just tell me how much eggs I'm going to use, whatever. Anyway, but after I mixed everything, like it said, I go, this is not going to cook. It looks it's to just, it's to, I don't know what the hell it is. Anyway, of course it didn't work. So then I go, no, it needs something. I go, no, we're going to put water. So I saved a little. I put some water. I mixed it up. I go, now it looks like batter. I cooked that one. I said, okay. So it needed something. So the AI doesn't know how to cook.
Nope.
But it's fun to test them, to
Nope.
see what works, what doesn't work.
I wouldn't even give it a thought. Like, nope, ain't no fucking program gonna tell me how to make a fucking dish. Shit, before you know it, like you got your computer
There you go,
instructing
Candace.
you.
That sounds fun.
You got some computer program telling you how to make potato salad. You're gonna end up with like ham salad or egg salad.
Well, what I thought was cool
Or
was
something
it
worse.
wasn't like give me a random recipe. I wrote down what I had. I wrote down I have strawberry cake mix. I have this, I have that, I have this, I have that. And so I gave it a whole bunch of shit that I have. It made me a recipe and it was wrong. And I'm like, you could have searched this recipe up on any website, thinking the AI would Google it for me and find me the best recipe. Like how much of each thing and anything. No, it just made up crazy.
Yeah, I don't put any trust at all in that AI stuff, Candace. You can't you can't teach AI a spiritual thing. You can't. I don't care how much they try to imitate it. There's a big difference between imitating something and being something.
Yeah.
Now, I could imitate Christina all night with that New York accent, but that don't make me Christina. Okay.
That's right. I like to use it for video. I love editing video with AI because it does.
As a creator, creating something with AI. Yeah, AI. See, that's my point. AI should be used as a tool, not relied on for your life. To help you live your life, but as a tool for creating things such as artificial intelligence. Movies and things like that. Although I don't like AI movies, I don't even like animated movies. But for that, I understand what you do with the AI to create your stories. That's different. But there's people out there that are relying on AI to help them live their lives. You walk into your house, lights come on. You walk.
Oh yeah, no, that I don't like.
So and so, hey, cook me a pizza. Blah blah blah.
No.
There's no emotion. There's a lack of emotional attachment.
Good night, Diane.
That ruins you. You know what I'm saying? Good night, guys.
No.
All right, hey Diane, have a good one. Much love. Keep it real.
See you tomorrow, Diane. It's that part is scary. I don't even have Alexa, and I won't get an iPhone because I know that the iPhone, like my aunt is like, she'll say to her phone, Siri, where are you? And Siri's like, I'm here. And then because she always was losing her phone, but then like she'll be saying something and Siri will turn on and be like, here, do you want this? And I'm like, turn that shit off, okay? Because it's fucking scary.
Mm-hmm. I gotta follow suit with everybody else and go get horizontal because.
Yeah, me too, guys. We've been here 5.5 hours. Gotta eat something. Poor Jonathan's probably hungry.
You need to teach that boy how to cook.
Well, we have leftovers, but he won't come out here and heat it up. I'm in the kitchen. So he won't come out and heat it up if I'm on a live stream.
If I was your son, I wouldn't give it. What, you doing a live stream? Yeah. Well, I'm cooking me a burger, okay? I don't care if you're doing a live stream. I'm hungry. See, that's how I'd be. You're too nice. That's all I'm saying. He's too nice. He's way too nice. He's not a typical New Yorker.
Oh, 9:34. That's
a
nice.
true typical New Yorker would barge in the middle of your live stream and start cooking, okay?
That's right.
All right. Anyway, I'll see y'all later. Have a good night. Much love. Keep it real.
Yeah. Good night, Boomer. It's 12:34 here, so it's after midnight. So that's why we're hitting the hay. Thank you guys so much for coming. I love you guys. You stayed with me like 5.5 hours with me, Marion Boomer. That's lovely of you. I will play the outro and I will see you guys tomorrow because most likely tomorrow, God willing, I'm gonna do the cards tomorrow to make up for Wednesday since it was the holidays. So I will see you guys.
Remember, please discard all candy wrappers and popcorn containers in the nearest trash receptacle. Thank you. We are so glad you came. Okay, bye-bye now. Bye-bye. Bye. Is everyone gone? Huh? Good. Oh my gosh, my cheeks are killing me. I can't keep smiling like this anymore. I'm exhausted.